Good morning and welcome back to the second day of the 10th Atlantic Council's Global Energy Forum Leadership Stage. To chair this first leadership conversation, please welcome co-anchor and senior national correspondent, CNBC, Brian Sullivan.
Halima, I brought cash. I appreciate that cheer, but I forgot it. Zelle, Venmo, PayPal. What are the people using these days? I don't even know. Bitcoin, oil. Let's give you a barrel of oil. This is a real honor and a pleasure because this is the perfect conversation for this morning. We have the perfect panelist for you, and I appreciate everybody coming out. I inadvertently apparently wore the exact right color tie for this or Qatar Airways flight. I love your tie as well, Amos. Thank you. It's fantastic. Amos, for those who don't know, this is arguably one of the most well-connected global energy and energy security experts in the world. He had maybe the most unique job in the previous administration. He was not the energy secretary, and you don't have to comment, but to me, you kind of acted as a de facto energy secretary because you were the one traveling around the world doing a lot of the negotiations in really dangerous places where sometimes the people didn't like us very much. So Amos Hochstein is a partner now with TWG Global. It's a massive investment firm making investments around the world. Also, what I love in Formula One and IndyCar, you know, that's my world. And one of the energy czars of the Biden administration. So Amos, welcome.
Thank you. I don't know if I should thank you or getting me in trouble.
I said it. But there's no doubt. I mean, listen, not taking anything away from anybody else's role, but just quickly for the audience that may not be 100% familiar, and I don't want to turn my back to you guys. I'm going to do this. And yes, I'm taller than I look on television. That's all I ever get. Nobody ever says handsomer or smarter. They say taller. Give us kind of a 1-minute primer as to what exactly you did for 4 years in the Biden administration, because you were always on a plane.
That's a little bit of a hard question to answer, not one I expected to answer today. But look, I was the president.
And this is being live streamed.
Exactly. So I'm getting myself in trouble here. Look, I was fortunate enough to serve at the White House as President Biden's senior energy advisor. I'd known the president a long time and spent in different roles in prior years. So also spent some time as one of his Middle East negotiators, Lebanon on AI issues, spent a lot of time in the Gulf. Particular concentration in the Middle East because post sort of leading up to October 7 was all the positive, and then after that, those difficult times, we got pulled in more and more into the Middle East. But the role is really sort of a global role that started really around the energy security of the world, around a similar, somewhat an analogous crisis to where we are today, when leading up to Putin's invasion of Ukraine and securing Europe supplies and taking care of sort of the global energy supply system. And with that, the U.S. energy supply system. As you remember, we went to the highest gasoline prices ever, was June 14, 2022 at $5.03. And so at that point, I moved from the international to also leading our domestic energy policy on how do you manage international crises that affect the U.S. economy, and how do we make sure they don't adversely affect the American economy while not affecting how we make foreign policy decisions. So that's a really tricky space to be in, which is the space that we're in right now. And ironically, we're in June. Then it was June of a midterm election year. Now we're in June of a midterm election year. So you have global crisis that is only somewhat in your control, a domestic economy and prices that are always important to support, and a political environment with a clock that is ticking every day. So that Venn diagram that then emerges of how do you make those decisions with the pulls on each of those sides becomes very, very difficult.
You know, I don't spend a whole lot of time in D.C. I live in a state called New Jersey. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's that way or that way. one thing I have learned about being here is that it's always an election year. It's like there's like an industry here built around elections. I never knew that. Please note sarcasm. So let's talk about that clock that's being ticking that you just referenced. 8 million barrels a week from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We're about to go below the fill levels. The SPR was effectively filled in 1983. We're about to go below those levels. What do you make of it? Is there and you'd mentioned to me yesterday that there's some physics issues with flow rates and fill levels. Go into the SPR right now.
Look, I think that the administration believed when they started when the war started, when they entered the war, made the decision to enter the war, that this would be a very short one. So there was no preparation in advance for, okay, we're going to go and do some strikes. There's a possibility that the Straits of Hormuz will be closed. And so let's prepare for that, right? And there are things that you can prepare. We've war gamed this for years. But the belief was based on both not so much faulty intelligence, but faulty reading of intelligence, that it would be very fast and you wouldn't have to do anything. And then immediately it emerged that within a week that regime change was not going to happen in a few days, and this may be longer, and that the straits would actually be closed, which has never happened. So they went to, but they still believed the war. If you remember, the president kept saying 4 to 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks. So the entire system was based on a solution to the energy markets that was 4 to 6 weeks, which means use all your tools. So they've now deployed the tools. The biggest tool in that kit is the SPR. And so the SPR has been draining at about 8 to 9 million barrels a week, which takes us today, we are finally below the level of when the Biden administration in 2022, we released 180 million barrels. We've now reached that low point and we have now gone below it. The second tool is the draws that are happening from the commercial tanks of both crude and products, gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, et cetera. But it's gone on for so long that we're now getting to points where, while the Wall Street's not looking at this, anybody following the energy market is looking at, okay, how long can this go on for? These are finite resources. They're not production. It's not like I take oil and I'm going to get more out of the ground. Nothing's coming into the SPR. You're at 340, let's say, this is a very rough number, don't quote me on it, roughly in the 340, maybe a little bit higher, 343 million barrels in the SPR. This is the lowest the SPR has ever been. Since last time it was at this point is when we were going up, right, when we were filling it, as you mentioned. I don't know anyone who believes we can go below 300. I know plenty of people who think we can't get near 300 because physically you will damage the caverns where the oil is stored.
So 300 million barrels is sort of the bottom. It's not zero because we don't know. And to be clear, you're not saying because no one exactly knows how the physics, how the flow rate is going to react, like a straw sort of at the bottom of a glass when there's not a lot of liquid in it.
Well, I don't know. We definitely don't know that point, right? But we do know that before you get to the point that you can't take things out because they start collapsing on you, the caverns will get so much damage you won't be able to refill them.
These are actual caves. These are caves, like
correct.
Actual caves in the ground.
Correct. And at some point, the physics are that when the level gets to a level that is so low that before you can't take anything out anymore, you can't sustain the 8 million barrels a week because it starts slowing the flow. But the same thing is true for the commercial tanks. So when you hear people talk about tank bottoms in a few weeks from now, that's because those are also not filling at the moment, they're only drawing. They also can't go to zero, right? You can't take it to absolute zero. There's a certain layer. Now, we've never gone this low before, but in any event that we're referring to here, you're going to reach sometime in, I think, in early July to mid-July, and with the commercial ones, maybe even at the end of June, a point where you cannot draw anymore. Now, the U.S. is exporting both crude and products to global markets, so we're helping to stabilize global markets in a moment. But you're going to get to a really big decision that has to be made here. If we're still in this situation in 2-3 weeks from now, people in Washington are going to start saying, wait a minute, what happens next week or in 10 days? Am I going to still allow folks to export while prices are going to start rising? Because the market right now has decided I'm not paying attention to anything coming out of Washington. They tell me the war is over, but that's 37 times we've had an announcement of the war is over, and we're still going. And there's no sign that the war is going to end. I mean, we literally just went to battle over the last 72 hours, right? And especially yesterday, we were doing strikes. So not exactly war is over. But Wall Street's basically said, look, we can't listen to this anymore. So we're going to make believe it doesn't exist. And we're going to
make believe
it doesn't exist. And we'll trade it like it doesn't exist because we have really good news coming in the U.S. economy for Wall Street we have a massive IPO coming, right, today. We have more IPOs coming. We have massive amounts of AI capex. That's exciting news. And the last thing we want to do is get drawn down by, war and energy and so on. And it's out of our control. But there's a cliff point there, right? At some point you get to, oh crap, tank bottoms. Now what do we do? And then oil prices spike. Now, if we get a deal before that happens, fine. But at some point,
what is that? When you say, okay, hold on, because it's important. And Wells Fargo, by the way, put out a note this morning about tank bottoms, $150, whatever. What does a deal look like to you? What deal could we strike? And let me ask this, because my sources, and I've reported on CNBC many times, they're not, and these are good sources, probably some of the same people you talk to, not exactly sure who's running Iran right now.
Look, you got mediators, which used to be Pakistan, but that proved not to be very useful. So now we're on to Qatar is doing a lot of the mediation. And Qatar is self-interested, right? I mean, their LNG is at near zero exports. And that's the majority of the revenue. And so they want the straits open. So they are mediating. Who they're talking to exactly, look, there are different views on who's running the show. Is Mujtaba back, the new Ayatollah supreme leader? Is he back and now recovering enough that he can run the show? I don't know. But the administration feels that they have a good handle on the people that they're talking to. What is a deal, though? A deal has to, for the purposes of energy, the deal means the U.S. blockade is off and the Iranian blockade is off. And that there's an agreement that both sides have announced simultaneously, and that 48 hours go by that nobody retracts from it, that the straits are open. And let's be clear, this is not a nuclear deal. This is a MOU, they're calling it, which essentially is open for open and an agreement to talk later over 60 days. So the Iranians get a whole bunch of cash that's stored in banks, their own cash that's frozen in, let's say, about $12 billion. They're able to sell their oil, which probably my math is somewhere in the $160 to $180 million a day of revenue. And so they're making about $1 billion a week. And so under those conditions, the straits open and you have some flow coming through the straits and it'll build over time. That will signal that we're back to normal. I don't think we'll get
Nobody wants to pay Iran the toll.
I wouldn't say that. I disagree with that.
Okay, why?
I think a lot of people are willing to pay the toll because...
Well, they're willing because they don't want to get their ship attacked. They don't want to pay the toll.
So I think it's important to differentiate between, and again, let me state, I'm against them having a toll. I think it's wrong. I think we should not be for it. For all the obvious reasons, this is a bad outcome of this ill-advised war. But it's not true to say that nobody wants to pay the toll. I think you have to differentiate between government-owned and private. Government-owned does not want to pay a toll, and they think this is, abhorrent. The private side, ship owners, insurers, and so on, happily they'd pay the toll right now. By the way, some of them are paying the toll, right? About $1 a barrel paid in crypto to the Iranians. There are ship owners that are doing that now. Not a lot, because not a lot's getting through, but they do that in a heartbeat because
they just pass it on.
Yeah, that's not that much.
They don't eat it.
No.
But the national companies will eat it.
No, the consumer eats it. Just like tariffs, the consumer eats it. Taxes, the consumer eats it, right? That's who eats it always, right? No company says, "Oh, I will absorb the cost." That's not how this works. Benevolence, but it's not much. If you then take that $2 million on fee on a $2 million on a VLCC, right, a very large tanker, that is carrying 2 million barrels. Now translate that ultimately after refining it so into the consumer, that $2 million is a cent. So it doesn't really matter to them. It's a political issue. It's a national security issue. It's a global architecture issue. And I don't know if the Iranians are going to be allowed to charge or not at the end of this conflict. I do know that they're going to view the strait as something that they are in charge of. It's theirs.
They are not.
They are going to, yes.
Well, we can all say what we want. I'm in charge of the Waldorf Astoria in D.C., but I'm not.
Well, Brian,
it's an international waterway. Oman controls 3 miles off the coast. Iran controls 3 miles off their coast legally, right? And the rest is, which I've been in, by the way, which is international waters. But Iran is trying to assert its dominance over those international waters. What I don't understand, and help us understand, and all the people at home watching, why isn't the rest of the world getting more involved? Where's Europe in this?
So one, we can say I agree with all the things that you've said. They shouldn't have control over it. I think international law and maritime, the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and all those things say that they don't own it. But possession, right? I mean, the facts on the ground right now is they shouldn't be, and they are. Okay, they are blocking those straits. And by the way, so are we. We're not in control of it. So the straits are closed, despite all the things you've said. So reality is Iran's a horrible regime. It's not like, oh, guys, the international law says you can't. And the regime in Iran's like, oh, that's the winning argument. International law, guys.
Why didn't we think of this? Shit, you got us on that one. You're right.
Damn.
Page
all right,
417 of the Admiralty Law Code.
Yeah, right, exactly.
The only class I got an A in law school, by the way, was Admiralty Law.
So, we're supporting Hezbollah, the Shia militia groups, the Houthis, but international law says I can't control the straits. Possession. They will seek to control it in different ways. It doesn't mean that they charge a toll, but they may. I have no idea. It depends on how this conflict ends.
Well, if they can, why wouldn't they? You ever been? Anybody here ever been on the New Jersey Turnpike? You ever been on the New Jersey? A lot of people don't know this. New Jersey Turnpike, when it was built, they charged a toll. They still do, but they did. And they said once the New Jersey Turnpike is paid off, the toll will go away.
Yeah.
Right? And then the state of New Jersey realized, oh my God, we're making a lot of money here. They have no economic incentive to get rid of the toll on the turnpike despite years of promises. Iran doesn't have an economic incentive to get rid of the toll. If they can charge it and threaten to hit somebody with an RPG or a mine from World War I, they're going to do it. So what's the economic incentive that they might have
it's more than
to end the war?
So look, we're at a standoff here where they are in economics dire straits, and the world economy is taking a hit over the straits being closed. And now both sides for the last several weeks have been saying, okay, I think the other side's going to blink first. And the Iranians are in a tough spot. I have not known the Iranians historically to concede on at the negotiating table because of economics what they were not willing to concede on the battlefield. So the United States thought it would face the pressure, but the reality is that both sides got this wrong. The Iranians they're feeling pressure, but they're not likely to concede as a result of economic pressure alone. And the Iranians got it wrong because Wall Street basically says, I want the war to be over. And Wall Street is the reason the war is not over. Oil trading at 90, which by the way, Brent oil trading at night, which is the international benchmark, is just a number on a screen on a Bloomberg terminal or on CNBC ticker at the bottom. You can't actually buy a barrel of Brent for $90 right now. It costs significantly more, which is why we have demand destruction happening in different countries. So the Iranians got it wrong because there's no real pressure on the administration to end this at the moment, because gasoline prices had hit $4.50. They're now down to $4.15 because oil is lower because people think the war is about to end. And they will continue to think it's about to end until the tank bottoms. And Wells Fargo is going to say $150 when that happens. But these things are pretending that one day it's 90 and the next day it's 150. It doesn't work that way. Or another bank had said 200. I don't believe there's such a thing as 200, because as prices go up, right? When it gets to $5 a gallon of gasoline, or my experience is 450, behavior starts to change. Household decide, I'm going to take the train. I'll work from home. I will consolidate my drive of picking up the kids and going to the store instead of doing 2 trips. At $5, that extends further. At $120 a barrel, we're at $5 a gallon, and you're going to see demand destruction even in the United States. But long before that, you'll see demand destruction that you've already seen in low income countries. Then it goes to middle income countries, right? So Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam have already put in measures of work from home, cut down on domestic flights to maintain jet fuel, demand international carriers bring their own fuel when they land, so fly a bigger plane that has the fuel to do a round trip so that they don't fill in their country. That's already happened. That's in existence. But markets don't care about low-income countries, and they barely care about middle-income countries. Now, if it happens to Japan or Korea, then markets start caring. But that we're not there yet at this point.
Well, I think people are asking why we're not there yet. I think if you read the reports from 3 months ago, many of them would have suggested that by June, what's today's date? The 10th or 11th or something like this. We all travel way too much. You asked me earlier, what day is it? It was Wednesday. I'm the same way. A lot of reports would have said by June 10th, we would have been in much more dire straits than we are now.
I think the people who follow the SPR and the tanks and so on have all said, and I have end of June to mid-July, that's been the consistency of what we've been saying, because you do the math. Why are prices lower? Why are they not hitting those prices? Because we're going gangbusters on a finite buffer, right? So we have a buffer. The market's actually working exactly as it was designed to work post the 1970s crisis. We've created an SPR in the United States. We created an SPR in Japan. China has an SPR. And then we have the commercial inventories. So they can supply the market when there is a shortage, right? A hurricane comes, we shut down everything in the Gulf of Mexico, all the production. We shut down the refineries for, let's say, 5 to 7 days out of precaution. The economy uses the inventories instead, and then we go back to production and we refill the inventories. Except now it wasn't designed to go this long, so you have a few more weeks. So we're in pretend land in the energy markets as though production has increased. Let me tell you something. I heard some of the interviews yesterday.
Did you see my interview with the current Secretary of Energy where he said that ship traffic was rising, and that interview, when the headlines hit, moved the markets?
Right. So if I'm in the markets, don't you ask the question, it's rising from 2 to 3? From 2 to 6?
It's higher than that. It's higher than that.
But I'll tell you what it is.
It's higher than that.
It's about, on the escorted traffic, it's somewhere in the 6 to 10 per 24 hours. Remember, we were 165 in either direction before the war.
Do you believe all those numbers, though? Because, again, people I'm talking to say, well, some people pay the toll, they don't want anybody to know. Some people escorted by the U.S., they don't want anybody to know. Some people turning off their transponders, or some combination of all the above. And the numbers right now are really, really mushy.
The numbers are for sure mushy, if that's the technical term that we're using.
I think it is now, yeah.
Okay,
We just made that
sure
up.
It is. I think we're at a place where we're about somewhere in the 6-8 ships by escort of the U.S. military, which is why the helicopter was down, because they're shooting at this escort operation. So sail at your own risk. Then you have a number of Iranian ships that are going through, and then you have some of the paying the tolls. But here's the key. Not every ship is the same. So some ships, right, a VLCC carries 2 million. There are some ships that only carry 500,000. The ones that are turning their transponders off and are evading the Iranians and the Americans tend to be smaller. So even if the number of ships is less important than the number of volume.
Barrels.
So the Iranians are getting a bunch of tankers that are going through hugging the coast, and they're very small. So how much does all this matter? But here's the key. I heard yesterday people talk about, like the previous administration and so on, and I'm happy that we're still very interesting to people. But we ended the administration with 13.5 million barrels a day of production. So they're breaking all the records at the end of the Biden administration. Despite all the greenest administration, which I think we were also at 13.5 million barrels a day of production. Today we're at 13.7. So within this entire period of time of oil prices going to 110 and then back down to 93 to 86, back to 95, we've had essentially no increase in production. This is really important because as you go to the next level of how this ends and what happens when the tank bottoms, are we going to have an increase in production? No, because every day that we jawbone the market into the war is over in a day or two, and therefore don't worry about it. Well, the producer says, I'm not sinking $1 billion into the ground to increase production if the war is going to be over. This $95 I'm never going to benefit from with my new barrels, and it'll drop to 70. So actually we have frozen. This war has frozen increase of production in the United States and around the world.
Is 85, and I know we're running out of time, so it's kind of rapid fire. Is 85 to $100 a barrel kind of a weird spot? Because to your point, it's not high enough to really crush demand for the American driver, right? Because all the reasons you gave earlier, but it's also not low enough where you get this economic boom, but it's not enough money where the Chevrons and Exxons and Conocos and everybody else, Diamondbacks and whatever the world, are going to start reinvesting. Because if they don't know if it's going to last, to your point, why would they invest the capital?
And that's why the point is never about what's the price right now. We're in an environment where the price doesn't matter. What matters is the trajectory. Is this a price that's going to be here for a while? Or is it going to go way higher because we're not going to reach a deal? Or is it going to go way lower because we're not? So I can live with any price environment as an energy company or as an energy investor, or as any part of the energy system. What I can't live so comfortably with is the volatility and the uncertainty. And so we have these announcements of a deal coming, but then they don't happen, and then I don't know how I'm supposed to plan for this.
Why don't you get more credit for ending with 13.5 million barrels a day? I understand you guys did a lot to build out wind, you did a lot to build out solar, did a lot to build out battery storage. By the way, and we need those things to continue to grow because we're going to need all molecules and electrons. I think you would agree with that clearly. Nuclear as well. But why don't you give more credit on the oil side? You don't have to litigate the past. I get it. But you guys get hammered for this.
I think, as you heard yesterday, where I disagree, I think people didn't like the rhetoric that we said, that we wanted to have a energy transition towards a cleaner energy existence, right? Market.
Well, phasing out was not the best word.
But if you look at the record of what we did, and ignore the politics, because America has way too much politics in energy policy. Climate is real. The risk is real. We need to do things towards it. We should support offshore wind, onshore wind, renewables, nuclear, and electric vehicles. But we also have to, even if you're on the climate side of wanting to do this as fast as possible, you have to live in the real world. And the real world says we cannot move away from fossil fuels overnight. It's going to be a multi-decade process. And the national security of the United States depends on it. The economic security of the United States depends on it. And as we're seeing in this crisis, we have to have not all of the above, because I still don't think we need coal, and I think that's too dangerous and damaging. But the idea is that we have to have as much as possible of the sources to focus on supporting an AI boom in power, and to support our national security in case of shortages.
Would you agree? I know we're out of time, but would you agree with this, that some people argue there is no energy, quote, transition, there's energy addition, because the only type of energy we've used less of ever in the history of humanity is whales. And they're very happy about that, by the way. In fact, one was just off the New Jersey coast, like 100 feet, a giant whale yesterday. Pretty amazing photograph if you haven't seen it. But the world has never used more solar. The world has never used more wind. The world has never used more nuclear. And you can hate it, but the world has never used more coal.
Yes, and that's terrible. And I think part of that is because the people on the extremist side, on the climate side, disregard reality that we still need to power our systems. And we don't use oil for power, by the way. We use it for everything else. But I do disagree that we're not in energy transition. And yes, the pie keeps growing, so the percentage of renewables stays at 80%, despite the fact that we grow so much. I disagree because look at what's happening in China. A third of the barrel is essentially transportation. China is moving towards almost entirely an EV-based transportation system. That is going to have an impact. And by the way, what's balancing part that we didn't talk about?
That's probably why oil is not higher, because China's demand, JP Morgan just said the demand destruction in China might be 4 million barrels a day.
Well, it is, but it's not destruction. They're importing 4.5 to 5 million barrels less per day than they were before the war started, but they also have the largest reserve.
1.3 billion by some, whatever the number is.
So a lot.
Is that a technical term?
It's a lot. It's with mushy.
Okay.
Or squishy, whatever you called it. So I think we are in a transition, except that I think people need to understand, one, yes, we are in transition, and B, it's going to be a slow and long one because our demand pull keeps rising. 5 years ago, nobody thought, or 3 years ago, nobody thought that we would have a need to grow our electricity generation by dramatic levels because of the AI boom. Everything we do in life, any new innovation requires more power, more energy. Yeah. Everything, every single new innovation in the health system, all the way to our transportation and our computing. And so we're going to need more power and more energy. And that's why I don't understand the administration, why they're blocking offshore wind, why they're blocking solar and wind. Yes, do the gas, do the oil, but also do all.
We're going to need it all. We're going to need it all.
We're going to need it all.
We're going to need it all. I know we're out of time, but can you do that in a Scottish accent like Star Trek? We're going to need more power because we are. By the way, if you look at the next generation of AI chips, they're going to demand way more power than the current generation, of which we're doing. I could talk for another hour with you, but the clock says -3, which means I've gone over by 3 minutes.
You're getting docked.
I'm going to get my pay dock, which good. My fee for being here is 0. So I will
just keep going till -13, see what happens.
So yeah, 3%. What, anybody here a math whiz? 3% of 0. What's the number on that? Exactly. So it was an honor and a privilege. Let's give a big hand for Amos Hochstein, please. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Have a great rest of your conference. Take care.
To chair the next fireside chat, Hidden Vulnerabilities and Modern Supply Chain Resilience, please welcome Managing Director of KKR Infrastructure and the KKR Global Institute and non-resident Senior Fellow at the Global Energy Center, Atlantic Council, Neil Brown.
Thank you very much. Greg, Jay, thank you for joining this panel. This is the money panel. A lot of policy discussions in Washington talk about all the investment needed across energy production, across transmission, across feeding AI, et cetera, et cetera. Very few policy discussions actually talk about how you're going to pay for it. And so this is what my company, KKR, does. This is what the Energy Dominance Finance Office at DOE does, and this is what JPM does in a very, very big way. So joining us today, we have Greg Beard. He's director of the Energy Dominance Finance Office at Department of Energy. He has around 30 years of leading industry experience, including as a senior partner and part of the management committee at Apollo, that fund down the street from us in New York, as well as Riverstone. And Jay Horeen, who leads JP Morgan Chase's Security and Resilience Initiative, just a little number of 1.5 trillion in that initiative, and previously was co-global head of investment banking, and has spent a long career across energy, minerals, all of the kinds of things that we're going to talk about today. Greg, can I start with you? I don't know if I should stand up or sit down. The right format is here.
Behind me, huh?
So, Greg, the office you inherited was very focused on scaling low emissions technologies. Under the Trump administration, under your leadership, you've expanded the remit to be more expansive, to include energy resilience, critical supply chains, powering new industries like AI. Could you talk to us about what that means in practice? Like, what are the failures in the energy system today that you're really trying to solve?
Yeah, thank you, and happy to be here. So, energy dominance financing, if you were to listen to Secretary Wright or President Trump, it's really are the muscle and the implementation arm of the Secretary's policy and the administration policy. So we think, which is a difference from the prior administrations, that having abundant power will give us cheaper energy, cheaper power, give us energy security. It'll be more affordable, and it'll help us win AI, help us reindustrialize. As we inherited an energy mess where we saw base load power being taken off the grid, and you cannot replace it with intermittent solar and wind. And just to hear the last panel for a moment or two, hey, why not support everything? If you support everything, you're supporting technologies that will dramatically increase the price of power. If you looked at what happened in the last 5 years, like 2020 to 2025, we saw power rates go up something like 75%. They went up 30% more in the states that have the renewable portfolio standards. So it's the idea that solar is free. It's not free. You have to build the substations. You still need the baseload power to work when the sun isn't shining, and it's even more intermittent if you go to wind. So we're really focused on affordable, cheap, secure baseload power, and that will help win the day for the country. And it's a shift. So if you were to listen to the secretary, who does a very good job explaining why, with data, and we're very data-driven, business-minded people, we're looking at the data and we understand the implications of tripling your cost of power. If you looked at California or New York, or Europe, let's not follow the path to tripling the cost of energy. That is a job export program. It's a bad idea for the country to do that. While we're sitting here, China is building between 30 and 50 nuclear power plants. It's our design. And some are excited about all of the solar that they're building. I'm not jealous of their solar because they can't run a data center or any real industry off of that. But their baseload power coal, their baseload power nuclear, we have to be aware of what they're adding. And we're in a competition. We haven't added. They've added more nuclear in the past 10 years than we've added in 40. So one of the important strategies that we need, big government to help do, it's like if you look at the executive orders, hey, we are focused on a nuclear renaissance. We will help get the large scale nuclear sector going again. We're studying what China has done to us, like in the critical minerals space. And you could say, hey, I trust that DOW has the ball on finding the truly, crisis metals and minerals that we need to have a defense program. Where we're focused are the areas where, hey, China has a 30-year plan to shut down all of our aluminum smelting, for example. Well, hey, they're not quite done. We still have half a dozen or so left, but let's not let them get to year 30 and have no aluminum smelting. You can't have a defense industry, a car industry, aviation industry if you don't have it. So we're focused on the areas that are difficult to finance, and we're studying and acknowledging where we are behind and where we're losing ground. And I would say, hey, I've heard a different panel say, hey, it's over. China won. It's not over until we've won. So we are.
It's not over.
I started with almost $300 billion in EDF. We're deploying this quarter. We'll commit just over $60 billion. So we're getting this capital into big infrastructure projects. We're focused on affordability. We're focused on energy security and helping the country in that way. And it's a privilege to get to work with the team. I would say just to, every administration has their priorities. I think the last administration's priority was decarbonization. And with that, they exported jobs and industry and shut down plants, which is not a surprise. You make energy scarce, it'll get a lot more expensive. And what did we get in exchange for that? Like 1 or 2 points of fossil fuel use reduction on a global basis. It's a very bad trade. So I think we're data driven, focus on the right answer for affordability, reliability for the country. And I know we've got the capital to make a big dent and have a big start with this better direction in energy policy for the country.
So clear focus there on affordability, security. You touched on supply chains. So Jay, if I could bring you in. So J.P. Morgan founded the Security and Resilience Initiative, a commitment to deploy 1.5 trillion over 10 years along these themes, looking at unsecure sources of resources, of manufacturing, et cetera. Could you explain why now? Why this moment for your CEO, Jamie Dimon, to make this big commitment? And how is it for, this isn't a finance audience, so how is it different than what the finance industry or banking specifically does on a normal course?
Well, nice to be here with you and with Greg, and thanks for turning out. Jamie wrote an op-ed October 13th, 2025 in the Wall Street Journal where he talked about the world is a dangerous place and the world needs to take care of itself and you need to understand your supply chain and the issues that could stop you from doing all the things that you want to do. And as Greg mentioned, for a lot of things, that's energy. It's also supply chain, parts that you don't realize that you need until you understand your tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers and the things that can turn them off. So we've gone into 5 areas. I won't take you through, but it's a good read. He's a good writer. And basically almost every industry you start to find out has these issues. That's kind of the negative side of things. I think the positive side is that it's going to be a jobs boom. Everyone is going to start making manufacturing things in the U.S. from the pharma industry. You see it going on with robotics industry, and this is all coming. We were talking earlier. It's all coming as you have a wave of innovation, just an incredible wave of innovation. And the dollars are no longer millions, they're billions, and in some cases trillions. And so we're excited to be part of it. I think what's different about this is that we are partnering with state and federal government. We're going tomorrow, we're going to have a summit in Michigan. We're going to have 225 people representing 80 companies there as they make their plea to build in Michigan. And we're partnering with people like Greg to figure out how we can get money to companies that need money. And then we're also working around policy. What are the policies that we can put in place together that make it easier for us to finance and reduce the cost of capital for companies? So I think it's a time where we all kind of realize that whether it's defense, aerospace, energy independence, frontier technologies like 6G and the like, the U.S. and our allies have an amazing opportunity to do things we've never done.
And you touched on a number of industries there. You touched on the wave of innovation. Just powering AI alone, for example, is going to take trillions of incremental investment. These trends we face today are massively CapEx heavy, and so this is the space you're stepping into. But implicit in both of what you're saying is that the market is failing. The finance market is failing to finance companies that need financed or to do it fast enough, right? You're stepping into a gap, right? Could you give us some education for a non-specialist audience? What are the gaps in finance today that you're really trying to fill? Why isn't this happening on its own?
Yeah, so I think it's mostly happening on its own.
It is. It's mostly. He's right.
And so I think, and by the way, the government has no interest in displacing or disrupting our capital markets. One of the reasons we're the greatest country in the world is that we have a highly functioning capital market system where if you have a great idea and you're an entrepreneur, you can raise capital. You can go public, with JP Morgan, and uh, you can then, raise debt in the public markets. So if you're in a government office, you have to have a uh, need for capital, and that we have to establish that if we lend that capital, it will make the country more energy secure. It might happen faster, or it might be a bigger problem to solve than any single bank or group of banks would be willing to do. We can lend in my office at a cost of treasuries plus 3/8. We need to get the money back. So we can't lend at that cheap rate and then do venture debt. We have to assure ourselves that the money will be returned. But just as important as cheap debt is, we can also lend for up to 30 years. So if we're going to be financing a large scale nuclear reactor, they might have 100-year life. So we could lend for we could do a 30-year bullet. So I think we can do things that can help the market grow more quickly in ways that the private sector, including JP Morgan, wouldn't be willing to do. I don't know, Jay, if you're in the lend for 30-year bullet business, but I would be at treasuries plus 3/8. It's tough to duplicate that.
That would be tough. I'll leave that to you. But I think the other thing that's going on, to build on what Greg said, is you take a bunch of people and put them in a room and you say we can't make nuclear plants anymore, and people are like, well, hold on for a second, I don't accept that. What do we need? What do we need innovation wise, cost wise, supply wise, financing wise, and the like? So I really applaud what Greg and his team are doing. It's amazing to have somebody with his background in that job because he understands everything. And as a result, we're able to have conversations which are ongoing that are good for the United States of America. And they're good for our allies because a strong America is good for the world. And I really think that these difficult things, whether it's shipbuilding or building nuclear plants or some starter pharmaceuticals, these are things that we can fix. We can attend to these things, and part of it is going to be an abundance of energy. And so I would invite everyone in this room to join this effort to do these things here in America and with our allies. But I think that this is a time when the answer of no that has been going on for a while is turning into yes. And I think people are dreaming. I mean, 5 years ago, were you thinking about data centers in space? I wasn't. Maybe Tony was, but I wasn't. And so just think where we're going to be in 6 months or a year or the like. So we're trying to, another example is there are Series A and B companies that are raising money in sizes we've never seen. They're building stuff. They have inventory. We're trying to figure out ways to finance that inventory and partner with people like with Greg's doing. So I think just the whole idea that this has been set up to help finance sends such a message to people and such a positive aspect, and we're trying to partner with that.
And so, Greg, well, first I'll second the appreciation of you joining the government.
You should join. It's fascinating, rewarding, entertaining.
And it's a similar pay scale, I'm sure.
It's a pay to work job, but that's okay.
Well, there's a very significant sacrifice that goes with all of our public servants. So thank you for your service. Can we just to pick up on your last answer? Clearly you're stepping into you're providing products that the private market will not provide. At the same time, I've observed over many years now that there's a tendency in these programs to migrate towards safer investments, for good reasons, right? They want to return capital to taxpayers, at least not lose money. There's not a lot of incentive in a system to take risks. How do you ensure that you're not competing with private investment, and that really what you're doing is a multiplier to what your former employer would do, or KKR would do, or JPM would do?
Yeah, so I think first off, if it's just a regular down the fairway project and they end up in our office, and we know that it's financeable because there are comparable deals, across the board, we will suggest that they go to the private markets. But there are so many industries that we have lost ground because of our global competitors flooding the market. And you could name rare earth. You could look at what's happened in aluminum, as I mentioned before, or graphite. It's like there are many industries that are extremely cyclical, volatile, and where they're small enough that they're subject to the forces of other countries essentially flooding the market to gain market share, and that makes it really difficult for the public markets to want to finance those businesses, because can you survive a 5-year downturn if China floods a market? And so come to us we've evaluated about 60 critical minerals, metals, and processes, and want to bring them home and want to lend in a way that will allow the borrowing companies to set up business and survive a downturn while still being competitive, which I think is a better way to sort of protect, to onshore U.S. business. I think it's a better method than tariffs. I think tariffs raise prices across the board, but if we can end up with a loan document that is much more flexible than what the public markets would allow, well, then that's really what we're offering on the finance side.
And I'd just say that Greg has been great about reaching out and talking about, I don't need to do this, and if I just helped a little bit there, do you think everyone else would be able to unlock the larger financings? So I view that what they're doing, as much money as he has, it's compared to what's needed, it's a starter set, and I think that they're unlocking the ability for additional money to come in real size, which is helping create this tremendous opportunity set. So it's kind of an unlocking mechanism, and the money's being spent in a thoughtful, balanced way.
And maybe to pick up on what you were talking about there, and the sort of other forces, other externalities that weigh on these investments. So the big one, of course, would be Chinese dumping if you take the critical mineral space. Sort of a question on a variation for both of you. Greg, for you, how do you think about underwriting these investments that really are going to rely on additional policy instruments to help correct those market failures? In other words, just giving money to a company may not be enough, right? They may not be able to compete, whether that's because of regional carbon markets or global dumping or whatever it is. And Jay, maybe from your position, you're working across the U.S. government. This is a government that is in a Washington that is very divided. No doubt people have their own views on specific individual policies, but I don't think there's any question that the Trump administration is indeed, to use a phrase, moving at Trump speed to try to get deals done. They're willing to break some previous norms, to whether that's offtake agreements at DOW or whether that's Japanese and Korean financing at Department of Commerce. I wonder if you could, from your vantage point, what are some of the other major levers out there that the Trump administration is working on that really complement what Greg is doing on the financing side to give sort of a whole of government support for these critical supply chains?
Well, I think, first of all, a lot of this needs to go on. As companies plan 5-year, 10 years out, this has to go past any one administration. And I think some of it, and again, one of the things I think Greg's done a good job of, is getting out there and educating people about as much the threat, but more the opportunity. And so when you think about manufacturing and all the jobs that it's going to create, the energy required to do that, but then new cities are literally going to start to pop up when you spend these kinds of amounts of money on new things, the Micron facility, other things like that. If you spend $100 billion somewhere, you're going to need schools and people to cut hair and dentists and all of that. It's a job creator. And so what we see is a listening and an understanding of the capital markets and a listening to her to sort of say, how can we all work together to unlock these things, from pharmaceutical companies to car companies to 3D printing, additive manufacturing companies. When you put that desire to invent new stuff, you've got the energy required to do it, which is baseload energy, then that is what is unlocking not just energy. I think part of what Greg's doing is unlocking sort of an industrial revolution, not to use too strong a word, but kind of helping to unlock an industrial revolution. And we see that going on past any one given administration. It's very, very exciting for our clientele, and it should be exciting for everybody in the room.
Just make sure that, hey, we're open for business. We've got hundreds of people on the staff, and if you have a project that is beneficial to the country, if it can't be supported by a loan, maybe it could get a grant. Or if it's not appropriate for my office, hey, we're connected to Commerce and DFC, OSC. I think we collaborate on a daily basis with the other departments, and we all have the same mission. So it is not we want to get to yes, or we want to serve those that almost like in a client service way. We have a lot of capital, but we want to serve the country and be available to potential borrowers that are doing things that can benefit the country. So do not reach out. Like I'm on LinkedIn. You can find our email, but if you call or email, we will respond and tell you, hey, here's why we can have a hard look at your project, or here's a better option for you. That's really part of the job, is not to be a big mysterious government that is difficult to get a hold of, that you don't know what they're doing. We want to make it really clear. Anything that will benefit affordability, liability, onshore jobs, help us win AI, we're interested. I think the challenges we have, we want to be impactful. So if you have a tiny project that might benefit a few people, we probably won't do it. But if you have a project where we can invest, hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, we will have a hard look at it, and we will study the metrics you would hope that would look at is, hey, what will the impact of this project be on power prices or energy prices in the jurisdiction where we make the investment, or fertilizer or jobs. It's we're not just doing projects to benefit the sort of just allies of administration. We're studying impact and trying to deploy capital in those areas where it'll be most impactful.
Great. Last question. We only have a couple minutes left. Take a step back. Tell us something we don't know. So you're both seeing the energy system, and let's broaden that to supply chains as well. You're seeing across the whole space. What do you think is an underappreciated vulnerability or gap today that we're not talking about enough in Washington? And what are you going to do about it?
I think I'm proud to serve in the administration, and I'm serving essentially because I wholeheartedly agree with the energy policies that Secretary Wright talks about every day, and that's why President Trump chose him. So the narrative that we had 2 years ago, where we're just so focused on sort of climate alarmism, decarbonization, to now be focused on energy abundance, affordability, I think we're now awake. We can now, after decades of ignoring the job losses, the industry departures from the country, not really recognizing that energy abundance is needed for energy and national security. I would be surprised, like regardless of what happens politically in the future, I think that the reality of our circumstances now talked about and known and debated, and I think that's great progress for all of us.
I'd say anything's possible, and I think it's probable. So when you think about additive manufacturing, when you think about taking care of supply chains, when you think about new materials, new products, lower costs, abundant energy, these things are all available for us to do in this country and in the free world. I think that we get people in a room and say, here's why we can't build ships. We can build ships. We can figure out how to do this. And so I applaud what the government is doing. I applaud what the private sector is doing. I think people are coming together to try to solve these problems. And I think that we're now aware of the supply chain constraints and issues. We're now aware that we have the ability to do these things. And I think that when we look 6 months, 12 months, and beyond, I think our ability to do these things will actually be extremely practical. You'll be able to see these things happening in real life, parts being made, supply chains being strengthened, supply chains not even necessary in some cases. You take 3D printing, you may not need a supply chain if you can make it on site. So I'm just very optimistic about where all of this is going, where you've got capital, you've got smarts, and you've got desire and capability all kind of coming together just at the right time.
Jay, head of JPM Security Resilience Initiative. Greg Beard, head of the Energy Dominance Financing Initiative Office at Department of Energy. Thank you both for taking the time and for your service.
Thanks, Neil.
Thank you.
Chair, the next leadership conversation, the role of nuclear in the global energy landscape. Please welcome Distinguished Fellow at the Global Energy Center and Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security, Atlantic Council, the Honorable Daniel Poneman.
Why do I feel like we're weighing in for a boxing match? Well, cage fight? Yeah, cage fight. No cage here. So this is really a pleasure for me. I'm Dan Poneman, as you just heard, and it's my honor and privilege to introduce a great leader, and I can say a valued colleague and friend, John Wagner. John is the director of the Idaho National Laboratory. For those of you who do not know, the national laboratories are the crown jewel of American science. We have 17 of them, but the one that is dedicated most to civil nuclear is the Idaho National Laboratory. John has a bit over $2 billion of budget and a few employees, over 6,000. And we're going to kick this thing off because not only is Idaho the sort of belle of the ball in terms of civil nuclear, but we had a big week. Idaho National Laboratory is the cradle of new reactors. And those of you who were here yesterday heard Secretary Wright make an announcement about the first criticality by a private U.S. company in over 4 decades. John, what's happening out there? Tell us about it.
It's my pleasure to, and thanks to Atlantic Council for having me, and Dan. It's great to be here with you. It is really, really exciting times and really rewarding. I do want to say we're just at the beginning, but I do also want to put things in context, if I may. So throughout my entire career, we have been shutting down perfectly good nuclear power plants in this country for a variety of reasons. I'm happy to get into those, and have just not seen things come together the way that they are coming together now. Maybe we can get into that further, but At Idaho National Laboratory, we are the Department of Energy laboratory. We do a lot of different things like many national laboratories, but our primary mission space is nuclear. Quite frankly, that's why I'm in Idaho. I'm a nuclear engineer. But 52 different reactors have been designed, built, and operated on the site, but almost all of them were in the 60s, at the 50s and the 60s, a couple in the early 70s. So as you noted, it has been more than 40 years since a privately funded advanced reactor went critical. It's been more than 50 years since a new advanced reactor, a new novel reactor achieved criticality on our site. And so it's really exciting that we broke through that again. But again, I want to emphasize this is just the beginning. There are multiple other companies that we're working with, and some even, I mean, we're working with most of them, some even that we're not, that are racing towards demonstrating their systems, demonstrating the commercial viability of their systems on their pathway to commercial deployment. Our president set a goal last May through an executive order of achieving 3 new criticalities by July 4th of this year. Many people believed that was impossible. I've publicly said I was skeptical. We've got one down and a really good shot at achieving at least 3 by July 4th. So it's really exciting times.
I will confess too, when I read the executive orders, I was skeptical. We are not used to in the nuclear industry moving at what one might call Manhattan Project speed, but I think we have. But listen, to unpack this a bit, you know, because those of us who are cognoscenti are familiar with the terminology, and I'm going to make a shameless plug. The phrase criticality, as in my book, Going Critical, still available on Amazon.com. Thank you, thank you. Sorry,
Well done.
royalties forthcoming. Explain to us, and there's an audience globally here, what does this mean? What does it mean to go critical, and why is that a particularly significant threshold for the deployment of advanced nuclear?
Yeah, so we get this. I'm answering this question a lot lately, so hopefully I've got this actually pretty practiced, and not that I needed to, but a lot of people there's just not knowledge. It's not misunderstanding. It's just they don't know. What does it mean? Does this mean we're putting power on the grid? No. Okay. Is this a bad thing? No. So achieving criticality in the nuclear world, all that simply means is that you have a system. It's a configuration of nuclear materials and other materials in which for each fission reaction, I don't want to get too far down here, but each fission reaction generates 2.5 neutrons when the atom fissions. If one of those neutrons causes another fission, and on average 1.5 you lose, and then from that fission, one of those neutrons causes another fission. That's a self-sustaining chain reaction. That's a stable system that can generate power. So going critical means that we worked with this private company. Antares is the company that achieved criticality with us last Thursday. They configured their fuel in the reactor system in a way to demonstrate that it will achieve criticality, a sustained nuclear reaction. And this is a very, very key milestone on a development pathway of that technology to show that it's viable to go to the next stage, which would be power ascension, power operations, a variety of additional testing. And then from there, you would then proceed to power generation, meaning electricity or heat extraction and utilization.
Okay, John, so I want to dig in just a little bit further here because going back to the USS Nautilus, right, we had under President Eisenhower's leadership and the execution of the legendary Admiral Rickover, the deployment of nuclear power first on boats, on submarines, and then on carriers using the light water technology that is customary. And when they had some extra reactors, they gave them to Duquesne Light Company, and we had Shippingport, and the whole commercial fleet in the United States, now 94 reactors, also light water reactors. So help us understand, because now we have this new wave. You've talked about Antares. We have so-called 4th generation technology. They don't use light water coolants. They don't use low enriched uranium fuel. They use either a liquid metal like sodium, or could be lead, or they use molten salt or high temperature gas to go. Why? We already have a reactor design, and we'll come back to that. but just help us understand what is the buzz, what is the rationale for these advanced reactors? Are there intrinsic advantages to this fourth generation? Why are people looking at them and why are they so enthusiastic about them? And why do they come in small packages?
There's a lot of questions there, Dan. So let me start with reinforcing what you said about our current fleet of plants. They are light water reactor technologies, meaning the coolant is water. They date themselves back to the early development in the Navy. We have 94 operating reactors in the United States today. That provides about 20% of our electricity, and they just quietly do their job and provide power for 1 out of every 5 light bulbs, so to speak. They're proven technologies. We talk a lot about safety. People think a lot about safety in the nuclear realm. They are among the absolute safest technologies to generate energy from. If you don't believe me, go look at our world and data, and they're statistically indistinguishable from wind and solar, for example. So why change? So a couple of things are driving the change. And one other piece of context, when people talk about Gen 4 reactors, advanced reactor technologies, you hear SMRs, you hear a lot of this terminology. Actually, let me take a moment to just say something about terminology. Small modular reactors are being used to sort of as a terminology for all nuclear reactors. What I don't, if you take away terminology, I want you to think about our current reactors on the order of 1,000 megawatts each. Those are large reactors. I'd call those large gigawatt scale reactors. Small modular reactors are actually on the order of a couple hundred megawatts, in that range. Micro reactors, which I want to get to, are on the order of a few megawatts up to maybe 20 megawatts. Particularly when you think about microreactors, when I talk about microreactors, I think about reactors that can be completely built in a factory and then deployed and sort of just plugged in. So think about a Connex container type reactor. All that's to put in perspective that why advanced reactors, there are different market needs. Light water reactors have been developed for, at least in the United States, but it's pretty transferable globally, for grid scale electricity. We still have substantial demands for grid scale electricity, but 1 gigawatt at a time is a very large commitment for any utility or even a grid to take on. That led to development of small modular reactors, again, few hundred megawatt reactors. More modular construction, not completely built in a factory, but relying more and more on factory components and more on assembly at site. And so that's a strong focus both in the United States and elsewhere. Also within that category, there are other reactors that offer interesting advantages. I'll highlight TerraPower's Natrium reactor, paired with molten salt energy storage, pairs very well to address grid fluctuations and load following, so to speak. X-Energy has a partnership with Dow Chemicals because actually, I didn't hear the Secretary's remarks this time, but he talks a lot about how much of our energy needs is not electricity, it's heat. Process heat for industrial applications. And so that's why Dow Chemicals has teamed up with them. That's a high temperature reactor, high temperature gas reactor. But really when you think about it, it's like, what is the applications? Then with this high assay LEU, with these advanced reactors, what that gives you is more juice, so to speak, in a smaller environment, opening up the opportunities for even smaller reactors to have really significant opportunities to provide heat that otherwise wasn't possible in a big configuration, a big water configuration. Antares reactor that just went critical is a graphite moderated heat pipe, TRISO fueled. I know there's a lot of stuff there, but it's the part of the advanced technologies that enable it to be very small and to serve different applications.
One of the things you've mentioned fuel a couple times, John, and one of the things that was spoken about in the executive orders where Idaho again has unique expertise is not just the enrichment side of the fuel cycle, but the whole what we call the back end. In other words, plutonium-based fuels. Tell us about that aspect of the executive orders and Idaho's role in drilling down on that. When I was deputy secretary, we started the pyroprocessing study that you all were doing at Idaho National Laboratory. Help this audience understand that a bit better.
So happy to. And let me just, I'm sure not everybody is familiar with the executive orders as we are. So there were four. One was to reinvigorate testing in the national laboratories. There's three by July 4th as part of that. One was related to reforming the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. One was related to reinvigorating the industrial base. It's where we get into some of the recycling stuff. And one was related to advancing nuclear for national security applications. Very comprehensive set. Coming back to your question about recycling, many don't realize we actually invented recycling in this country. We actually moved forward with some commercial recycling in West Valley. And then we decided as a country that we weren't going to do that. And we changed our policy, and our policy was to not recycle commercial spent fuel. And I'll come back to that. By the way, I need to trade my vocabulary. We're now calling it used nuclear fuel because to indicate the value that's inherent in that material. But we decided not to. We decided we would just use the fuel and then dispose of the fuel. That has all been revisited, and policy is changing to promote the reuse of the valuable material, both uranium and other isotopes, plutonium you mentioned, and other isotopes that are in that material. You might say, wow, that's a big policy shift, and it is. I will say at Idaho National Laboratory, we've been recycling used nuclear fuel since well before I was born. And we do it today. What we do today is we recycle high enriched uranium out of used nuclear fuel from DOE-owned reactors. We downblend that material to the so-called high assay low enriched uranium, which basically means below 20 weight percent U-235 enrichment, and are making that material available for advanced reactor demonstrations. So what was waste is literally now being turned into a valuable commodity.
Fascinating. Always when I talk to you, I have more questions than time, and we're already running a bit short. So I want to get to some of the other things you mentioned. You said we still get 20% of our energy from our traditional light water reactor fleet. Been a lot of focus on sustaining that fleet. They've had life extensions. They may be adding up to a century now. What role does Idaho National Laboratory have in sustaining the existing fleet that is still so prodigious a source of carbon-free power for our country?
Yeah, so we have a significant role, but you know who has the most significant role? The utilities. So a shout out to utilities for how they're operating their reactors, the capacity factors. Nuclear has the highest availability of power of any energy source. Our fleet in the United States has been running for the last several years at 92% and plus capacity, which is incredible, and it's a testament to how they're operating the reactors. From a research and development side of this equation, what we've had is through the Department of Energy's Office of Nuclear Energy, we have something called the Light Water Reactor Sustainability Program. And I want to note that that program has transitioned significantly in recent years. Early years were focused on material degradation, material aging, questions around the extension of these reactors from their originally licensed period, which was 40 years, to 60 years. We call that license extension. Now we talk about subsequent license extension, taking it from 60 to 80 years. So what are the materials issues in our knowledge base to ensure that that's a safe thing to do? It's transitioned probably about 5-6 years ago to be more a focus on operational costs. Mm-hmm. All right. So once we understood those issues of material degradation and had the technical basis for extending them, how do we extend them from an economic standpoint, modernization, obsolescence of equipment that they were originally built for, inefficiencies in their operations, new fuels so we can run them longer between refueling. There's a whole plethora of research that we support with partners in that area.
Okay, so you mentioned partners. One of the things I think is great about what's happening now is it's not just localized. There are places like East Tennessee, like Idaho, like Hanford Reservation, very well established. But I know Idaho has also had a role in trying to bring nuclear to other parts of the country. I'm a Buckeye. I'm very happy what's happening in Southern Ohio now and Piketon and so forth. Tell us about what's happening in the rest of the country and what role does Idaho play in kind of assisting other communities in getting involved in something. If we're going to triple or quadruple our nuclear energy, it's going to have to be done on a countrywide basis.
For sure. And let me start with Idaho and move out from Idaho. So we're super excited because not just the reactor criticality last Thursday, but the ones that will follow. We expect in Idaho to have more than 5 new critical systems by the end of this calendar year, several within the next month or two. But it can't all just happen in Idaho. We need nuclear power across the country, across the globe. So it's great to see states like Wyoming with the TerraPower project in Kimmer, Wyoming, where what Pacific Corp is doing with TerraPower is currently it's a coal generation site. It's been converted some part to gas and then ultimately to nuclear. Down in Utah, our neighbors to the south, Governor Cox has an Operation Gigawatt to double that state's electricity by 2030, and they have multiple nuclear-related projects that are in the works going forward. States like you mentioned, Tennessee and Texas, are leaning in heavily for new nuclear. There's a lot happening all around the country, which gives me a much higher level of confidence that this is all going to actually happen. It's, when you think about is something going to happen, is it dependent on one thing or two things? We have a lot of diversity in companies, in interests, in states involved, and utilities involved to make this happen.
One of the executive orders we keep referring to talks about restoring American leadership on a global stage. So you've talked about what happens in the country. How should people think about Idaho National Laboratory and your cooperation with foreign partners, for example?
So I think the first one-liner I would like you to think is we're here to help. As a laboratory, on behalf of the Department of Energy, we don't have anything to sell. What we do a lot of is to help companies, help states, help countries understand the technology landscape. It can be kind of overwhelming. Okay, sodium cooled fast reactor, what the heck does that mean? Gas cooled reactor, what do all these things mean? What are they going to cost? What about the spent fuel? What about all these different things? We can help different entities understand those types of questions. Again, we're not going to be biased towards one or the other. We're going to be, I would intend, a factual, credible source of information to help companies. The Department of Energy routinely, Alicia Duncan leads that for the Office of Nuclear Energy, routinely asks us to just help people understand and see what these systems look like. My communications people don't love this, but I'd say I'll invite you all to come visit Idaho National Laboratory so that you can actually see what these facilities look like, see what spent fuel actually looks like. It's not green goo, and have questions answered by the experts that are working on it today.
I encourage all of our international partners to take John up on that. It's an outstanding offer. I just got back from Africa. They are really excited about working with Americans. I think that would be great. We are out of time, but I'm going to end with a question on everybody's mind, which is, what is there going on at Idaho National Laboratory that may not be widely known that we all should know about and help us understand why we should continue to be excited about the great work you're doing at Idaho?
So we've focused our conversations on nuclear. So I'm going to go off of nuclear. The work that we do for critical infrastructure security, control system cybersecurity is so important. And we should all care a lot about that. And then the fun fact, theoretically, I'm not going to say practically, theoretically, under our 890 square mile site in southeast Idaho, there are gigawatts of potential geothermal energy. So I'll leave with that one.
That's a good surprise. Please join me in thanking John, not only for today, but for all he's doing for our country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To continue the conversation on the role of nuclear in the global energy landscape, please welcome our next panel chair, Director of the Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative at the Global Energy Center, Atlantic Council, Jennifer Gordon.
Good morning, everyone. It is wonderful to be here. And of course, Dan Poneman and John Wagner are a tough act to follow, but I am really looking forward to perhaps doing a bit of a deeper dive on some of the threads that they introduced. And I'm delighted to introduce our panelists. Maria Korsnick is President and Chief Executive Officer of the Nuclear Energy Institute. Rafael Kasparov is Chief Executive Officer of Orlen Synthos Green Energy. Sung-Yul Lim is Senior Vice President of Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power Company. And Shinando Basu is the Director of Power at the Rockefeller Foundation. So, Maria, let's dive right in. John and Dan spoke a little bit about the 4 executive orders, and it's been just over a year since President Trump signed those executive orders on nuclear energy, creating a roadmap for nuclear deployment. What are some of the tangible results that we've seen as government and industry have worked together to implement that roadmap?
Well, thanks, Jennifer. My goodness, what a difference a year makes. Yeah, it has absolutely been a large focus and I'd say action focused for nuclear. So maybe just at a high level, some of the executive orders had to do with regulation. And so there's been a significant focus on the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. They've shown tangible, measured improvements. We can highlight those in a few minutes. In addition, there was interest in bringing some reactors critical by July 4th of this year. And I think you heard in John Wagner's discussion some details around that. And I think there's 10 companies that are actually going for it. One already went critical, and there's a few more in the pipeline. And I'll be honest, whether or not they make to the July 4th date or not, you can imagine that's just an impressive goal. The idea is to just have momentum, right? Move forward and make progress. In fact, I know some companies that said, I'm more interested in getting my whole reactor and my power plant built. I'm not going for criticality by July 4th, but they're still very much in the race. And so that's the reactor pilot program. I would say it's up and running, very healthy. Well, what happens when the pilot program ends? Well, they started the Launchpad, the Launchpad program, and that's going to be the follow-on from the reactor pilot program. Also in the executive orders, there was 10 large reactors listed, and there's been lots of conversation, lots of progress, some announcements. You heard maybe from Department of Energy and others talking about placing long lead item order. I do expect maybe in the next months ahead, perhaps we'll hear a little bit more about that. And so, really sweeping changes that we have seen significant progress on. So what it tells you is those executive orders weren't just words on paper. They were really intended to push, and they have pushed across the board. I've talked a lot about the private sector, but the government itself was involved. So you've seen the Army make announcements about things they're doing on microreactors, the Navy talking about trying to get onshore power from some of their reactors as well. And Air Force as well. I think they made announcements with Westinghouse, Antares, and Radiant. And so, you're really seeing significant progress. And so what's the what of that? Well, the private sector, the investment sector, they're really taking notice of this, right? They're taking notice of the level of innovation and progress that's being made. And part of that is supported by what I mentioned before, the regulatory progress. In the past, really, we had regulation that was written for large light water reactors. And so, yes, you could license things that weren't that, but it was arduous. The regulation, you needed to take exceptions or make other things happen because it sort of wasn't natural. And that's changed now, right? Part 53 has made it through the rulemaking process. That's non-light water reactor technology. And Part 57 is in its final comment phase now. Part 57 geared more towards the smaller micro reactors. So it's not just that the innovation is happening. It's not just that new things are being invented. It's that the regulation is keeping up with that, and you're able to take those great ideas and commercialize them. So lots of good stuff happening.
Maria, thank you so much. What an excellent overview of everything that's happened in the last year, especially on domestic U.S. nuclear energy policy. And I think one of the things that we try to emphasize here at the Atlantic Council is the importance of the domestic nuclear energy policy landscape and then how that relates to international civil nuclear cooperation. And we try to really draw a line between the domestic and the international. So, Rafael, I'm so pleased to go to you. Please give us a bit of an update on the Poland SMR project and what are some of the milestones you've achieved since you were here last year, and what are you looking forward to?
Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning. So first, SGE is European platform for BWX300 development. We not do things only in Poland. We are present in several European countries, and this is what we do. We try to create products, licensing, environmental impact assessments, standard design for several countries. So we build a scale, we build ability for repetition, for standardization, and because we invested in standard design together with TVA, OPG, and GE Hitachi in 2022, we already are ready to deploy and provide license to construct for Polish regulator and also in other countries. So we're planning to do this next year. Poland is first on our map, but not only. And with important milestones, we almost completed preliminary safety analysis report. We're ready with the 50 Hertz. So the European Code and Standards, we signed in February this year, FEED agreement with GE Hitachi. So we do Polish design for generic power plant with BWX300. We go forward. I think also it's important that we ready to submit application for contract for differences in the European Union. We have such strange instruments in Europe which replace, let's say, PPAs or other form of bankability. It's government European Union granted agreement called contract for differences, and we're going to apply next week for contract for differences for the fleet of reactors in Poland, 14 units.
Amazing. And first of all, I love that you're thinking about this regionally. I feel like every time I'm in Central and Eastern Europe, whether it's Poland, whether it's anywhere else, I was just in Croatia in April, you're always the talk of the town. And I also really love that you're thinking about this on a fleet scale level rather than ones and twos, which I think is just so important. Sanyal, I'd like to go to you. If you recall, about a year ago exactly, I had the privilege of going to visit Seoul nuclear power plant, which was just absolutely incredible. Give us a sense right now of KHNP's nuclear energy priorities in the Republic of Korea.
Okay, thank you for the question, Jennifer. And Seoul is a very unique place. There are 4 units of nuclear power plant. 2 is under operational, 1 is under commissioning, and 1 is on the final stage of the construction. And you can see what's going on in Korea for the nuclear business and what's behind the miracle of the Desert Baraka project. Because Unit 1 and 2 is the reference plant for the Baraka project. And it is very close to the biggest Korean harbor city, Busan. So you can enjoy Korean cuisine there. If you haven't, that's a good excuse for your second visit. Going back to your question, so Korean government, like 10 years ago, was not really anti-nuclear, but unfriendly to nuclear. But now the sentiment in government is changing. Like any other countries in Europe, some countries abandoning nuclear power, but now they are back to the game. And in US, of course, there's a bipartisan support for the nuclear project. Korean industry has two unique characteristics. First is it's really focusing on manufacturing, like semiconductors, Samsung Electronics, and SK Hynix, and shipbuilding, and automobile, and chemicals, and refineries. So those industries consumes a lot of electricity. And second, Korea is very much export driven. So that means those products should have cost competitiveness. And of course, the price of the electricity means a lot to those outcomes. So this government, in line with any other countries, realized that nuclear power is a must to go. And so we, Korean government, announced every 2 years electricity supply and demand plan. And the 11th plan was finalized last year, and it includes 2 large-scale nuclear power plants and 1 SMR. That doesn't mean a lot compared to US, 10 units by 2030, but the demand of the electricity of Korea is 1/10 of US, so this is a lot. And the portion of the electricity from the nuclear will increase from 30% to 35%, so that's a big increase. And other than that, Korean government is also focusing on developing SMR. We have our own SMR model, which is ISMR, Innovative SMR. We are kind of behind the other front runners like NuScale or TerraPower or X Energy. But still, our government is believing that the success story that we got from large scale can be applied to this SMR. We have a very strong supply chain, and we have strong leadership in project management, which is mainly on KHNP. So the government is trying to online ISMR on mid-2030s. Another focus of the government is exporting our technology. We signed a contract with Republic of Czech Republic last year, and we are trying our best to award a following deal in Temelín, Czech Republic. So that's main goal in nuclear business in Korea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's really so important in the US. Obviously, we keep an eye closely on our own domestic nuclear energy policy, but also very important for us to closely follow domestic nuclear energy policy in the countries of our partners and allies around the world. And Sung-Yul, as you know, as much as I also love visiting nuclear power plants in Korea, I love the cuisine as well. Shenando, I want to go to you, and I believe this is your first Global Energy Forum with the Atlantic Council, so welcome. And it's also only fairly recently that the Rockefeller Foundation has started to take a serious look at the potential for nuclear energy to deliver reliable, affordable, and clean power to developing economies. And you worked on a major report at the end of last year on the role of nuclear energy. So why is it that you've started looking so seriously at nuclear energy in such an in-depth way?
Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, and it's really wonderful to be here. So let me answer this in a couple of parts here. So first of all, why philanthropy, and then secondly, why RF, right? So nuclear energy, as many of you know, versus or as compared to other sources of energy, requires a lot more coordination from a very diverse set of players, right? And so you need coordination from governments, policymakers, technical experts, private sector, et cetera. And so philanthropy is, as a sector, uniquely positioned to convene all of those different players from all of these places, right, as a neutral party. The second is YRF. And so let me start by saying that everything that we are doing out of the power portfolio at the Rockefeller Foundation is centered around universal energy abundance. Universal energy abundance being the notion that populations all around the world deserve access to energy cheaply, affordably, universally, right? Version of this would be energy dominance, which we've been hearing a lot about here, of course. But it's really another version of that, right? And so we believe that nuclear energy really has the ability to deliver a step change in the availability of electricity, right? I just got back from Kigali, where they had a nuclear energy conference, a nuclear energy innovation summit for Africa. And one of the biggest things that I heard there was that a lot of these African countries are seeing nuclear energy as a major enabler of industrialization, right? These countries want to be able to process their minerals locally. They want to build data centers. They want to have the ability for sovereign AI. They want to be able to build out, petchem facilities, aluminum smelters, all of these things, and these all require energy and specifically baseload energy, something that just wind, solar, and batteries right now, just given the technological limitations, cannot deliver on. So let me tie this back to your report, the report that you brought up earlier. And yeah, this is something that we were all very proud of coming out of Rockefeller last November. And one of the things that the report was very careful to point out was that wind, solar, batteries are actually complementary to nuclear, right? When you have stable, non-emitting baseload generation, not only is that better for energy systems as a whole because it guarantees reliability and a whole host of other benefits, but it improves capacity factors for renewables. And so for the philanthropic sector especially, many players have been resistant to nuclear and they've been very pro-renewables, and that's fine and that's great, and we should continue supporting wind and solar and batteries. But nuclear is important because all of those types of assets stand to benefit significantly when you have stable baseload generation.
That's just absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for that overview, and couldn't agree more, both in terms of everyone deserving the right to access affordable, reliable power, and also nuclear energy complementing other energy sources as well. Maria, I'd like to go back to you. You mentioned and talked a little bit about the regulatory space. And obviously, a lot is changing rapidly in that space over the last year and continuing to change. Um, in your opinion, is nuclear regulation happening too slowly, too quickly? Is it just right? And do we currently have the tools that we need to license new designs?
Great, thanks, Jennifer. We talked about the executive orders. One of those executive orders talked about a wholesale revision at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And just to, maybe kind of put some context around that, they're going to do 28 rulemakings this year. Typically, a rulemaking in the past would take a few years, probably 3, maybe even 4 years. We're going to do 28 rulemakings in the span of this year. They'd like them finalized for the most part by the end of the year. Likely, some of that's going to go into the beginning of next year. This is affecting about 10,000 pages of regulation. So I just wanted to give people a view of just how large, how massive that this is. And so on one hand, you'd say, oh my gosh, right? How can you even do that? Well, they've broken it down into these 28 steps. And we are very much engaged as soon as one of these rulemakings come out. We're obviously going quickly through it and getting it out to our membership. We have about 300 members that span the entire value chain for nuclear. So we can get kind of a quick read on the good, bads, and uglies of whatever the challenges are and provide that feedback on behalf of the whole industry to the NRC. So I can tell you we're very intimate with these regulatory changes and we've been very busy on this final side of that, I would say, and we're very pleased. And so the NRC staff is working very, very hard, but we're really appreciative of what they're producing. So I would say, again, and we're right in the thick of it, but the standard for safety remains very high. And there are ways to make things more efficient. An example of that, and we submitted a paper to them a year ago on how to take about a 5-year process and turn it into about a 6-month process. And lo and behold, Part 57 recently came out for comment, and it does just that. So it's really made for the micro reactor or say, smaller size reactors. And in under 6 months, you should be able to license something like that, given that it meets all the different criteria. And I'm not going to go into all of those details. There's, of course, a lot of caveats that you have to meet. I just want you to feel how fundamentally different that it is right now, to say that they've gone through a culture change, and that the staff is sort of very aligned and very much on board, that being efficient is part of the equation. And I think they're doing a really good job. So we're about, I want to say, maybe halfway through ish of the total number of rulemakings, and really like what we're seeing. Now, we're not waiting for everything to be done. Already you see fantastic data points, right? Kairos Power, X Energy, TerraPower, all have seen products, whether those are construction permits or license reviews, all ahead of schedule. And on the current fleet, there was a subsequent license renewal, meaning a license renewal taking that plant from 60 years to 80 years of operation. It was the Duke plant, Robinson Unit 2, and that was completed in 12 months. And the standard prior to that had been 18 months. And so already you're seeing tangible results, things happening ahead of schedule, 3 months ahead of schedule, 9 months ahead of schedule, really significant improvements. And so I think, again, as I mentioned, yeah, we could have licensed a non-light water reactor with the regulation the NRC had 4 or 5 years ago, but it was cumbersome. And now they're putting things in place that make it much easier. It's much more appropriate and applicable to the problem statement that you're looking at. And so I couldn't be, say, more proud of the NRC staff in terms of the volume of work that they're doing, the attention that they're paying to it, and then likewise to the industry, very quickly providing comments. We have about a 30-day turnaround for most of these. Sometimes we get 45 days on these. So the whole engine is going very quickly, but very pleased with the results.
Maria, thank you so much. And I think, as you said, so important to emphasize that efficiency and safety can both help each other. And so what's efficient can be more safe, and what's safe can be more efficient. Rafael, we've talked a lot about de-risking new nuclear projects. How are you thinking through the financing issues around your projects?
So first, the most important thing is that the mechanism to organize bankability of the project in European Union is based on the contract for differences, which I mentioned before. They granted by the government with the notification of European Union. They set up a price, a strike price, for 60 years. So that's a fundament for the project bankability. As a private organization, we finance our stage of development of the project with the private equity. But on the long term, the construction phase, we need to have a contract for differences granted. So the risking project is mostly based on the government guarantees, the price and offtake coming from CFD's mechanism. That's the first thing. Second, I would say prices are our best opportunity. We have highest natural gas prices in the world, in Poland. We have highest prices of electricity. So if we will be able to deliver base load, let's say in the average price around 130 euros per megawatt hour, we're still much below current energy prices in Poland. And I'm not even mentioning increase of consumption of AI data center electrification. I'm talking about the replacement of the baseload for next 1 or 2 decades, which is required in Poland and other Central European countries. So this mechanism, they, let's say, push us the safety and the green part of the financing. The risking project, I think that's very important also. It will also come with the nuclear liability solution, which is CNC convention required by the United States. And we already applied to our European Union, Polish government to become the part of this convention.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for that overview. Sung-Yul, we talk a lot about the need to strengthen the nuclear supply chain and the industrial base, especially in the United States. How can KHNP and Korea's nuclear industry help with these efforts?
Okay, thank you for the question. I don't need to repeat the executive order, and I knew it, but I witnessed that Maria is the strongest driving force behind nuclear new build in U.S. But still, there are some things that should be breakthrough in U.S., which is supply chain issue. And I found that according to the NSI report, the number of the U.S. nuclear component suppliers has declined by more than 80% since the late 1980s, and the number of companies holding ASME N-type certifications has also decreased by more than 78%. So after the TMI accident, and maybe, of course, there's a recent nuclear new build project, but I think not many people are witnessing some success story in that. So that's the reason of this declining supply chain. But contrast to that, in Korea, we build the construction of the first nuclear power plant in 1971, when the Starbucks opened the first cafe at Seattle on that year. So, but without any serious interruption, we build nuclear power plant again and again and again. So we have a very strong and sound supply chain of almost 1,000 companies. And in Korea, we can, most of the component, almost 100% can be made in Korea. But I think maybe like in 10 years, in some ways, I hope not, but the landscape in US and Korea will be opposite. Because, Korea is not big country like US. The size of the Korea is almost the half size of the average US state. But we already have 26 units up and running, and more are coming. So I don't think there are not many rooms for the nuclear new build. But in US, of course, we are expecting a nuclear boom. So there's a gap between US and Korea, but that should be filled with some kind of bridge strategy. I want to call it reverse localization, step-by-step approach. Until now, as far as I know, like ultra-scale forging and some kind of welding and major equipment and heat treatment is not possible in US, but it is done by mostly design and ability and many manufacturing companies in Korea. But those kind of capabilities can be transferred to US, maybe through some kind of JV or M&A or things like that. And we should give a serious thought on it. And one good story is that Secretary Rotnick and Minister Kim Jong-kwan of Korea mentioned that this $20 billion investment could be utilized in nuclear projects. So I think utilizing those capital, we can restore the capability in US about the supply chain issue. And we, KHNP, has strong supply chain and very close relationship with the supply chain. So we can cooperate with US about supply chain issues.
Thank you so much. Such a fascinating notion of the reverse localization, and I think we'll all be watching to see if some of the mechanisms that you mentioned, like JVs and M&As, come to pass. So really, really fascinating. Shenandoah, I'd like to go back to you. What do you see as some of the most significant challenges to nuclear energy deployment in developing economies?
So yeah, having been at the Nuclear Energy Summit in Africa last week, I think the thing that came up again and again over the days was the cost of capital. that is by far the biggest challenge for financing any sort of future asset, right? The cost of capital is expected to make up at least 60 to 70% of any future nuclear project in really any of these middle-income countries. Now, that being said, yeah, I mean, some of these African countries, like Ghana especially, which is quite advanced, about halfway through phase 2 of the IAEA milestones process, they remain very serious about wanting to hopefully build a nuclear asset sometime in the next decade. But in order for them to really make this a reality, unlocking financing from the MDBs is going to be essential. We've seen the World Bank, of course, lift their ban. And so I think right now it's mostly a waiting game. It's not really a question of if, but rather when the other MDBs will follow and hopefully open up the doors for nuclear finance. This is going to be a major issue. The second, I would say, most important thing that is also happening in parallel is all of the ecosystems building and systems enablement. And that is exactly what we are hoping to do from the philanthropy side, like I was saying before, around convening all these stakeholders together so that we can make sure that we have the right sort of regulatory frameworks in place, that we can facilitate building trade agreements, facilitate even technology sharing from countries like yours and Poland, right? These are exactly the sorts of things that we want to help facilitate so that when it does come time to actually, say, maybe commission a test reactor in 7, 8, or 9 years, maybe, that all of those other pieces are ready to go.
Thank you so much. And also, we're keeping a close eye on all of these issues as well. And hoping that all the right people get into the right rooms and deal with the issues that you've just addressed. Maria, you mentioned the reactor pilot program, and of course, John Wagner did as well. And last week, we saw the Antares reactor go critical at Idaho National Laboratory. What are some of the other developments that you are watching, and what will indicate to you that the industry is on the right path to rapid and at-scale deployment?
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I'd like to build off a couple of comments that I heard both of you just say, and specifically on the supply chain that he mentioned. If you could just step back, and I think Rafael probably feels this maybe more directly in the seat that he sits in, this is a large-scale nuclear build-out globally. So as much as we talk about the U.S. because we live here and we're doing a lot of things, it's everywhere. And I need everybody to feel just how big this is. We need all of the supply chain that you can bring to bear in South Korea and then some. So I do agree that there's going to be a significant partnership between the US and South Korea, probably other nations and South Korea. I just came back from India. India is also very much turning to nuclear power as we are trying to get to 400 gigawatts, as you see in those executive orders. India is trying to go from 8 gigawatts to 100 gigawatts in roughly the same time. I think they want to get there by 2048. And we should embrace that India is interested in nuclear and be helpful to them. But I need everybody to feel it's not just that we're building out nuclear, it's that we're building it out everywhere all at once. Okay. And so the idea of supply chain and getting it going and getting it building. I was just in Doosan's maybe 6 months ago. I was there in South Korea and saw their fabulous factory. You should be so proud of the technology that you have there and the abilities that you have. But I really just want to give the understanding and appreciation of just sort of how many countries are interested in nuclear, and it could be large, medium, or small. In fact, that's the biggest thing for nuclear right now, is that when we were only large, when we were only gigawatt size, you couldn't be an answer in a remote village. You couldn't be an answer in a very dry place because you needed a large water supply, for your technology. You couldn't be in a lot of different places, and so nuclear was not thought of as a solution set. But now we are large, we are medium, we're really small. All of a sudden, there is a nuclear for you, no matter what it is you're doing. You want to go to outer space, and so you need something very small, there's a nuclear there for you. You want to do something in a very remote place, maybe mining, somebody mentioned, Absolutely. There's a nuclear for you. You can have a nuclear that just powers your business, or you can have nuclear, obviously, that powers the grid and take that off of the grid. So I would say the fundamental change that's happened is the fact that there's a tool in the toolkit for a variety of solution sets, and that's all coming to the market literally right now. So when you say, what are we looking at over the next year? Well, we're going to be looking for announcements. There's going to be announcements about large things, there's going to be an announcement about medium things, and there's going to be an announcement about small things. And so I think you're going to begin to see the population of these data sets. What's that going to do? That's going to send a signal to supply chain that says, you know what, we're serious about this. And now people are going to start to understand timelines of how serious and how quick. And it's not going to be, I want one of those or two of those. It's probably going to be more like, I want 10 of those, or I want 5 of those, or I want 5 over there. So that volume sends that signal to supply chain. It also sends that signal to workforce, because there's going to be a lot of workers that are needed, some in factories, because the little ones will get in factories. And the medium size and the larger size are going to be more put together at a site, even if they're modular, put together at a site. So think of construction and mechanics and electricians and boilermakers and welders and all that stuff. Where are we going to get them from? Well, they're going to come from a lot of places. Right now, I would tell you, if you talk to the unions, their apprenticeship membership is at its highest since the 1950s. And why is that? Well, because we're building some things, mostly data centers. So as those data centers get built, we're training electricians and welders and mechanics. Now, when you put out that nuclear project, we're pretty attractive because it takes us a little bit longer to build a nuclear plant than it does a data center. So we have jobs that last longer. We generally pay very well. And so in a bit, we're kind of starting the supply chain on the people side right now by some of the data center build out. We're going to need to continue that. And then, of course, we need 2-year degrees, 4-year degrees. We need sort of all kinds. And so we know that that's coming. We know that we need that labor force. The part that kind of kicks that off goes back to that order book. So I think you're going to see over the next year and the next 2 years a significant change in the order book. So it makes everybody see and feel what's coming. And I think that kicks off supply chain and workforce engagement.
Maria, thank you so much. I think we're all looking forward to those anticipated announcements and to all of the knock-on effects that you mentioned. Rafael, before you spoke a little bit about the Central Eastern Europe and everything that you're doing in the region. What does success in the region look like to you?
Success in the region is to replace baseload, which will be decommissioned on the massive scale in Central Europe. So just in Poland, we're going to decommission 20 gigawatts of coal-fired plants, and the country will require to have at least more than 20 gigawatts on the beginning of 30s of new baseload. So in this case, success it will be the possibility to build with the fleet approach to build several units on, let's say, 2-3 sites in Poland on the beginning of 30s, because that's a requirement from the market. A great success may be cooperation we already established between countries. We don't believe really in nuclear regulatory harmonization. We are very realistic with this, but it's what is feasible is advanced cooperation between regulators and ability to recycle knowledge, documents, information which we already developed. This is what we do. And I believe that it definitely will help to deploy not just in one country or in several countries a fleet of reactors. So from the energy security perspective, I think it's important to understand that all region is already cut from the natural gas from Russia. It's cut from the many countries just don't have any access to the natural gas. You know, Hungary, they don't have a harbor even, so that Czech Republic is in similar situation. So it's really difficult to increase consumption of natural gas for the electricity production. And there is no more coal-fired plants in many countries. Poland is last in the region. And the only solution, it may be nuclear. With the large nuclear projects, it's great, but we don't have that much time. So in the beginning of 30s, it will be an incredible situation in Central Europe with the really increasing the energy demand because there is so much industry. We're going forward with the economy and really limited supply of electricity. And there is additional factor. It's not only electrons to the grid, it's also about the heat. All Central Europe has a district heating. In case of Poland, we consume 55 gigawatts thermal and only Warsaw has 4.6 gigawatt thermal district heating plant. So we need to have more combined heat and power, and to supply even a small part of this, it will be incredible success.
Thank you so much. And I think we're all watching closely and looking forward to announcements coming out of the region as well. Sungyul, you've obviously had tremendous success on the UAE Barakah nuclear power project. Now you're working with the Czech Republic. What are some lessons learned that you would share with newcomer countries?
Okay, I had the privilege to be the member of the bidding team for the Barakah project in year 2009. And I've also led bidding team for the Czech Republic for 4.5 years. And so there's the lessons learned. Maybe I have a skepticism in my DNA. So when I was in Barakah bidding team, I thought, is it possible to award the deal? And we did it. And is it possible to build it on time and on budget? And we did it. But at that time, I maybe overlooked our experiences. I mean, the reference plant that I mentioned at the first question, Seoul Unit 1 and 2, was constructed in parallel with the UA project. So that in that project, not much experience was accumulated, but OPR 1000, which APR 1400 was evolved from, we have 10 units of that nuclear power plant. So we accumulated a lot of experiences. So those experiences is a key to the success. So repetition and maybe fleet approach is the key for the nuclear project. And especially because we need to be in line with LNG or renewables. So reducing the cost of the construction of the nuclear new build is a key for the success. And second one from the Barakah project is that comprehensive support from the government is very essential. Nuclear power project is not just EPC project. It needs a lot of human resource development and regulatory framework and the development of the safety culture and sovereign support, not only just financially, but also for the industry-wide support. So those are main factor for the success of the Barakah project. And third one is we need the industrial support and community support. We awarded Czech Republic, but the Czech Republic already has 6 units of nuclear power plant, Russian type. So they are not familiar with, of course, Korean type nuclear technology, but we try our best to be the part of the ecosystem of the nuclear industry in Czech Republic. We had a partnership with 300 companies in Czech Republic. And for the community support, we sponsored ISAC team, local ISAC team, and we did volunteer activities for the community. So they became a big supporter for the KHNP. And those kind of things, wherever it is a very key factor for the success of the nuclear project.
Sungyul, thank you so much for those lessons learned, and I like your skepticism maybe turning into optimism. And Shenando, I'd like to stay kind of on that same theme. Your report talks about an optimistic nuclear scenario and a pessimistic nuclear scenario, and we have 3 minutes left, so no time for pessimism. What needs to happen? What needs to happen for the optimistic scenario to take place?
I fully agree with you. There is definitely no time for pessimism and only optimism. And so that is actually precisely why Rockefeller partnered with Temasek Trust and Oppenheimer to create the Global Coalition for Nuclear Philanthropy. This is something we announced just a few weeks ago in Singapore, and we're all very excited about. And this is really meant for philanthropy to present a united front so that we can really come together and address this issue of nuclear in the energy space head on. And so what we're hoping to do with the creation of this is to do 4 different things, right? So one is to grow the field. We want to grow the field and make sure that we're including all different players. And I'm just looking at my notes here so I get this right. The second is going to be to build the case, right? To build data-informed, grounded narratives that really make sure to include national priorities and taking into account local context, right? The third is around bankability. I just talked about cost of capital and making sure that we include MDBs. That's going to be absolutely critical for really opening up the pools of capital for making this possible, right? For all of these things possible. And the fourth is around governance and making sure that we have the right institutions setting the right sorts of safety standards, making sure that we have the right policies in place, and again, coordinating all of those kinds of things from the philanthropic side. And so I'm optimistic that by coming together and forming this coalition that we'll be able to accomplish a lot of these things.
Well, thank you so much. It's a wonderful call to action. And I want to thank the 4 of you for everything that each of you are doing to deploy nuclear generation at scale, at speed. Your work is just incredible. And please join me in thanking our panelists.
To deliver keynote remarks on the golden age of nuclear, partnership, delivery, and energy security, please welcome Permanent Secretary of the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Jonathan Brearley.
Well, hello everyone, and just to say it is a real honour to be able to speak to you today from the UK's Department of Energy, Security and Net Zero. Now, before I get into some important energy matters, there is one other important matter I want to clear up. I hear you guys have the World Cup coming, it's very soon, so I want to say I'm looking forward to coming back in a few weeks' time to celebrate England's victory. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the history of English football, as we call it, the real football, by saying that, I've doomed the England team and there's no chance of us winning. Now, I do want to say it's been a fantastic trip so far to Washington, and I've met with a number of colleagues across government and industry. And the biggest thing that I feel I've taken away so far is that although we have a different context, and in some ways we have a different approach, actually, there are many, many shared interests between the United States and the United Kingdom on energy policy. And it is really important in an ever-changing and risky world that we build on that partnership. So my big message actually beyond nuclear power is that the UK is open for business and keen to work with you all. But I don't think there is a better example of where we can collaborate and where we can cooperate than nuclear power. It's 70 years since the UK began constructing our first commercial nuclear power plant, Calder Hall in Cumbria. And at the same time, our American partners were busy building similar plants in Virginia, Pennsylvania, and elsewhere. And in the years that followed, we worked side by side with partners across the world to drive the civil nuclear industry forwards. Back then, nuclear power was the future, a bright and shining beacon that promised cheap, clean and reliable energy to meet rapidly growing demand. But that growth largely stopped during the 21st century as nuclear production leveled out at around 10% of global electricity production. And today, after a relatively difficult recent period, and let's face it, a number of stops and starts for this industry, I'd like to suggest that the stars have aligned for a global revival of nuclear energy. And that is largely owed to the joint efforts of the UK and the US. But first, I think it's important to reflect on the context we're operating in. Whether you're in Washington, London, Paris, or Tokyo, the issue of energy security is right at the top of the agenda. Back home, and my background is from the regulator where I saw this firsthand, ordinary working people have seen their energy bills go up dramatically as a result of spikes in the fossil fuel markets because of major geopolitical events. Now, as you know, our government's view is the best way to strengthen our energy security and protect bill payers is by swapping our dependence on unstable global markets instead for secure homegrown energy. And that's why we set the ambitious target of delivering clean power by 2030. Now, we are lucky in the UK. Many of you know we have unsettled weather. We have lots of wind. We have, believe it or not, some sun. So we have abundant renewable energy resources. And we know we want to utilize those, but we are also realistic. There are days, particularly in Britain, where the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing, so renewable energy alone will not be enough. And that really is why nuclear power has an essential role to play as the stable, low-carbon baseload we need to keep our lights on and support our economy. Now, that's why we've committed almost £17 billion to deliver the most ambitious programme of new nuclear in a generation, kickstarting what my Energy Secretary likes to call our new golden era for nuclear. My department is responsible for turning this vision into a reality, and this is something that we're seeing across the world. More and more nations, as you've already heard today, are reawakening to the role nuclear power can play in strengthening energy security, driving growth and creating a generation of skilled jobs, and also supporting the development of new technologies across the economy. Demand is also shifting. Industrial clusters are growing and data centers, as we all know, are seeking reliable, low-carbon, secure power. As I began by saying, for the first time in decades, the conditions for a global nuclear revival have converged. We have political will, we have commercial appetite, we have the right policy frameworks and a shared geopolitical imperative to end the dependence on Russian supply chains. We saw the effect of that convergence last September. Over $100 billion of potential investment announced during the President's state visit across reactors, fuels, and regulation. The question now is how can we turn this alignment into continued delivery and realise nuclear's full potential in the 21st century? There are really three parts to our answer: regulation, fuel, and partnership. Let me start with regulation, because this is where investment decisions are ultimately made. We know the UK has been a comparatively slow and costly partner for nuclear projects, and the process for foreign investment has been fragmented. So we are totally reforming the regulation around nuclear projects to create the right conditions of growth. We launched the Nuclear Regulatory Task Force last year, which made 47 recommendations to support the delivery of nuclear at every stage of its life cycle. We are now in the process of implementing every one of those recommendations as we build a nuclear industry that begins to focus on outcomes instead of process. I've been talking to many people in the US about the similarities between our regimes and how we can work together to make sure we do speed up our regulatory frameworks. We're also changing the framework of our nuclear regulator so that licensing process becomes more efficient too. For developers, that means joining the UK market will become much simpler. This year, we also published the Advanced Nuclear Framework for privately funded nuclear projects, providing industry with clear guidance on joining the UK market. NRC approvals are becoming increasingly portable into the UK system too, which means that US developers can avoid duplicating their efforts, and developers will no longer need to engage with multiple bodies separately. Real projects are already benefiting from these reforms, including our agreement with Rolls-Royce SMR to produce our first fleet of small modular reactors, as well as our US advanced reactor engagement. The second part of my argument concerns fuels, because we can't have energy security without a secure fuel supply, and that is most definitely the case with nuclear. We believe uranium-based fuels, HALEU and LEU, offer the most scalable and responsible path to the next generation of nuclear reactors. These fuels support the widest spectrum of future technologies while also deploying safely in the widest range of countries. However, only Russia and China currently produce HALEU at scale, and that is a strategic vulnerability for all of us, which is why we are building our own capability, investing £300 million into our HALEU program. This program supports the infrastructure needed to operate a modern fuel cycle through transport, regulation and skills, as well as deconversion and enrichment at Urenco's plant in the UK. This program delivers something new in the global market, a fully integrated, commercially viable Western HALEU supply chain capable of supporting both UK deployment and international demand. This will strengthen our own energy security through sovereign fuel capability, but it's equally about shaping a global market, creating an exportable product, rebuilding those lost supply chains, and enabling advanced reactor deployment across allied economies. My final point is about the partnerships we are building. They can't be purely transactional business deals. This is about driving economic growth and strengthening energy security. The Atlantic Partnership for Advanced Nuclear Energy shows that our nuclear relationship is about more than commerce. It is about strategic trust, shared standards, and underpinning both nationally and global security. Our joint efforts with the IAEA to recover HEU from Venezuela is just a case in point. Together, skilled teams from the UK and the US recover nuclear materials from a shutdown reactor, materials which could have posed a very significant security risk if they fell into the wrong hand. As nuclear power evolves, we have a shared responsibility to continue ensuring growth and security advance together. We're not only cooperating in nuclear fuels, we are also cooperating in fusion. Now, sadly, I am old enough to know that when someone mentions fusion, it's always been 30 years away. It's been like that for many, many years. Now, the truth of that now, though, is that there is a renewed momentum around the fusion sector in my mind. You guys have your announcement about the mid-2030s, and we have our UK Infinity Fusion Consortium bringing together both US and UK governments to drive progress. Now, the embassy would not forgive me if I did not mention that we have a conference on fusion in the UK in September, and you are all warmly welcome. It is something that we're very keen to work on together. Now, to sum up, this is a critical moment for the global regulatory nuclear sector. 7 decades since the first nuclear power plants began to take shape at construction sites in the UK and the US, we have an opportunity to play a leading role in nuclear's growth. And the decisions we take now to work together to diversify away from Russia and set global standards will shape the future of the entire system. So we need to create the right conditions for growth through regulation. We need to enable a reliable fuel supply, and we are ready to make long-term supply agreements on HALEU. And we need to harness global partnerships like this to create jobs, drive growth, bring down energy prices, and yes, cut emissions. So on behalf of my department, we look forward to working with you all to grasp these opportunities as we deliver the secure energy supply that will power economies on both sides of the Atlantic for the 7 decades, I hope, and beyond. Thank you.
To chair our leadership conversation, please welcome Director of Innovation Initiative at Clean Economy Project, Farah Benahmed.
Hi there.
Welcome to the US.
Thank you so much.
I wish the weather was a little bit better.
We brought the weather with us. Come on.
Ah, so it's your fault. Thank you for the lovely keynote. It's very clear that the UK is significantly raising its ambition for clean, firm power technologies.
Yes.
And really putting nuclear energy at the forefront. But the government can't do it alone, especially without private sector investments. So, can you talk a little bit about how you're planning to expand public-private partnerships within the UK?
So look, I think you're right. I think we all need to work together to bring nuclear forward. A long time ago now, we cut a deal with EDF to build Hinkley Point, which is a large-scale reactor under construction. That involved an incredible amount of work to design the regulations to make sure that supports them. And now the second project, which is based on a very similar design, that is being done totally in partnerships. That's combined equity, that's co-working on the regulatory design behind it, and it's making sure that we understand how best to balance the risks between taxpayers, customers, and developers. I think that's the kind of approach that's going to see us through into other areas, particularly fusion and SMRs, for example. So for me, this is always going to be a joint effort and something that I think over time we need to find the right balance between kind of public intervention, regulatory design, and the right investment from the private sector. The great thing is, though, is when we did that, there is a huge amount of demand from the private sector to come in.
That's great to hear. And when it comes to new initiatives within our collective government, one thing that's incredibly imperative is durability across administrations, and to ensure that we can consistently continue to ensure that the technologies that our governments are supporting actually make it to market and can deploy at scale to meet the moment that we're in.
Sure.
So can you talk a little bit about durability and what that means to you?
So it's interesting just observing the kind of political debate around energy in general, and we do have a debate in the UK. There is enormous consensus about the need for nuclear. So almost across the spectrum, you see people talking about big projects, you see people talking about SMRs. Indeed, before I came here, I was in front of a parliamentary committee where they were asking me lots of questions about our nuclear program. But what was clear is this is not controversial politically. I think then you need to step back and think again about your regulatory design. So, I know, having worked with investors in many parts of the sector, when they make that investment, they need to know that that regulatory framework is durable, and that regulatory framework is going to last through the lifetime of the project. So we've been very careful across the board, actually, but including nuclear, to make sure not only that we maintain that consensus politically, but that you design a regime that's robust to that, so that if you put your money down, the rules of the game you invested against, and in a sense, that's what you rely on.
That's great. And you just alluded to the regulatory piece and touched on that in your keynote. Here at home, the NRC is moving very quickly, and it's very much preparing itself to take on large volumes of applications to ensure that we can license our reactors to achieve the goals that we're setting within our country. I know you all are doing the same. Can you talk a little bit about and dive a little bit deeper about how you're ensuring that you can prepare for the next generation of nuclear reactors?
Really, really happy to. I should declare my background's in a regulator, so I have some personal experience of this, not in nuclear, but elsewhere. There is a rumor that sometimes regulators are a bit slow, too detailed, and maybe not focused enough on outcomes. Now, what we found, when we reviewed this through something called the Fingleton Review, is that actually, we had over-indexed on detail, and we could do things very differently while maintaining safety standards and the environmental standards that we care about. And that review is all about how we speed up and how we make sure we're more efficient in getting projects away. Now, that's partly about environmental regulation, but a lot of that is about the way we regulate directly the projects through our Office for Nuclear Regulation. Now, what's amazing, though, is we are in partnership with the NRC. We are looking at how we work together so that if one organisation has done an assessment, how does the other one leverage that kind of assessment and use it so that we can all be more efficient? And so I'm really pleased to say I think that we are going to get to a place where projects can advance more quickly. We get the economic regulation, the safety regulation, the environmental regulation, all pointing in the same direction. And that's frankly where we're going to need to be.
And during your speech, you talked a lot about the importance of international cooperation, and in particular, the relationship between the UK and the United States. Can you talk a little bit more about how you'd like to see that relationship grow over time as it relates to nuclear?
I mean, look, for me, the opportunity that nuclear technologies can bring to help us solve our energy problems to start with, The fact that you've got clear baseload power, the fact that certainly when you do this at scale, when you get to nth of a kind, you may have something that is very cost competitive. And the fact that you have something that you can incorporate within your wider sort of system structure. We've talked about combining sort of AMRs with storage, for example. That is incredibly attractive as a proposition on its own. But over and above this, I believe this is a massive opportunity for us commercially as two countries. We should be building this fast and building it quickly, because that will enable us to take advantage of providing the know-how, the expertise, and I hope the manufacturing to be able to make this worthwhile for our economies. How we make our transitions, making it economically worthwhile for the population is massively important.
That's great. The interesting thing about the innovation process is that it's not linear.
Yes.
And there's a lot of learning by doing, and it requires a level of steadiness from the federal government to ensure that here or at your department to ensure that we can build quickly, learn quickly, and make any necessary changes that are required to not just build one technology of one design, but continue to do so in a multiplier effect. So can you talk a little bit about that process and how you're thinking about ensuring that you're building multiple projects at once and providing the right kind of support as the private sector is really building?
Brilliant. Yeah, I mean, we can. So if you take, let's start with large scale first of all. So the big reactors that we have. The fact is, Sizewell, that's up in Suffolk, so it's on the kind of east coast, and Hinkley are pretty similar designs. And so what we found is that not only are we able to translate the kind of design lessons from one plant to another, we can translate that expertise, that workforce, and that know-how at the same time. And that's been sort of really fundamental in bringing down costs. We think it's brought down costs by roughly just over 20%, just in terms of replicating for the first time. When you begin to think about things like SMRs, of course, first of the kind is going to be challenging, but they are modular. We can build a much larger amount of them across the world, and we think we can bring down costs as a result. So, there is always a challenge. We have our own fiscal challenges. We worry about the amount the customers pay, but the more collectively we can build a fleet, the more I think we can benefit from that. And also, as I say, the more we should be getting supply chains within our own borders.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, the great thing about nuclear is that it comes in all shapes and sizes.
Absolutely.
We have large reactors, we have new small reactors that are coming. What is your strategy as it relates to choosing between, well, maybe not necessarily choosing between, because I imagine you have a raise all boats strategy, but can you talk a little bit about needs and how it relates to the different nuclear sizes that the UK can choose from?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there is a timing challenge for all of us, actually, because the nuclear industry is changing so fast that you always think there will be better technology later on. So the way I think about it is we take it in stages. So we're pursuing the big projects because they have existing designs, they're understood, and we can build out. But we're beginning to start the process on SMRs. We've got the early deal with Rolls-Royce, where they will build the first one in Wales in the UK. And we are looking to see if we can do others of those. But then we've got AMRs coming along, and that will offer more technology, more diversity, and more choice. And then we have fusion, which, as I said, for a long time, people have been talking about being far away, but suddenly seems to be picking up. And again, if we can work together on that, that's something I think we can both take advantage of.
Yeah, let's definitely talk about fusion for a minute. And we at the Clean Economy Project care about all clean firm technologies, including fusion. And we are very much focused on ensuring that the federal government continues to invest in the commercialization of fusion and help support the fusion industry as it's expanding its partnerships with Google and Microsoft and other major hyperscalers that are thinking a lot about fusion as a solution as well. We actually debuted a short film yesterday evening with the Atlantic Council on fusion, so you should all check it out. But would love to hear about how you're thinking about fusion and how it could potentially learn from the policy advancements that we've seen in advanced nuclear.
So I think that they're all on the same path. Without a doubt, there is more innovation we need to put through. Had an interesting conversation with your energy department about the combination of AI beginning to solve some of the big problems in fusion and maybe bring it along much faster. But we're just at that early stage. Look, I am So I've been around long enough to see the early stage of offshore wind. I've been around long enough to see solar go from one of the most expensive resources to one of the cheapest. And really, we need to work together to build over the challenges that we have in R&D and begin to commercialize this technology. I think if we do that, then we have a massive opportunity to be able to scale it out. And as I say, for the first time, that 20 years seems to be coming forward, which is something that I think would be fantastic. But obviously, a long way to go. I should also mention, in case anyone missed it, there's a conference in September that we're running.
Fantastic. I'm really glad that
We should
you
show your short film at the conference. That's a great idea.
we will be there. I'm really glad that you brought up AI because I think in our conversation we're consistently talking about how AI is affecting load growth, but we aren't talking enough about how AI tools can help close commercialization gaps and help
Absolutely.
speed up the process to ensure that the technologies we're investing in are actually getting to market. So how are you thinking about, with your leadership, how are you thinking about effectively utilizing AI tools as a way to maybe streamline processes for permitting process or just thinking about as nuclear developers are citing new locations to build new nuclear, how can
Yes.
they utilize AI for that?
So look, there's massive potential there. Again, the conversation I was having this morning, we were talking about how you can use AI, frankly, to do all the work we're asking people to do. That's not much fun. It's not that interesting in terms of understanding applications, making sure they're compliant, and really getting through the detail that you need to get through far more quickly. And that is something within the UK government we're looking at across the board. So we have, I'm sure you guys have it, mass consultations that take months to work through to find out what different stakeholders think about different issues. We're very convinced that AI can help us do that much more quickly. But the potential for the sector is enormous. And we talked about trying to solve some of the technical problems in fusion. I think one of the biggest challenges we will have in the UK as our renewable sector grows, indeed, as we get more nuclear on the system, which is we do have this very changeable supply now. And equally, if people have solar in their homes, we're going to have very changeable demand. Now, there is nothing better in my mind than the capacity of data and AI to help make sense of that system. And the more we can balance efficiently with technology, the better I think we'll be able to deliver what we all want, which is cheap, clean power for customers.
Yes. So you touched on this during your keynote about the importance of building a HALEU and LEU supply chain. Can you talk a little bit more? We're investing in that at home as well. It's a major priority with our federal government. Can you talk a little bit more about what we could potentially do together to support the new build out of a new industry that can help ensure that we can have a massive amount of new reactors on our grid?
Yeah, and I might talk more generally beforehand. You know, I worked in the regulator through the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and I saw firsthand what happens when Europe relies on one supplier too much, who turned aggressive and quite deliberately created an enormous amount of economic damage to our country and across Europe in terms of what they did with their supply of gas. So I think when we think about supply chains in general, including critical minerals, by the way, we should be working together to make sure that that is diversified and we have our fuel from sources that we trust. And that's why we really have invested in Urenco. We're investing in New Mexico, and we're building new plants to create HALEU, because that is going to be the fuel for the future. And if we don't do that, quite frankly, we know who our competitors are. You know, Russia are obviously providing fuel. China may well provide fuel. So in that sense, my view is we need this fuel supply. We have the capacity to do it, and we need it not only economically, we need it strategically as well. And that's something the UK government is incredibly enthusiastic about.
Thank you for sharing. And to end on a high note, as you know, this is a very tumultuous time, but there's a lot happening in this space. What's giving you hope right now? What's giving you the most excitement as you're leading this department?
So I think across the board, but particularly in nuclear, the amount of innovation we see across this sector as a whole and in nuclear is phenomenal. You know, if I think about the sector I joined 20 years ago, it was pretty sort of slow. It kind of knew what it was doing, but it was doing it at its own pace. We're in a very different world. You know, the tech we see that we can put in people's homes, the technological advancement in the way we generate electricity, and the technical advancement in nuclear in particular is phenomenal. And I think the guy said on the last session, I'm an optimist. I'm sure we can crack these problems and we can give what our population need: cheap, secure, and in our case, clean power.
Fantastic. Well, please join me in thanking the Permanent Secretary for joining us, and thank you to the Atlantic Council for having us.
Thank you.
Please welcome the chair of our next panel, European Energy Corridors, the Infrastructure and Partnerships for Resilient Energy Supplies, founding chairman of the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council and former U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of Azerbaijan and the European Union, Ambassador Richard L. Morningstar.
I guess this is on. Well, welcome everybody. As introduced, my name is Richard Morningstar. I'm the founding chairman of the Global Energy Center, and occasionally they take me out of mothballs now. So I am delighted here to be chairing this panel on European energy corridors, the infrastructure, and partnerships for resilient energy supplies. I guess we'll get into what all that means. Other panels have talked about the geopolitics. They've talked about the importance of U.S. LNG, the importance of U.S.-EU cooperation. We all know that. We all know that U.S. LNG is important. But the harder story, and I think what we really ought to focus about in this session is, okay, well, what comes next? What are the very specific issues that need to be addressed to make energy transit and energy production in Central and Eastern Europe work? And what are the risks that are being faced? I guess I'll just start very briefly by saying that we really have made a lot of progress. I started working on these issues when I worked for Hillary Clinton, beginning back in 2009. And when I look at the progress that's been made, it really is significant. God, I remember a couple of times being at the location of what's now the Kirk terminal in Croatia, and it was just a piece of land and nothing was being built on it. And I'd be saying to myself, God, when is this ever going to happen? Well, it has, and Croatia is becoming a hub of energy supplies. We were pushing hard for interconnections between Greece and Bulgaria, Turkey and Bulgaria, and well, now there are those connections. I probably never even dreamed at that point about a vertical corridor, which meant basically taking the Trans-Balkan pipeline that was delivering Russian gas down through Turkey and reversing the flow so that gas could then go north from the Aegean and into Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine, and hopefully now further to the north, of Europe. So all of these things. Oh, also Romania. God, I remember the frustrations getting production up and going and getting the climate uh, acceptable for developing Black Sea resources off of Romania, and then finally we'll have Deep Neptune coming next year. So all of these things are progress. But I think what we need to do today, for the short time that we have, is dig into some of the specifics and some of the real risks, some of the steps that are necessary to take place. So let me just briefly introduce the panel, great panel we have. George Sergiu Niculescu, who's the president of the Romanian Energy Authority. Călin Pesov, who's the chairman of the management board at GBS, which they didn't spell out for me what GBS was for, but I do remember Bulgar was in it. And Carl Jensen, who's the executive vice president of AECOM, which is the world's largest infrastructure engineering and design firm, and is doing huge amounts of work in the region. And on that note, let me start off with you, Carl. You've been working throughout the region. What do you see as the risks that exist now? What needs to be done? What the U.S. can help to do? Not just we know we can supply LNG, but more specifically, what we can do to help.
Well, thank you, first of all, for just the invitation to be here with everybody and to talk about this. This is a very important topic as we go through. Your question's very broad, so I could answer it in a lot of different ways.
But briefly.
I know, I want them to speak as well. No, I'm just teasing. But the idea is that, there are many challenges. I think, for us, we really look at three really themes that we've seen in the energy sector around Europe and also around the globe. First, efficiency, right? So if I think of efficiency, I think of Europe really optimizing over the last 30, 35 years their energy production and making sure that they could get more at lower costs and really increasing that efficiency. I think the Russian attack on Ukraine really changed that just from efficiency to more resiliency, how to create a more dynamic and adaptable system. Europe struggled with that at first, and I think they've done a pretty good job of getting to that more resilient point. And then finally, where I think is we really need to start focusing on is the word survivability. How do I actually create energy systems that are able to withstand a disruption and operate through that to be able to continue to provide energy to the citizens across Europe? So, those are where I think some of the major challenges are, is how to kind of change our thinking, not just to think of efficiency or just resiliency, but and now survivability, how to fuse those all together. And this is where I think, world partners like the United States and other countries and companies around the world, this is where our expertise really lies, right? How do we take the lessons from various different locations? How do we take the experiences and then wrap that together so that we can deliver those into the European structure? We're already, as a company, we're a global company. We have landed presence there. I have 400 engineers in Romania, some of the world's best transmission experts that sit there in Bucharest. And this is a global initiative, and I think when we all work together, we can start identifying solutions across all three of those dimensions.
What do you think are the biggest risks faced over the next we need to face over the next couple of years?
Yeah, I personally think that survivability is the biggest risk. I think we've taken that for granted. The United States is learning hard lessons that the idea of distance and remoteness are no longer safeguards from a security perspective. We've seen, militaries like Russia target energy infrastructure that has disproportionate effect on the populations. So as we're creating large investments to create a more resilient architecture, how are we protecting those assets? Because frankly, some of those assets take a year, 2 years to be able to get the components in place to be able to, create whatever system you're trying to do. So the idea is, I think we all need to start thinking about survivability. How do we create more robust systems to really handle the potential threats of the future?
Let me turn to Georgia next, and following up on what Carl was saying. I'd say Romania is, and Bulgaria too, right in the middle of the risk situation, in the middle of the danger zone as to types of things that can happen to disrupt the energy system. What do you see as the biggest risks, and how do you see dealing with those risks?
Well, just to catch up on what Carl said, I think it's not only bombs that are dropping, drones that are hitting, I don't know, critical infrastructure, but we are getting hammered every day by fake news because it's a new type of war. It's a hybrid war. And misinformation and fake news, it's also affecting energy security and energy systems. And I think that what's missing, it's a solid and predictable framework, because investors will not come to this part of Europe to put money unless they have a good, stable framework. And this is what regulators like ANRE have to do, to provide frameworks in order to attract investments, because we cannot talk about resilience, we cannot talk about more grids, more pipelines, unless we have good and stable framework. And I think that in rooms like this, too many times we have presented projects, maps, in which we are drawing lines and saying to the public how natural gas will be transported from point A to point B, or how the molecules will get compressed by showing dots on these maps. It's not enough. I mean, we need to have projects, but projects will get alive, will see the daylight if we have good framework.
Well, and you're obviously involved with the regulatory framework. And also, when I introduced you, I guess you're also an officer of ACER, is it? That's the European regulatory body. So there needs to be a stable regulatory framework. When we talk about security, though, is there enough talked about in terms of hard security cooperation with NATO, for example? And Romania is right, I think, right in the middle of those issues, maybe Bulgaria as well. How do you see those issues? And is that something that we need to have more cooperation with NATO, for example, to deal with cyber threats, to deal with hard security threats, whatever?
Of course. Being positioned in the Black Sea, same as Bulgaria, we have a lot of threats, because Romania does not have the industrial weight of Germany or the nuclear power plant fleet of France, but we have the geopolitical, the geographic location. And this is very important, because Ambassador used to serve in Azerbaijan. You know the ambition of that part of the world to become an energy player in the region. And if we discuss about the green corridor that will pass energy through Georgia under the Black Sea, the entry point is Romania. So geography is very important in this discussion. And if we talk about Black Sea, we have the energetic potential of the Black Sea, which is not only natural gas deposits, but we have a huge wind offshore potential in the Black Sea. So these assets must be protected, and this is why I think NATO and all the other countries should intervene and secure protection for this important and critical infrastructure projects.
Yeah, I think I know we're paying some attention to that, but it seems to me we need to pay a lot more attention to that. And let me go to Colleen Peshov, and maybe following up on some of Georgia's comments, how you see things from a Bulgaria standpoint at this point, with respect to risks, with respect to things that need to be done.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. It's a great honor for me speaking of this outstanding forum. So speaking about security and resilience, if we look at the dictionary, the word resilience means ability to adapt fast and to recover and to adapt to the fast changes and crises. So I think this is one of the biggest challenges as well in our countries in the Balkans, Eastern Europe, as a part of the big European family. Yesterday, I think the CEO of Baker Hughes in the other room said that there were projects in the past which we used to build for 2 years, and now we build them for 7 years, and this has to be changed back and come back to the real fast procedures for different type of energy infrastructure. As if we look at the energy has a sources and energy has a production and infrastructure. So building the infrastructure in Eastern Europe as well as Western Europe and everywhere is from critical importance. And then we are coming to the point of timing. So for me, one of the biggest threat is the timing, as the slow way the European family is adapting to the reality, to the new reality, to the challenges, the conflicts, wars, which are now we see happening every couple of years in the area, and they changing the flow of energy and prices and the supply chain and everything. So bureaucracy in European Commission and the speeding the process is very important. In this way, I can say that the private sector can support the procedure a lot because private sector can take some of the risks, some of the procedures in itself, and at that time again return to the project which has to be done for 7 years into 2 years, and to be adaptive to all the unpleasant things which are happening in the energy market.
What do you think, maybe going back to all three of you, what more can the U.S. do? It's always question marks as to right now, at least in this administration, as to the U.S. relationship with NATO. Do you think that we here understand the critical security aspects in the Black Sea, and what can be done to increase that awareness, and also where do you see that going? And I might also add, from the standpoint of private investors, the whole issue of security also relates to possibilities of political risk insurance, which the Development Finance Corporation can provide, guarantees, financial guarantees of projects and so forth. How important a role must we in the U.S. have in dealing with these issues and getting our attention focused on these issues? I don't know if, as an American company, you want to deal with that, but I'll start with you.
I didn't know I had a choice.
This is a Chatham House rule. Well, no, it's public record, so be careful.
No, I'll be very careful. But I do think that the U.S. is very aware of energy security and the challenges that is being posed across Europe, especially with Ukraine and Eastern Europe and the challenges that they see. I know that the U.S. looks at energy and energy availability as one of the things that creates stable communities, stable countries, stable nations. So the idea that energy isn't tied to security is absolutely a key component of strategy. Right. So if you talk to the entities, that support, we have very large presence of U.S. troops across Europe. The Army Corps is involved in lots of places. The Navy's involved across the coast. Energy and the ability to ensure that the protection of energy assets is on the attention of the U.S. military. So I think that's good. I think one of the interesting things that you talked about in the question also was this idea of, public I call them public-private partnerships as the key, but the key word there is partnerships, right? How do we get the U.S. and other nations to have public financing that sits alongside of private financing to improve the balance sheets, right? To look at that political risk and to make some of those investments more viable in the long run. And I think that's a really important piece. And I think one of the things that this administration is doing is really focusing on this idea of commercial diplomacy, how to really encourage U.S. companies to be able to look and invest in places around the world, especially around economic corridors. And I think this is a key example of one of those corridors where the U.S. is focused on looking at how to get U.S. companies and U.S. presence into the region to help support that energy security problem.
Right. Okay, well, I want to follow up on that in a minute, but let me go to Giorgio and Colin first. Your comments.
Regarding the partnership with the United States, Romania has a robust and solid partnership. I'm pretty sure that you know that Romania is the only country in the western part of Europe that has deployed Northern American nuclear technology. On top of that, the partnership with the American company NuScale to develop the small modular reactor technology in Romania, and the ambition of my country to be the first country in the European Union that will deploy this type of small modular reactor underlines the good and strategic partnership that we have with the United States of America. What we need to do to improve this partnership is to make these projects feasible. We need to make these projects work. I go back to what I said in the beginning. Not only maps, we need to deliver projects. If we talk about the vertical corridor as well, important piece of infrastructure, Romania is in the middle of the vertical corridor. And what we did to make this project feasible was to lower down rates in order for the molecules to move along this vertical corridor. But more needs to be done. These projects needs to be feasible, and this is where, in our partnership with the United States, we must work on.
Yes, I'll continue as my colleague from Romania said, the technology and US best practices. We really have to use the technological advantage and the leadership of a US company to implement this in the Eastern Europe and our countries. As a company, we, for example, represent solar turbines for power generators. We implement 21 rotation units of Caterpillar and the road of the gas flow. And we are also working for the SMR, as Romania and Bulgaria has been the nuclear market for over half of a century now. So it's very logical that these two countries can continue this road. And we are talking already for 3 years with General Electric Hitachi about implementing the SMR in Bulgaria, as we also had a preliminary talk with DFC, as you mentioned. So it's another way the partnership between US and Eastern Europe countries can go with the financing, not only the technology and financing. The third thing I would put is the good practices, the efficiency and the pragmatical approach of US in tackling all the issues and challenges. Europe has to learn a lot in terms of speed and approach and application of these issues. And another thing I will mention, you mentioned the vertical gas corridor. It's also a very good example that America put a vertical gas corridor as a priority. And for example, we as a company, we are executing a vertical gas corridor in Bulgaria. So we just finished 3 days ago the first part of it, and the second one will finish before the heating season in the end of November. It happened for something less like 2 years using the engineering approach, management, high-level supply chain, and the different tools. So it's another example of the good practices of the partnership, exactly as you say, that PPP partnership is the key word.
What about DFC? How critical is political risk insurance, project guarantees from DFC, as well as not just EBRD, other financing agencies for the success of the projects? Are projects ripe yet for DFC or others to get involved at this point?
Yeah, I'll start. So, I mean, DFC is absolutely focused on this as well. My opinion is that the DFC and the funding that they provide could be a catalyst for some of these projects, right? To get these projects moving forward, to create a stronger balance sheet. The investment community is a very, experienced community. They know how to, look at projects, look at the payback, and understand the finances moving forward. They are very good at finding risks and being able to price those risks into the balance sheet. What DFC can do is help alleviate some of those risks to make that balance sheet more effective, and that catalyst, I think, will accelerate projects moving forward. And you asked if there are projects that are ripe. There are. I mean, we were talking about different projects. There's multiple projects across Eastern Europe and other parts of Europe that I think are ready to go. We're just looking for the right financing mechanisms and the backing there, and that's where I think that public and private partnership together can really push things forward faster.
I couldn't agree more on public-private partnerships. How would you say that interest of American companies has increased over the last few years in the region?
I can't speak for everybody, but I know ours has, right? So, it is a very important region. We've, as a company, we were very focused on the recovery of Ukraine. We still are. I think that's one component. But what we've also seen is the expansion of everything we do into countries like Romania, Bulgaria, and other places. So I do think that that is attractive to the industry. And I know that they're, when I'm in these places or talking with different people, I know we're not the only people there. So I know there's more interest being generated now.
Are you feeling
I can
the
confirm
interest
this.
of
Yeah, I can confirm this.
investors?
American presence in the Black Sea. We have Black Sea Oil and Gas company owned by the Carlyle Fund, which is operating a natural gas deposit since 2022. And I can confirm that Romania is steering interest for American companies and looking forward for more presence in our economy.
To your question about the role of DFC from perspective of Eastern Europe country, it gives not only the funding but also the guarantee that during the process of political availability and also changes during the time, DFC is kind of a guarantee that those projects which are backed up by this institution will remain priority and will stay there, because funding you can find it also in different sources, as you mentioned, World Bank, European Bank, and also corporate banking system, but DFC really gives a guarantee that those important and just strategical projects will remain a priority.
Two areas that, two obvious areas that we haven't talked about. One is Ukraine, and that what role your region can play with respect to improving the Ukraine energy situation. I know a lot's already been done just by getting gas, again, through the vertical corridor to Ukraine. I know Romania and maybe Bulgaria as well has really helped Moldova over the last few years. What is being done in the region? What can be done, and what opportunities are there to work on Ukraine energy issues and its connection with Central and Eastern Europe, and particularly Southeastern Europe?
Well, Romania provided help in terms of energy resources for Ukraine and for Republic of Moldova. I mean, we are keeping the lights on in Republic of Moldova for around 4 winters now. And the first time since many, many years, natural gas is flowing from the west, not from the east, in the Republic of Moldova. In terms of helping Ukraine, we are providing energy, and Romania is a transit country for electricity from other parts of Europe to supply to Ukraine, because as I'm pretty sure that you are aware, huge bombs attacks are targeting energetic infrastructure in Ukraine, and help is needed. A lot of opportunities, and I should stress the fact that Romania has now the biggest maritime port at the Black Sea, which can provide base for starting to reconstruct when war in Ukraine will be over.
Right. Good. Any comment?
Yeah, to your question, as you mentioned, our countries are pretty close, and building the infrastructure in one of the countries, and if any of Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova is keep building the infrastructure for gas, for electrical grids, for road and transport infrastructure, this will all help to move, no matter the first SMR is in one of the other countries, or the nuclear plant is there, to move the energies up to the north and left and right, and to support those countries who suffer these problems now with the energy and keep again the lights. And so building the infrastructure for me is the most important, and the surrounding countries is making the interconnection with their neighbors, so we can always support the one who needs.
What are you seeing, Carl, from your perspective as a major private sector company involved in the region, as to what is being done and can be done with respect to Ukraine that will benefit both Ukraine and the Central and Eastern Europe?
It's a great question. So I also, with one of my many hats, is I've been our Ukrainian task force lead since the conflicts began. I've been there multiple times, and the last time I was there, I sat with the head of Ukrhydroenergo, which is the hydro provider for Ukraine, and he brings out the video of the drone attacks on multiple of their dams and their different hydro facilities. It's alarming, right? And how much destruction in a very short period of time on systems that are supposed to last for 30, 50 plus years. So I think one of the things that, just from, Europe and the rest of the world's perspective, is we also need to learn from Ukraine, right? And what they've done and what they've had to go through, and to make sure that we're thinking about that in our systems so that they are more survivable and more resilient in the future as it moves forward. So that's one lesson. On the other side, we're trying to use, ingenuity and expertise coming, from the United States, and how to bring that forward. I have a project with the Department of Energy and the Army Corps of Engineers looking at how to create protection systems for large things like transformers and other activities in Ukraine. We've handed that off to Ukraine, and Ukraine's, using their indigenous, construction and other capabilities to try to put those systems in place. And they have a robust level 1, 2, and 3 system to try to protect those activities. But I do think from a private company, what we're really looking for is, where are those opportunities in the future when the conflict ends and we can really start looking at the reconstruction. Energy is going to be a key component for Ukraine. They don't have enough of it today, and all of their aspirations and every part of their economy growth that they want to be able to leverage requires more energy than they have today. Some of it's going to come from partners, right? You guys have talked about that, and whether it's from Romania or Bulgaria or wherever, I think a lot of that interconnection is going to be very important for Ukraine. But they are looking at how to nationalize some of their assets that'll allow private companies to come on. We're looking at pump storage. We're looking at rebuilding dams. We're looking at natural gas and other type of facilities that can be put in Ukraine in the future. So I think there's lots of opportunity. It's about really making sure that we're working that in collaboration, and then again using that partnership with the government to ensure that we can buy down some risk.
On the whole Ukraine issue, I think maybe the most surprising thing that I've witnessed in the last 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years maybe is the vertical gas corridor. That I never would have thought that could practically happen. That that somehow the Russians have put up with it. I mean, I saw that as a huge potential risk to the reverse flow. Maybe they just had no choice in the end. But I think it is remarkable, and I think it was a very, very brave and courageous among all of the policymakers who were involved in that to get that done. I mean, I think it really, really is great. I congratulate everybody who might have been involved in that. One other thing briefly to get into is we haven't talked about the Western Balkans, and sometimes they get forgotten a little bit, whether it's Albania, problems with Serbia maybe, Bosnia, and so forth. How do you see issues? How do you see energy becoming more available, more efficient in the Western Balkans at this point? Is the Kirk terminal enough? What else has to be done?
Investments. I'm pretty sure that the solution for high prices and the healthy solution for high prices of energy, of which Europe and that part of Europe is struggling against, represent investments. If we do not start to deploy huge generation capacities and investments in the grids, we will not be able to start back our economies and the domestic consumers to have an affordable electricity or natural gas bill. And this is for all the countries in the region. And let me give you an example. In Romania, in the last years, we have more than 7 gigawatts of renewables deployed, and our targets for this year, 2026, is to have 2 gigawatts of storage capacities in order to balance the system. So this is not only the Romanian case, but I think that it is the whole region case, because we are all interconnected and energy is flowing without any bottlenecks for all the countries in the region.
Yeah, that was a very good question. Like 4 or 5 years ago, Kosovo had a rolling blackout, and it's in Europe, and it's 1,000 kilometers from Brussels, and there was a blackout for a serious period of time. So I fully agree with my colleagues that investment is the first thing which has to be done. So investment is no matter nuclear, gas, or other sources. And second thing, in the partnership between the countries, because, for example, last time North Macedonia had challenges, Bulgaria support with electricity. So we solve their issues, and it's very logical. And the network is there, interconnection is there. We have to support each other.
No, I think just to build off the investments, I completely agree. It's the diversification of assets, right? So in generation, it's not just one solution. We have to ensure that we don't have policies that try to limit the type and the supply for those energy things, and I think that'll help accelerate and hopefully make things better in that part of the region as well.
We have 1 minute and 5 seconds left, and it's clicking down. But I do want to ask just one question, maybe any quick comment or any other quick comment any of you want to make to close out. The energy transition, there seems to be a shift in Europe to some extent, a little less influence in Brussels of the green transition and a little more on energy supply and the need for cheap and affordable energy. Do you have any concerns at this point of any potential conflict, for lack of a better word, between the need to increase gas supply and guarantee gas supply and the green transition?
In Romania, this goes side by side, because Romania is the largest natural gas producer in European Union. And from 2027, the project Neptun Deep will be online, and we will actually be exporting energy security to the countries in the region. In parallel with this, we will keep investing in energy transition. As I told you earlier, 7 gigawatts of renewable are deployed in Romania, and on top of that, 2 gigawatts of storage capacities by the end of the year will be online as well. So I don't see why these two technologies must compete. They should complement each other and run together.
Yesterday, the Secretary Chris Wright said that for the last 16, 70 years, the gas was the major increasing source of energy worldwide. So that's the reality, and everybody has to understand it. And the second point for, as you mentioned, Europe and European Commission point of view and potential conflict, I mean, it took some years for them to understand that nuclear is a green energy. So it is green and gas is important, and that's it.
Yeah. And finally, from my perspective, green will always be part of the future energy. But again, you can't measure our future energy systems on how it performs on the best day. It's really about how it serves the citizens on its worst day. And that's really how to create a robust system, a robust grid that's, able to, handle some of these challenges and continue operating in the future.
Well, we're a minute and 30 seconds over, and I'm going to disappear in a puff of smoke if I don't stop this now. But I want to thank the panelists. It was, I think, a great session. We covered a lot of issues. I wish we had another hour or so, but we don't. But so thank you very much, and thank you to the audience for attending.
To chair the next leadership conversation, please welcome Distinguished Fellow at the Global Energy Center Atlantic Council, Randolph Bell.
Hi, everybody. It's great to be back here at the Atlantic Council. Wonderful to follow in the footsteps of my old boss, Ambassador Morningstar, but also wonderful to be here with His Excellency Ninda Islam Amit, the State Minister of Bangladesh for Power, Energy, and Mineral Resources. So welcome so much. Thank you so much for being here. Let's grab a seat. Thank you all for your interest in this session. In addition to my role at the Atlantic Council, I'm also the Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs at JERA Americas. JERA is a large global power company headquartered in Tokyo. We have assets in Bangladesh, but I will be talking here in my capacity as the Distinguished Fellow at the Atlantic Council. So, Mr. Minister, thank you again. Let's get started, get right into it. Bangladesh is in the middle of a very interesting political moment. We have new energy policy, and we are in the middle of a large number of energy shocks that we've experienced over the past 4 years. The paradigm of energy has shifted. But Bangladesh has demonstrated a degree of economic resilience despite these shocks. How has the new government pursued policies that balance both the priorities and the interests of the domestic energy market and the domestic economy?
Thank you. Before going to that particular question, I'd like to say something. It's a profound honor to represent the Energy and Mineral Resources Division of Bangladesh at this landmark 10th Global Energy Forum. I bring you greetings from a transformed, renewed, and a radiantly democratic nation. Following the historic student-led monsoon revolution that dismantled a decades-old autocracy, our people choose a definitive new path. In February of this year, the citizens of Bangladesh exercised their democratic franchise in historic election, delivering a landslide mandate to the Bangladesh Nationalist Party BNP. Today, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Tariq Rahman, we are rapidly constructing a new state infrastructure founded on strict accountability, the rule of law, and free market economics.
Thank you so much for that.
What you said, actually, Bangladesh has demonstrated a certain degree of economic resilience despite external shock, geopolitical shocks. Need to mention this government is in power for only about 100 days. You can remember, so on 28 February, the Middle East crisis started to shape up. Only few days after assuming the office. So it was a real challenge for a newly elected government, for a new administration to cope up with these challenges. But as we are a democratically elected government, so we do have the commitment for the people. We try to ensure the smooth supply of the energy, try to smooth supply, uninterrupted supply of the power. How? We try to diversify our sources. And by diversifying our sources, we could achieve the uninterrupted supply and smooth supply of power, both power and energy. Though it was a challenge because Bangladesh is a small country, we do have a budget for the power and energy sector. And you know, due to the Middle East crisis, the prices of the imported primary energy goes high, and which created an abnormal pressure on our fiscal, on the foreign currency reserve, but still we could manage with the help of our development partners.
Fantastic. Well, it's a very, very complicated time, but you're thinking about the short term, but you also have to think about the long term, and really how to build out the energy infrastructure that you need to enable the economic development you need. So how do you identify the right strategic investment opportunities so that Bangladesh can pursue energy security? And what choices do you make so that Bangladesh can be an attractive place for energy investment?
Actually, to be fair, currently at this moment, we are dependent on imported primary energy sources. For the power sector, we are dependent on the private sector. In the election manifesto of the Bangladesh Nationalist Party before the 13th general election, we declared we'll be trying to be independent in the energy sector. And for this reason, our primary focus is to increase the production of our natural gases. And for this reason, the last month, 24th May, we already started the offshore bidding round. That is within just less than 100 days of assuming the power. So another thing, still we do have a highly dependency on the imported LNG. But right at this moment, our infrastructure don't allow us to import more. Only we do have 2 FSRUs. And for the short-term solution, we are focusing on setting up additional FSRUs to meet up the short-term requirement. So on the one side, we are targeting to meet up short-term demand, and on the another way, we are targeting long-term solution by offshore bidding round. And if we could achieve, if the bidding round gets successful, hopefully we'll be able to meet our requirement from the domestic sources by the year 2030.
Got it. So that's very ambitious. In terms of creating the economic framework, though, how do you think about contract frameworks and payment schedules and things like that as part of making sure that the country is seen as investable to outside investors?
What I can say for the offshore bidding round, we have a successful story of the bidding round that took place in the year 1993 under the leadership of former Prime Minister Madam Khaleda Zia. And now in the year 2026, people gave the mandate to his son, Mr. Tariq Rahman, to lead the country. And we are optimistic about the successful bidding round, as before launching this bid, we sat with our partners, we addressed their issues like the tariff, gas tariff is been settled very lucrative. We offered additional tariff for setting up that is gas pipeline from the offshore pipeline we will be offering 15 years tax holidays. Government will initially pay the taxes of the investors and full profit repatriation scopes. So all these issues already been addressed. So we are optimistic. Uh, Investors will find Bangladesh a investment friendly country. And about the payment, Bangladesh doesn't have any bad track record about the payment. We are very successful making the payments on time, and we are firm on our commitment.
So it sounds like you're saying Bangladesh is open for business, particularly for energy investors and energy infrastructure companies. That's fantastic to hear. Now, you did mention the need to diversify and also that you're interested in additional FSRUs. Now, we have, of course, the Strait of Hormuz crisis has significantly disrupted traditional energy trade routes and forced suppliers and buyers to pursue alternative routes that require new infrastructure investment. So how is Bangladesh adapting to this current moment with a disruption from the Gulf and lack of clarity on how long that will last?
Actually, though we are focusing on solving the issues in current issues, but we are focusing on the long-term solutions. What I said, though we are targeting setting up additional FSRUs, we are also planning to set up land-based LNG terminal. As I mentioned you earlier, we are trying to diversify our energy sources. You know, recently we have signed a MOU with the United States of America. I hope this MOU will open up the new opportunities for the business communities from both the countries. And currently, a high-level delegation is visiting USS to increase the engagement with the energy suppliers. So, though right at this moment, we don't have any stake in the LPG sector of Bangladesh, but government is seriously thinking of importing LPG in long term, or that means we are seeking for long-term contracts from the US suppliers so that we can ensure reasonable price for the household customers of Bangladesh. And as I said, for the larger infrastructure development, we seek the support and assistance of the global partners, trusted development partners, who has been phenomenal since the birth of the Bangladesh.
Fantastic. We're talking about diversification, but also a concept that has come up over the course of the past day and a half, energy security, but also energy sovereignty. How are you thinking about, you're developing your own gas, but are you thinking about other domestic sources such as renewables, where once you have the renewable, you can continue to generate without relying on imports? How do you think about that?
Currently, we do have a requirement of, on an average, 17,000 megawatts of electricity. Okay, though we do have a capacity of more than 28,000 megawatts of capacity. In our election manifesto, Bangladesh Nationalist Party (BNP) stated we are targeting of achieving 20% of the power from the renewable sources. And for this reason, already Prime Minister Tariq Rahman set up an interministerial cabinet committee, high power committee, to finalize the renewable power policy. And hopefully we'll be able to finalize that policy to the latest July. And that policy, I hope, that will attract the investor to investment in this renewable sector, mainly solar energy and waste to energy. And hopefully we'll be able to achieve not only 5,000, but 10,000 megawatts of the power from the renewable sources by the year 2030.
That's fantastic. When you say waste to energy, are you also thinking about renewable natural gas and other forms of energy like that?
We do have a very limited definitive sources of the natural resources. One is gas and maybe another is coal. Okay, But coal is a bit difficult. So you need to understand the Bangladesh is a very small country. So you need to address the concern of the people over there. So we are in a dialogue with the people over the year, that is the coal mine area. If we do have a fruitful dialogue with them, even we'll be targeting to explore the coal mine.
Got it. Now, you mentioned the new agreement between the U.S. and Bangladesh. How are you thinking about this $15 billion energy cooperation agreement and investment partnership? What are the key issues that you hope to address through this partnership with the United States?
Actually, we had a trade deficit, okay, that was in favor of Bangladesh against of USA, okay, but recently the gap minimized, since we are focusing on importing agricultural goods, aviation products, and energy products from the US, and significantly that gap reduced. Hopefully, if we could diversify our sources, and if we can have a long-term contract with the LPG suppliers, if the US companies are attracted to invest in offshore or onshore bid round, that is for the exploration of our gas and oil. So I hope with these issues, it is very much possible to achieve that particular target area.
That's fantastic. What other international partnerships are you thinking about? The U.S. is crucial, of course, but are there other?
No. We'll ensure a very smooth and level playing field for all the development partners. We are working seriously with the Asian countries. We are working seriously with the European countries. We are working seriously with the United States of America. So we are very open to all the friends. So our policy is Bangladesh is above all. That is, in Bangla, we say Shobar Age Bangladesh. So in English, Bangladesh above all. So securing the interest of Bangladesh, we are ready to negotiate. We are ready to work with any other countries of the world.
That's fantastic. So obviously, this is a long-term plan, but success will come in stages. So what does success look like if we're back on this stage next year? What does success look like in 2030? What does success look like in 2035 or 2040? How do you sequence this to reach these goals?
Initially, that I told you earlier, we are focusing on renewable energy, but we do have a rooftop solar policy, okay? That is setting up small rooftop solar plant on the government infrastructure, government building. So within a year, we are targeting to achieve around 2,000 megawatts of power from these rooftop solar plants. Okay. For setting up FSRUs, we are in a discussion with the probable clients. So we are focusing on the time frame. So far, I know it requires around 18 months. Okay. So we are focusing on that. If we could achieve that deadline, that is in the midterm, we could have an alternative solution. We'd have a Bhola gas field, okay, where the idle gas is there. On the other hand, we do have rooftop power plant that is yet to be operational due to the gas shortage. So we can match if we could take the gas from the Bhola gas field to the rooftop power plant. So this power plant can be operational. So even we are thinking of that. As I said earlier, we are thinking of importing LPG from the US or the other sources. So, but you require the infrastructure. Initially, what we are thinking to ship-to-ship transfer, but parallelly, we'll be going for the even land-based LPG terminal. So for the short-term solution, we are thinking of importing VLGC. One VLGC cargo will release its cargo to another VLGC, okay, ship-to-ship transfer. But this is short-term solution. But if we could, if you think of the year 2030, 2035, so you need to go step by step. So if we could meet the short-term challenges, we'd be able to meet the mid-term challenges. If we are able to meet the mid-term challenges, we'd be able to meet long-term challenges. So we hope we'll be able, we have a concrete plan what to do tomorrow, what to do next week, what to do next year.
So what are the biggest risks to achieving that vision? What are the things that you have to think about every day to make sure that you hit that short term, that midterm, that long term goal?
Yeah, actually, you need to know Bangladesh is such a small country. You have so many challenges, unlike the Western world. So you, this is the smartness. This is the beauty of the management. This is the beauty of running the administration. This is the beauty of running a political government. So if you could manage everything, thinking of the people in the priority list, so I hope everything could be solved. And in this scenario, that's why we are here to seek the assistance of the global partners. So if they come forward to help the people of Bangladesh, so we'll be able to achieve our goal, and on the other side, they will get the business.
Perfect. That's exactly representing the private sector. That's what we want to see, achieving your goals and getting the business. Well, we have covered a lot of ground over the last few minutes. Is there anything else that we should be thinking about where global partners, private sector, governments, there's European governments, Asian governments, U.S. government, Western Hemisphere governments at this forum? Is there anything else we should be thinking about together to help you realize Bangladesh's goals?
Yes, what I said you earlier, we are thinking that we have only launched the offshore bidding ground. Okay, in the next month we'll go for the onshore bidding ground. So global partners, energy giants are welcome from all over the world to participate in the bidding ground. So we do have 26 gas blocks in the sea and around 21 gas blocks on the onshore. So everyone is welcome to participate in these bidding rounds. We are planning to set up LNG terminal. We are planning to set up LPG terminal. So you need to have the huge investor over there, and we are planning to setting up LNG terminal, LPG terminal is PPP model. That is, government will be providing you the land and other administrative facilities, or the tax policies or fiscal assistance, and the investor from all over the world will come forward with their technology, with their investment, with their experience. So public-private partnership could make a significant change in the energy sector. Same for the larger solar panel, say 500 megawatts, 1000 megawatts. It's a big challenge. Land is a big challenge. So government will be awarding you the land, required land, and will ensure the uptake. The power generated by that power plant, government is ready to uptake that power. So we'll give you a sovereign guarantee over there. We'll be giving the 15 years tax holiday. So all the policy supports are there. Land are provided by the government. So I hope investors from all over the world, those who has got the expertise in renewable sectors, naturally they can come forward to help us, and in return they could have a sustainable business even.
Fantastic. So I have one final question. So Bangladesh has done a remarkable job of electrification, just a tremendous success story. But we're in a new paradigm of electrification around the world, where we're seeing competition for turbines, for fuel, for all sorts of the inputs into the electricity system, with long lead times and long delays. We're also seeing a tremendous amount of innovation in the electricity sector, new technologies coming online. When you think about this new paradigm of electricity, challenges on the one hand, but huge numbers of opportunities with new technologies, how do you see Bangladesh fitting into, given its success, electrification success story, how do you see Bangladesh fitting into that new electricity paradigm?
Yeah, we are actually exploring the new opportunity in the power sector, and that's why we are exploring the opportunity of setting up SMRs, okay, small modular reactors, that is with the capacity of 300 or 350 megawatts or something like that. That could be set up within a very short span of time. That is, we are seriously thinking of BIDA, that is Bangladesh Investment and Development Authority. BIDA and our power division of our ministry are working together. Already we have signed a MOU for setting up SMR with the Chinese state company. So we are in a dialogue with the European country. We are even in a dialogue with the US companies. So we are exploring the different opportunities. You need to have the energy mix. You need to adjust all the sources to minimize the risk. So on the one hand, we are thinking of diversifying our source, and the another hand, we are thinking of fixing such a mix that could minimize your risk. So renewables, so gas-based power plant and SMRs, if we could combine all those, so I hope it could ensure a sustainable development for Bangladesh.
Thank you so much. That's a remarkable vision. Mr. Minister, thank you. If you have any final remarks, we have less than 1 minute left on the clock. So any last words from you?
Thank you. Thank you so much. It has been a great opportunity for me, for Bangladesh, to represent our vision. So what I can say is a political government. We have got huge mandate from the people of Bangladesh. We are working hard to ensure a congenital atmosphere for the investors. So you're welcome in Bangladesh. Welcome to invest in Bangladesh with your technologies, with your experience. I can assure you from the Honorable Prime Minister of Tariq Rahman, we will ensure a sound environment, sound business policy, which will favor you as well as the Bangladesh people. So let's work together to build a better future, to build a new Bangladesh. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for attending this morning's sessions here at the Global Energy Forum's leadership stage. Please enjoy your lunch and conversation out in the lobby. Our programming will resume both here on the leadership stage as well as on the energy stage next door at 2:40 p.m.
Lane 1 for the Brooklyn crew. The Brooklyn crew.
Bridget.
Welcome back to the leadership stage of the Atlanta Council's Global Energy Forum. To chair the panel on competing with an emissions edge, please welcome Senior Policy Advisor at Van Ness Feldman and former United States Senator, the Honorable Mary Landrieu.
Testing. Excuse me. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us for this panel this afternoon. I know you all can all agree with me that it's been just an amazing and exciting 2 days here on Pennsylvania Avenue, listening to some of the great energy and environmental experts in the world, not just from the United States, but from around the globe. I found as tired as I am at this moment, listening for 2 days to multiple panels, I'm really encouraged and optimistic given the presentations, at least that I've heard, and I hope you all join with me in thinking about the world gathering to produce more energy, keeping a focus on lowering emissions where we can, building economic hope and opportunity. So I'm really thrilled to be with this great group of panelists today to put a little bit more focus on what the industry and governments and investors could potentially do while producing more energy, all the above for the world, particularly with the U.S. perspective and our allies, but also keeping our focus on reducing emissions in a practical, maybe market-driven way. So competing with an emissions edge, and we couldn't have 5 more talented and experienced individuals. I'm going to introduce them very, very briefly, not because they don't deserve at length, but we want to keep as much time as we can for questions, et cetera. So first, in no particular order, Olivia Azerdijan, who is the Senior Energy Manager for Global Methane Hub, depending on where you're from in the world. Amy Braccio, Chief Executive Officer of Carbon Measures. Sean Gallagher, Woodside International Head of Climate and Sustainability. Claude Letourneau, President and Chief Executive Officer of Savante. And last but not least, Julian Perez, Managing Director of Oil and Gas Climate Initiative. Now that was very brief for the 5 of them. They all have extraordinary background, deep experience in this area. So I'm hoping that we can have a very lively discussion. So I'm going to start with just framing this debate for just a minute, because this 2 days we've heard a tremendous amount of numbers just swimming in our heads, from the amount of LNG going from 0 to 15 billion cubic feet a day, doubling in a couple of years, predicted by both Cheniere and Venture Global that were here. We heard from folks out of Texas about the 85 kilowatt hours, and don't pay attention to that number. Nobody knows what a kilowatt is, but just remember 85. So we've got numbers swimming in our head. I want to give you all 2 more that could kind of maybe wake us up this afternoon. You know, the history of the U.S., we've been looking at a lot of historical documentaries, our 250th anniversary this year. So I look back 100 years ago to 1926, and the GDP of the United States at the time, with 117 million people, was 90 billion. It was $765 a person. 100 years later, where we sit today on Pennsylvania Avenue, our GDP is 31 trillion. It's $90,000 a person. One of the most extraordinary, and even when you level for inflation, it's a doubling of our population and a 28x growth. Getting back to what Chris Wright said at the beginning of this conference, and he opened it up, energy is life. Energy is economic prosperity. Without it, countries can't grow, civilizations can't grow. So our question for this panel is keeping these numbers moving in a positive, upright direction. How do we also get the number of emissions to go in the opposite directions so that we can have a positive impact on our planet? What are the best strategies? What have you all been doing? So this is a historic era of demand for energy. I'm proud to have served in the United States government. I think for the most part, although our politics can swing left and right, we've been a leader for decades and decades on the energy production necessary to grow our economy, the strongest middle class in the world, and help our allies. But we have a great challenge. We have a great challenge, how to continue to do that and lower emissions. So Julian, I'm going to start with you. Managing Director of the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, an industry-led, 12 years old, started in 2014 in New York. You started with 12 companies. Now you have 45. Tell us about it. Why was it formed? Why do you think it's important? Is it still relevant today?
Thanks a lot, Mary, and thanks a lot as well to the Atlantic Council for bringing together that discussion. I think it's timely because I've just came out from a room where we were discussing about the importance of keeping the climate topic on top of the agenda despite all of the turmoil that we are going through. Because ultimately, while security and affordability will remain like the top priority because they are end of the day or end of the week issue, climate is an end of the decade issue, and so sometimes could be displaced a little bit lower on the priority scale. But it's very, very important that we continue to maintain the momentum because actually the three talk to each other. So on the OGCI side, what we've done, so you're right, we were launched at the New York Climate Week in 2014. And the idea was to bring together the CEOs of those companies. I think probably if I had to pick up one criteria of success of OGCI is that we continue to have a very strong CEO backup of our initiative. We really bring them together on a quarterly basis, discussing about the strategy and making decisions. And of course, when you involve the CEO of those very large corporate, you move the needle very fast. So I think that has been one of the key success factors to maintain a leadership on climate actions, to continue to have the CEO backing us, but also listening to them. And I think maybe that's the second lessons that I have to take from the existence of OGCI is that having a very humble approach, because of course we bring European companies, US companies around the table, but we also bring Aramco, Petrobras, PetroChina, and they all come with different perspective. They all come with different challenges, different regulatory framework, different exposure, different business. And there's not one recipe for all. And we really need to take that into consideration if we want to reduce the emissions ultimately, which is, of course, the goal of the climate actions. And maybe the third piece for me has been to try to find a sweet spot among those industry players where climate actions make sense from a business perspective, as well as from greenhouse gas emission perspective, obviously. And I'm gonna just take an example on. I'm sure Olivia will probably elaborate even more about methane or methane, or I'm gonna say it in a French way for the third version of the methane topic. So methane among the oil and gas industry, it's approximately 2 gigatons of CO2 equivalent. It's almost as much as all of the planes and all of the boats around the world. That's as basic as this. So, reducing methane emissions is an absolutely critical path towards the Paris Agreement goals. And so we've started to discuss that point among the companies because it's not only a climate issue, it's also a business issue, because ultimately methane is natural gas, and so it has a value on the market. And so addressing methane is good for business, it's good for climate, and it's good to match the security, affordability, and climate topic at the same time. So we started to discuss that and trying to identify what can we do together, better understanding, characterizing the issue. And then it's really a theory of change, like defining methodology to calculate it, and then targets, and then technology deployment and policy, and so on and so forth.
And that's exactly what we're going to talk about. We have some technology, we have some strategies. But Olivia, let me get to you. The Methane Hub is not 12 years old. You all are 5 years old. Tell us a little bit about the Methane Hub, and maybe give us some examples of some of the companies that have really made some strategic decisions and some investments and some success. Because I think there's a group in the United States, perhaps in other countries, that are not sure that many companies are sincere and serious. But tell us from your perspective what you're seeing and some examples of success.
Yeah, thank you, Mary, and thank you to the Atlantic Council for having Global Methane Hub here. Just a bit of background on the Global Methane Hub. We're born out of a Global Leaders Pledge that's backed by over 150 governments to get the world to near zero methane emissions. And we're the philanthropic vehicle to get that pledge off the ground. We deploy capital for policy, financing, and data, and everything in between, a lot of the coordination as well, to get the world to meet that goal. And methane emissions, as Julian mentioned, is good business. It has climate impacts, public health, air quality, and we call methane the emergency brake on climate, because methane has 20 times the warming potential of CO2 over a 20-year time period, and really it's the solution that we have in the next 10 years to really slow global warming. And globally, gas is wasted each year, estimated about 90 billion cubic meters, which is about Germany's entire annual energy demand. So methane abatement and technology really just has true value in tracking molecules, as well as the emissions benefits. So to answer your question, the good news is that we can abate methane with existing technology. This is not looking for a magic solution. We have this technology. It's really about the policies and the long-term planning, the financing, and the industry and the companies delivering on the projects. So in order to do that, it's about coordination and enforcement, as well as the doing that at scale and doing that together. So Global Methane Hub is backing data. We see that as a really important element to this. So we now have satellite data and monitoring that can track the pollution at the source. And getting that in place is a really big hurdle that we hear from the industry to be able to track, monitor, and measure, and the governments to be able to have visibility of this issue. The second is the markets and the policy, which is really doing the real work that allows the industry for that long-term planning for some of these projects and having that visibility. The EU methane regulation is an example of that, where the effects of that are going well beyond Europe's borders, because this is requiring the monitoring, verification, and the visibility of the emissions associated with the production of that energy. And Global Methane Hub is a really big supporter of this policy. We're also seeing Japan and Korea, large LNG importers, requiring or asking questions on the data around methane. And then we have some good examples on the producer side of things. Canada has a goal to reduce their methane emissions by 70%. Colombia is now was the first country in the Latin American region to regulate methane. Nigeria has issued methane guidelines. So all of this is really positioning the markets and demonstrating that these clear policies create that market certainty that can allow the investments from the oil and gas community. And then the final thing is financing, which is where there's some quite interesting shifts. There was a lot of hesitancy around investors about greenwashing. Last year we had some guidelines come out. There was a collaboration between the banks, the industry, the finances, and the NGOs to provide that certainty around what methane financing looks like and what makes a credible investment. So this is really where that collaboration becomes concrete, and we're really sitting at the nexus, helping to coordinate a lot of this and provide the capital to the countries where there are restraints on that.
Excellent. And Claude, I'll get to you about the technology to actually capture methane and your company. You've invented a few things in your life. Tell us about it and tell us about the technology. It's here, it's now. The companies are leaning in, governments are leaning in. This problem is not going away in the minds of companies or governments. What I'd like to say, just one thing before I ask Claude this question, is there's an awakening in the United States, and as a Democrat, I can say this, awakening among Democratic leaders that perhaps you would want to speak to the oil and gas industry, to the energy producers who did so much to help build the infrastructure and the wealth of this nation, to challenge them to continue to do that, but also keep their eye on reducing harmful emissions and trust the engineers, the geologists, the inventors, Claude, like yourself. So comment about what your company is doing. Tell us a little about that.
Well, thank you for inviting me. You say energy is life. I would say CO2 is life. Without CO2, we wouldn't be able to breathe, and the existence on the planet would be difficult for humans. So a bit of genesis on the name of the company, Svante. It's named after a scientist, a Nobel Prize 135 years ago. His name is Svante Arrhenius, and he was one of the first scientists to make the correlation between CO2 going up in the atmosphere and the temperature of the surface of Earth increasing. His prediction model is exactly where we are today. So we're trying to fix a problem that was stated 135 years ago. Good. That's the name of Svante. So we're trying to the Tesla of the industry. Now, oil and gas industry, we're one of the first investment OGCI made in the early days, and the only investment they made in carbon capture technology development. So I would say half of my investors are from the energy sector, so the oil and gas industry. So they did recognize, and they do recognize still, the importance of carbon management. So what are we? We are an integrated carbon management company. We basically are physically collecting the CO2 from emitters, industrial emitters, even from the atmosphere if need be. We transport and we store permanently CO2. So we're in the physical market of moving the molecule of CO2. The parallel I can make is waste management industry. Somebody is collecting your rubbish, somebody is transporting your rubbish, and somebody is landfilling your rubbish. We would like it to be recycling the CO2. It is a difficult market to get in because of a price point. So we've organized the company around a new technology where we took the parallel to the electric vehicle market where you have a battery, and the battery is made with solid state as opposed to lead acid that was the incumbent technology, which was a liquid-based system. So we found a way basically of sticking a nanomaterial on a piece of paper, and that paper basically can attract the CO2 and leave the nitrogen out. So, and then when you stack these sheets together, you create a filter. And then if you have a machine that can basically rotate that filter and catch and release the CO2 every minute, you have now a system that is an engineering solution to catching CO2. A machine like us, the size of this room, would be able to catch the equivalent of 10 million trees in terms of its capacity to absorb CO2 and release the CO2 effectively. So that's the technology that we
So
developed.
we could plant 10 million trees, or we could just build a room like this with you, Claude, and we'll do the same thing. Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So when people say, oh, we have nature-based, I do agree, but half of the CO2 we emit in the atmosphere is already taken care by nature. It's the excess that needs to be managed, and that excess is about 20 gigaton, and that's what we're trying to achieve in doing it with an engineering solution that is more effective. So we've organized the company after developing the technology. So we're in the core of our company, an OEM. We're an original equipment manufacturer. We make the filter. We have a filter plant basically in Vancouver that manufactures these filters. We are making the machine, designing the machine, and building capture plant. The second business unit is to be a technology provider and provide this thing as a turnkey facility, working in partnership to build an EPC plant of carbon capture with Samsung Engineering. So Samsung is our partner to deploy worldwide these capture plants. They're worth about $300 million each, so just to give you an idea. And then the third business unit now that we have to be in is to be a co-owner and project developer with our emitter partners. So we invest in developing a project, in pre-FID, in financing the plant, in building the monetization of CO2, selling the CDR credit, everything you need to be and even operate these plants. And we do it not only for the capture portion of it, we do for the transport and for the storage aspect of it in some cases, or we rely on a third party like the major oil and gas today in Louisiana who are storing the CO2 for you as a service. So I would say that the approach we have to the market is one where carbon management in our mind will only happen if we create a very compelling business model. Without this, it won't happen. And it needs to be what I call a private and public relationship to do so. The problem of carbon management at the core is a societal problem, and government needs to be involved in that process.
A public-private partnership, and we're going to get to you, Amy. That's what you're sort of developing, and it's exciting with your background in finance and in markets. And some of the largest companies in the world, Exxon, Oxy, Chevron, are all involved with this. They wouldn't be if they didn't think there was money to be made. This is not a charity. This is a business. And people see some real opportunity for business, technology, government, working together with companies. So Amy, tell us about Carbon Measures, which is, you sort of came out of maybe a prepared retirement to do this. Not that you're that old, Amy, but you got very enthusiastic about this. So tell us why, as you've had a distinguished career, what entices you about this, and tell us about what you're hoping.
Yeah, so what Mary's alluding to is I retired from EY after 30 years, and I was the Global Vice Chair for Sustainability, and my family is very clear that I don't know how to retire. So maybe just setting some context before I jump into what Carbon Measures is all about. It's been a fascinating few days here. And what's clear both from here as well as from the conversations I've been having around the world with business leaders and policymakers is that very consistently we're seeing that everyone is running three races. And so when we look at it, it's the race for energy, right? And whether it's today's environment or anticipating the additional needs of data centers, we see that continuing. And if you don't have energy, right, you don't have life, but you also don't have the growth and the way of life that we're accustomed to. The next is a race for innovation. And part of that, of course, is tied to the data centers, the compute, the massive change that we're seeing through that. But we also see low carbon solutions and reduction in carbon emissions as a critical component of that innovation as well. And it's exciting to hear about the innovation already just on this stage. And then the last is competitiveness. And around the world, you know, both countries and companies are looking to be competitive. And again, we see that with regulation already taking hold, with buyer sentiments, with the great pledges that have been made to drive down carbon emissions, there's already a carbon dimension to how trade is working. And so when we look at what we're doing at Carbon Measures, it really is, how do you innovate the system in a way that allows all of these amazing products to thrive and companies to thrive well into the future? This isn't a room where I need to say this, but I'm sure you all recognize you are making decisions that have to pay off for your businesses for decades to come. And so we know that the world is going to demand, again, more energy as well as reduced carbon emissions over time. So we've got to create the conditions such that those markets can really thrive. And to do that, we look at it in two different ways. So the first is product level carbon intensity standards. We do think that there's a target that organizations need to hit. And we look through that lens because this is something that businesses are very used to doing. The simplest example is we all have seatbelts in our cars, and that's because it's a safety requirement. And so we think it's a very smart, market-focused way to look at policy such that you're driving innovation, you're driving growth, but you're also leveling the playing field such that you're able to reward those that overperform. But you can't have something like that. You can't have that type of competition, market differentiation, if you don't have the data to underpin it. And so you've got to be able to compare a ton of steel from company A to a ton of steel from company B and know what that looks like. And today, there's a lot of great work that is happening with respect to measurement. It's not that people don't know how to do it or aren't doing it. It's that there are a lot of different ways to do it. And so we've got to get to a common approach similar to how we think about financial statements. On your financial statements, you're comparing apples to apples when you look at the underpinning numbers. We've got to get to the same place with respect to carbon intensity. And we think if we do those two things, we can really unlock the markets.
Thank you. Look at Sean, one of the largest businesses in the world, oil and gas business out of Australia. Now you've got a big investment, $17 billion in Louisiana. We thank you for it. And our carbon capture and sequestration projects are moving forward. So representing your company, you've got a global view. How are you thinking about methane reductions, the importance of lowering emissions? How is Woodside managing between sort of the European maybe approach versus maybe the US approach? What do you think about Amy's call for common, market certain products? And we've got thousands of products, but I think we're talking about the top 6, 7, or 8 in the world, obviously steel, aluminum, et cetera, et cetera. So tell me what Woodside, and you're the sustainability officer, so I think this is your job, Sean. I hope they're paying you well.
Senator, thank you very much. And appreciation to Atlantic Council for putting on this wonderful event, and it's my privilege to be part of this esteemed panel. And I'm very proud to represent Woodside Energy here today. We're a global energy company. We span Australia, where we're headquartered, the Americas, and Africa. At the core of our business is LNG, and we have delivered over 7,000 LNG cargoes since the very first one was delivered in 1989 to Japan. Here in the US, we're building a diverse portfolio of deep water oil. We're a long-standing present in the Gulf of America, one of the biggest producers. We've got a new ammonia plant just come online in Beaumont, Texas. And of course, we've got our flagship LNG project in Calcasieu Parish, just south of Lake Charles, $17.5 billion investment, the largest ever foreign direct investment in the state of Louisiana's history. And then beyond that, we've got global expansion with a project in Senegal, West Africa. We've got a deep water Mexico project due to come online. For Woodside, sustainable business is good business, period. And we focus on delivering the energy the world needs reliably, affordably. We heard Secretary Wright yesterday talk about energy is life. Energy access matters. Energy allows for standards of living to raise, prosperity to raise, economic growth to raise. So our mission at Woodside to deliver energy the world needs matters, but we do it with a relentless focus on emissions performance. We have a hyper focus on methane. We align with global standards. We're signed up to the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership 2.0. In December, we were awarded a gold standard pathway for our implementation plan. We were founding signatory of the Oil and Gas Decarbonisation Charter. We're committed to zero routine flaring by 2030. We're reducing our own emissions footprint. In 2025, we delivered a 15% reduction in our net equity scope 1 and 2 emissions. It's at the core of what we do. But to be competitive, to compete, we've got to deliver reliably, we've got to deliver affordably, and we've got to have that relentless focus on methane, methane. We set very, very ambitious low target emissions intensity for methane, including a near zero ambition. We embrace technology, we leverage technology. We have got aerial surveys, we've trialed drones, we've used helicopters, we've got continual monitoring, we've got continuous sensors, we're driving down the detection time, we're lowering costs. We're just trying to work very smartly. And it's not just at the operations level, it's also by making smart choices with our portfolio. As I mentioned, we've got a deep water oil, we've got LNG, we've also got a new emerging product in ammonia. And by leveraging those, like across different markets to optimize across different markets, we then can scale up sensibly the lower carbon opportunities over time. But at the end of the day, we're not a charity. We are very disciplined. We are customer led. We are capital disciplined, and we will invest where there's a sound commercial basis. We can't invest on hope that policy will follow. So we look at operations, performance, emissions performance, operational efficiency as a source of competitive advantage that allows us to enable us to deliver energy at scale, but also position us for future growth when those markets emerge. So it's a very balanced view that we take.
Well, I think the question is, with our last 14 minutes here, and Amy and Claude, I want you all to jump in. Given Woodside's expertise and experience in this and their focus on reducing emissions, given the need for more energy in the world here, Canada, Mexico, North America, the global South, the Mideast, all over the world, India, of course, and China, what are the best mechanisms to incentivize companies, large and small, to lean into a trading regime that sort of makes this automatic and not having to be potentially mandated differently by each government? And I think that's what you guys are working on. So I don't know, Amy, you want to go first, and then Claude, you had some ideas on this, and then you all jump in, because I mean, just as a politician, I can tell you, spending all this time in my life in politics, it's much easier if you can come up with a market solution that seems to sort of work for everyone. What I mean by that is people can make money. People want to invest because they can make money. Companies will then put in a little extra capital and time, and the people don't have to pay a fortune for the result. They're happy to have reliable energy that's cleaner, that's helping the planet. How do we make this a reality in our trading system? I think that's what you're working on, right, Amy?
Yeah, so one of the challenges that we face today is that there isn't an economic incentive for overperformance, right? So organizations will, have made strong commitments, are driving the change for the competitive advantage, but it's not necessarily reflected in the stock price, and it's not necessarily reflected in a green premium at any type of scale. And, in my experience with EY and then also in this role, progress isn't because of a lack of ambition or a lack of understanding or even a lack of the tools to be able to address it. But at the end of the day, if large corporates keep investing in something that doesn't deliver a return, they can't keep investing. And so the reason why we're so focused on how do you change the market conditions such that you can drive this is that we do think that this combination of smart market-oriented policy, looking at carbon intensity, alongside with the data that you need to be able to underpin the markets, can create an incentive for overperformance, so that those companies that are selling into a market and outperforming their competition either have a good way to get that green premium because it actually delivers value to their customer in meeting an intensity standard further down the value chain, Or you could create a market and sell, the impact of that overperformance to others that wouldn't otherwise be able to sell in. And we think it's got to be something, that it's got to be based in science. It's got to bring the rigor that we see in financial accounting, the comparability, the auditability. But at the end of the day, if you can do that, then it can also speed up the race because it's providing incentives to those that are winning the competition on this carbon edge.
And what would you add, Claude?
I would add that, if I take the rubbish, the waste management, the cost of collecting our rubbish today is about 1,500 per individual, yes, in North America, and we emit 10 tons so that's about 1,000. It's about $1,500 per ton to manage. The CO2, if you take 10 tons of emission that we all are responsible with the same budget, it's about $150 per ton. So if we but we cannot smell and see CO2, so there's no sense of urgency of collecting the CO2. If you wait and do nothing, you have extreme weather condition, and basically government have to pay for extreme weather condition in the form of disaster, and that's about $190 per ton of CO2 that they could have spent in avoiding it. So the price point is not the issue, is who pays for it. So we're approaching it in a very pragmatic way. We're trying to develop a CO2 marketplace where there's a supply and demand of the physical molecule, but the demand aspect of it can be traded as opposed to physically moving the CO2 molecule from one country to the other. You can do it in the form of credits, yes? So how are we trying to do these things? We're trying to take advantage of the evolving international trade policies that are not the same around the world, yes? Some country may say, I want a carbon intensity on this product. Others say, I don't want to. So Canada and US are sitting on being exporter of energy, and particularly oil and gas and LNG. It sits on a very nice business opportunity because I'm going to give you an example of two industries, how we can do a marketplace. The pulp and paper industry in Louisiana has a bit of difficulty because of competition coming from China. They emit CO2 in the atmosphere that nobody cares about because it's coming technically from the atmosphere because it's coming from the tree, and then they burn the biomass and they emit CO2 back. It's 14% CO2 in the flue gas. We go and collect that CO2 and we store it. It becomes a biogenic CO2 that people want to pay for, maybe $200 per ton. We have offtake agreement with Microsoft in that range. Now, we need more than Microsoft to buy that CDR. Now, the Canada and US are selling LNG. Some country may say, I'd like to have a decarbonized, but to my level of decarbonization of that LNG. Everything is different, yes? The government in Canada and US can buy the CDR credit from the pulp and paper industry and be able to sell them to countries who are looking to buy the LNG, but at a different carbon intensity that they want. And now suddenly that money was just brokered by the government, but then that will create a market for CO2 that will be at least, I would say, 250 million tons, even more, on our way to 1 gigaton, yes? That's a simple math, and everybody makes money in the process. Everyone makes money.
Sounds good to me. Julian?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm very much in alignment with what have been said by Amy and Claude, but just one point, if I can compliment Amy, if you allow me to compliment you, because you're the experts. But I think one point that we're observing on our side is that it's very, very important when it comes to when you set up this kind of accounting framework and the way that you're going to tag products against this accounting framework, that you stay technology neutral. Let the market decide what is the best technology to be deployed depending on the market condition in which you're operating, because in some market, some technology will have a better competitiveness than others, because you have the value chain, because you have the business operation, you have the policy landscape, and so on and so forth. But really the nexus, like the backbone of it, is clearly the accounting system that needs to be set up, put in place, and that Amy is working on with many others. So that's really a game changer that's going to happen, because as of today, if I was to take an example, I can say my jacket is lower carbon than the one from Claude. Who can prove it? I
And
can
we
claim
can't
that.
prove which one is telling the truth. But if Amy has her way, we will be, yes, we will be able to know. Go ahead. Olivia, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I guess from the methane side of things, investors today can see methane as good practice because well-run assets don't leak. So if you can have the companies competing on the methane quality of those assets and having well-run assets, then you've sort of got a competitive edge. And we're moving towards a world now where that data on methane is being demanded by the consumers and the buyers. So as we move towards that world, it will increase competition to have assets that are well run and not leaking methane.
And what appeals to me about this concept again is, embedding this into an already sort of established global trading system that the countries and businesses are used to. I mean, we're 250 years old in the US, or countries are older than we are. Trade has been going on for thousands of years. If we could figure out this and get the industry not being terminated by certain political factions in the world, like we don't like this industry or that industry, but have all industries leaning into a common goal. Now, that's easier said than done, but I'm extremely encouraged about not just the technology to identify it, capture it, turn it into something that's marketable, that people can make money, and we can have a much more fair trading system that pushes reducing global emissions. We may not get to like the perfect level of no emissions, but we could get much better than we are today for our children and our grandchildren in a smarter way. So I know there's a lot of hot air in politics, but I'm hoping cool heads will prevail and good hearts about trying to figure this out and work together. The U.S. is probably the largest trader in the world, I would imagine that we are. Of course, India is a huge country, China is a huge country, the European Union is huge. But if America could take the lead on this and not be afraid to say, we want an energy system that's both reliable, affordable, and by the way, as low impact to our environment as we can have. So, Sean, does this make sense to you?
It makes a ton of sense, Senator. One of the things maybe could add is we believe the critical role natural gas can play in displacing higher emissions coal when used for power generation. That's potentially a huge win in satisfying energy reliability, energy affordability, and lower emissions outcome for all. You just look at the data published by the National Petroleum Council. You look at the US power generation system between 2005 2019, over 500 million tons of CO2 reduction is directly attributable to the retirement of coal-fired power stations, replacing them by gas-fired power stations. So it's a real deal. And that's a huge part of, if you think about the global LNG system, it's 12% of the global coal consumption on an energy basis. So there's huge opportunity to grow affordable access to energy and reduce emissions in the process. And that's a huge part of our strategy at Woodside to thrive through the energy transition.
Well, one of the companies that presented earlier, and you all heard him, he's one of the most, I think, dynamic leaders in our country, Toby Rice, the CEO of EQT. And he issued a report several years ago, unleashing the power of American LNG, cleaning up the basically global emissions. Because if you do reduce the coal usage and the methane leaks from coal, that has an immediate impact. And when you think about India and it's poised to lift its population up, we've got to figure out a different fuel for them or a different approach other than just turning on their coal resources. That's a big question, technology, but of course India has some of the best scientists and engineers in the world, so et cetera, et cetera. But it is exciting to think about this. So we only have a few more minutes. I'm going to let everybody, Amy, starting with you, do a 30-second kind of wrap up. Any comment you want to say that you didn't get to say?
Yeah, one thing I think is vitally important is this is a big systemic issue, and it's going to take a lot of different solutions to get there. And so we shouldn't stop ourselves in looking at for the one perfect policy that solves everything. We should look at this as really a lovely quilt or mosaic that can come together to solve this big problem.
Yeah, I think, I mean, definitely not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And you just alluded to something that I think is very important, is that we would have a very different conversation if this was happening in Lagos or in Lima or in Jakarta or other places in the world where the priority are fundamentally different. So engaging the Global South, understanding their constraints, to help them to reduce their emissions, I think it's going to be absolutely critical if we want to succeed collectively.
Yeah, help them reduce emissions and allow them to use their own assets to grow their economy like we did. So we've got to be fair to these developing countries, of course.
I would say, even though in this conference we don't talk about carbon management, I think Mother Nature is going to give us a wake-up call pretty soon. I think at the end of this year, probably this time next year, we'll be talking about the super El Nino that has an impact on the global climate and extreme temperature and disaster that we have to manage associated with this. So once we get these things, I think we're going to hopefully see some rethinking about doing that. So, and second point is I think we need to treat CO2 as a asset as opposed to treating this as a cost to society. And if we start doing this, then we can start developing a marketplace.
Olivia, last word.
Yeah, I guess so. Methane is really the low-hanging fruit. It's the easy bit where we have the technology, and it's about medicating the existing system. So I think it's a good test case for how we can get this right. And then your point on developing countries bringing their energy online, doing that in a way that's collaborative, that we can put today's technology with methane management in place, so we learn the lessons from what we've done elsewhere.
Well, thank you all. Will you all join me in thanking our panelists?
Welcome to the stage, the chair of our next leadership conversation, Heavy Industry, Light Carbon, Building America's Energy Future, president of Goldwyn Global Strategies, as well as non-resident senior fellow and chairman of the Energy Advisory Group at the Global Energy Center, Atlantic Council, David Goldwyn.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to welcome Senator Martin Heinrich here for a conversation. Thanks for taking the time. I know you're a man in demand, and I was a Richardson guy. I know you're in New Mexico. I think we already talked about. I thought it was a green chili state, but it really depends on what you're doing.
I'm a red chili guy, so depends on what your preference is. I think
it's a big tent. Let's jump right in and talk about the energy system. So the politics seem to be so polarized, fossil versus renewable. But New Mexico is pretty much an all-the-above state: oil, gas, geothermal, renewables, the labs. With gasoline prices and electricity prices going where they are should we be back to an all-the-above energy strategy for American energy security?
I've never used that phrase because in New Mexico, I think one thing we've done well is live within the reality of where you are today and manage the transition towards where you want to be tomorrow. And I think I like to steal a phrase from my friend Jigar Shah that people do not care about energy unless they're energy experts or in the business. They care about cold beer and hot showers. And energy services are something that I think is kind of the way that I think about this. So you can't tell before we have a better mousetrap, a better solution in transportation that's going to move your vegetables around and do it without the diesel in that truck. You can't say keep it in the ground when you don't have a cheaper, better alternative. And so working through that transition, we didn't ban coal in this country. We just got to a place where the wind and solar and batteries were out competing it economically in most cases. I think last year of what we connected to the grid, well over 90% of it was wind, solar, and batteries. So we need to manage this transition, realize where technology is now, and then also have the policies that drive us ever more towards cheaper, cleaner, abundant energy.
Makes good sense. Industrial decarbonization, I know, is near and dear to your heart. A lot of people think this is about virtue. Can you kind of take us through it? What's industrial decarbonization? Why does it matter for affordability and competitiveness? And how do we get there?
Well, the industrial sector is probably, if not the biggest, one of the biggest sectors that we just are not as far forward on our technology as other sectors. And it's all of those things where you either have really high heat processes or you have actually high heat processes with a chemical component where the chemical reaction is part of the nature of the emissions. And so that's an area where I think there's just a lot of room for improvement. It should never, in my view, be done on the backs of ratepayers and the general public. We need policy that encourages that. It's one of the reasons why I'm frustrated that the Office of Clean Energy Demonstration is no longer a thing. We really do need places in the Department of Energy and in policy that allow us to move these technologies forward, make them cheaper, especially financial policies that when you do get a new solution, you can finance the first or the second or the third one. And then, the banks and the rest of the world finance, once they see things work, they'll come in and do the rest. But we do need policy to make it possible to produce cement, glass, steel, aluminum, all of these industrial policies. If we're going to get those to a cleaner place, we're going to need policy to do that.
Well, let's talk a little bit about those policies. You worked on the bipartisan infrastructure bill and the IRA. So what are the kinds of policies that we need to drive this forward? And also a word on what technologies are we talking about? Is this CCS? Is this hydrogen? What are the pathways?
Things like industrial heat pumps, for example, or alternative chemical processes for the creation of cement. Those are things that we should be able to both research and push the technology forward, but when it's ready for prime time, have policies like the Loan Program Office there to say, okay, this technology it's ready for prime time. It's been proven in the lab, but who's going to finance that very first one? And having an entity like the Loan Program Office that can do the hard science, know that this is something that's not pie in the sky. It's technology readiness level. It's ready to go. It's ready to deploy, and finance that first one, maybe the second one, and then prove that the economics work so that then the banks can come in and do the rest.
So in a sense, the authorities are already there. We need more flexible implementation.
And resources for that.
Gotcha. Permitting reform, really, really popular. What are the odds of getting permitting reform? And is it possible to get permitting reform for all of the technologies rather than just the fossil technologies?
I think that's the only way you build a successful package that has bipartisan support, is that you produce more certainty and less administration discretion for the kinds of technologies that both caucuses support. And so if you're going to get to yes, then you need to create more certainty for both sides. And I think getting that balance right is an opportunity for us to get something across the finish line.
Yeah, I guess when we lifted the crude oil export ban, which was really important to the fossil industry, we swapped that for the solar and wind, ITC and PTC. So big trades to do big things, right?
Heidi Heidkamp and I were right in the middle of that deal. That's exactly right.
So is that how this ends with a realization?
I think that's how we get to something that can survive the EPW committee, the ENR committee, and survive on the floor.
So let's dig into permitting reform a little bit more, because I think for the environmental movement, it kind of scares them a little bit. What are we talking about? Are we talking about abandoning NEPA? Now, you're a strong advocate for the environment. You're also a hunter and a conservationist. So can you kind of allay some of those fears? What does it mean to go fast, but also not abandon the environmental goals?
I mean, you said it really well. We need to go faster, but we do not need to lower our standards. And one of the ways you do that is you build into the process parallel processes, parallel analysis, not you do A and then you do B and then it goes over to this office for C and D, and pretty soon you're years down the line. So I think engagement with the public early in the process is really key. Parallel processes inside the administration is really key. Having someone who owns the federal family and make sure that they're getting to an answer is really key. There are a lot of places we can speed up the process without lowering the quality of the project, without lowering the environmental analysis. You know, I was telling you about a transmission project that the whole world knows about now, but it was like my cross to bear for 17 years, and it is now the single biggest clean energy project ever built in the Western Hemisphere. It's up and running. But it took 17 years. Now, you ought to be able to get to yes or no if it's not a viable project in 5 or 6 years for these multi-billion-dollar projects, not 17. There is patient capital out there. I would say no one's that patient.
Yeah, that makes good sense. Let's talk a little bit about transmission. So you've got a strong background in electricity, so you understand this stuff. Transmission seems to be the key to letting renewable energy onto the grid. It seems to be the key for affordable energy for all the data centers and others that want to get built. But it seems to be keeping the federal government out of transmission seems to be one thing that most governors agree on. So is transmission as a solution a federal solution, or is it inevitably state and local? And is there a pathway to address this issue?
I think it's inherently both. I mean, there are all kinds of transmission projects depending on how many jurisdictions you're going to cross. But if you want the interregional transmission that is actually going to bring the biggest costs and the most certainty for new load centers like data centers, then you also need some federal incentives for transmission, for planning, and for how you make sure that that who is paying for new transmission is who get the benefit. You shouldn't be cost shifting on to consumers who don't get a benefit. Just like data centers, in my view, should not, the improvements that are required to put them into an individual grid, those shouldn't be shifted onto retail customers. They should be borne by the developers themselves. And so getting that secret sauce right is really important to being able to fully realize the capacity for new transmission, especially long haul interregional transmission.
So, but does this get wrapped up in permitting, or does it complicate things too much?
No, I think it's central to permitting. I mean, it's very much, and we proved, we had some good transmission policies in the last round of permitting reform that came out of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee with a pretty overwhelming vote. I think we lost Bernie Sanders and Josh Hawley. There may have been one more on the Democratic side, but the middle stuck together, and that legislation had good permitting components. And we need to take advantage too of new developments, things like grid enhancing technologies that really can help you get a lot more out of the existing grid while we build new transmission as well.
What's the political calculus here? I mean, I guess I look at sort of, Governor Shapiro and, and PJM, and a huge conflicts there, but over who pays and how long this is going to take, and how you and sort of how you cost allocate these projects. So what's the political incentive to do this at the federal level? How do you get, essentially, how do you get the Republicans on board on a policy they seem to have opposed so far?
Because they also want the certainty for molecules and pipelines, and that's the key. Is like you have to come up with a balanced approach. And I've got a certain amount of faith in the markets that with a predictable market where permitting is not just an administration applying unlimited discretion. The Republican caucus is just as afraid of the next administration as my colleagues are of this administration. And, one of the things that could really help get us closer on permitting reform is we've got a few places where this administration has done what Republicans accused the Biden administration of a few years ago of just not following the law and not providing permits for fully vetted projects. So, you've got a situation where solar projects are landing on Secretary Bergen's desk. My colleague, Senator Whitehouse, will opine about the nature of the sticky substance that means that every piece of paper that lands on his desk never gets off of his desk. You've also got a situation with FAA and DOD that has just frozen up. We've finally sort of solved some of the offshore wind projects through litigation, but a few of those projects moving forward that have met all the thresholds in the statutes would buy a lot of goodwill in this process.
Since you mentioned offshore wind, yes, these stop work orders, and I don't know that it's still
illegal stop work orders.
Illegal stop work orders, indeed. So what's in the bill, or in your what's proposed in the bill that would prevent a future administration from doing what's been done to offshore wind?
We're not at the point where we're sharing text yet, but I think most people on both sides right now are of the mind that to the extent we can limit discretion and time frames to get to a yes or a no, or it reverts to something more positive, like that's a way to reduce the potential for abuse in the system.
Got you. Tom, we've got some time to talk about batteries and storage. So you hear a lot about utility scale storage and improvements in battery technology. So really two questions. One is, in terms of the batteries, are we getting close to where we have batteries that can store energy for weeks and months rather than hours and days? And just more broadly, how important is this to the energy system as a whole? Is this really a transformation that's going to change affordability?
When you think about the fact that the entire electric system has to work in the moment and produce whatever electrons are required to do all of the things that we do on the grid without any storage. Go back 20 years, there was literally no storage. That's kind of a miracle, right? And we worked around it in many ways, but now we have these incredible technologies. We have the lithium ion short-term stuff that just continues to nosedive in terms of price. We're seeing more of that produced domestically. I think we all agree that that's a good thing. We should produce those batteries here. But then we have all these new novel chemistries and that are filling out different parts of that storage need from short, medium, and long term. And lithium ion is going to be hard to beat in the 4-hour time frame, but we also see the iron air batteries, nickel bromide batteries, like a lot of different storage technologies that are not at full deployment yet. But when you see how much storage is coming on and how many new technologies are beginning to be deployed, it's a really, really exciting time. It is really changing the nature of the grid. And we're not at a place today where, like in New Mexico, for example, I think we're 15% of our generation on a typical day in PNM service area is being fulfilled by storage. That's way up from where, and more all the time. You're still going to have hours, sometimes days, but always hours in the course of the year at the moment where you still need to be able to spin up a gas turbine to meet your demand. But there is more and more of the entire year now that is being met purely by renewables, nuclear, and batteries. And in the West, I would say, I would add how excited I am about where geothermal is today compared to where geothermal was 10 years ago. It is light years ahead. We are in a space where this is a rapidly growing technology where you can do geothermal in a large swath of the West. And that's one more way you can deal with the hardest to decarbonize, the last 20%, in addition to nuclear, in addition to the small modular reactors that are coming on. So we just have more and more technologies with which you can build a really clean grid that is also cheap and abundant.
Well, I was going to go to geothermal next, so I'm glad you mentioned it. There's traditional geothermal and there's advanced geothermal. So can you expand on that a little bit more? How significant is this? Is this really just in a place where you've got, sort of a shallow level of hot rocks, or
yeah,
how
that's
much of
the
rest of
difference,
country?
right? And there's a bunch of nuance, and I always forget which is advanced versus enhanced versus there's been a lot of work done on this for a long time, and the work that's been done at places like Sandia National Labs is now transitioning into real deployable technologies that are coming online as we speak. So there's some of this stuff that is just about taking the technologies that we've used in the oil and gas sector for a really long time and applying them to geothermal. That is opening up huge new areas. There's also AI applications that are finding better source heat, and that is also opening up new opportunities. And then you have closed loop systems. The fracking technologies, that's people like Fervo, are open loop, but we've also got closed loop players who are, the secret sauce is like, how do you pull the heat out of the source rock faster? And so all of these are moving really, really fast. And some of them we're already seeing like very significant deployments. Zanskar is one of the companies doing some work in New Mexico. And in addition to taking an underperforming asset and turning it into an overperforming asset that they're now going to replicate, they're also figuring out better sources using AI and some sensing technology that's proprietary. So it's just like, it's an area where there's not one thing going on, there's 5 things going on.
That's great. So great potential to expand that. And then just the link up to batteries, is there a connection between sort of making more utility scale battery storage available and affordability? Because I think, today everybody wants to know, what is this, the technology is interesting. What does this mean for my electricity prices? So for the lay folks, what's the connection here?
The connection is you want to be able to overproduce cheap electrons anytime you can, and then arbitrage those through the day so that you can get as low a retail rate as you can, so that you can drive down costs on the wholesale market as well. It's key. Like, there's not another system that we manage without storage. You think about oil in the world today and what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz and the commercial stockpiles and the strategic petroleum reserve. Can you imagine trying to manage all of that without big tanks someplace? That's what we did with the electric grid for a long time. So having that storage is really, it really changes what's possible and how the economics work.
So your ranking member on ENR, if you can wave a magic wand and you could just set the legislative agenda, and say, these are the next 5 things we need to do that are really going to advance energy security. What's your wish list?
I think doing permitting reform with strong transmission components is the top of the list.
That's great. And for the Democratic Party, energy has sometimes been a challenging issue in the general elections. We've got an election coming up. What advice would you give to future candidates about how to talk about energy and about how to frame the energy agenda we need?
One thing I would say is look to New Mexico, because for years we've had elected officials who get elected statewide in a very diverse energy environment. And one of the things that we all learned a long time ago, anytime you're not respecting someone's job, or you're lecturing them, or you're talking down at them, you're losing, like full stop. And so as we go into this presidential race, that would be my advice to all the presidential candidates, no matter where they come from. Meet people where they are, respect what they do for a living, and then speak aspirationally about where we go from here. And you'll do just fine.
That's great. Let's circle back to industrial decarbonization a little bit. I guess the what seems to remain from the IRA are incentives for hydrogen, incentives for CCS, flexibility to do more in the loan programs office, and support for nuclear. So can you talk a little bit about those technologies? You know, how important are they to the solutions that you're looking for?
You know, I try to track the carbon capture and sequestration work. It's been sort of fits and starts. I think I'm more excited in this moment about the incredible proliferation in nuclear technology at a time when that has gone nowhere for decades. I did my undergraduate in the University of Missouri Columbia, and I worked at the large research reactor there. And you know, that was during a time when nobody was talking about building new nuclear. We had a few sort of traditional light water reactors come on under the last Biden administration, but now you just see all this movement in the small modular reactor space. And we still are going to have to drive down the costs on those things. But the fact that we have so many pathways to SMRs, I think is really encouraging and something that I'm optimistic about.
That's great. So really, I guess certainly we spent a lot of time here at this conference talking about providing energy overseas, especially in the wake of the Hormuz crisis. Countries are taking a fresh look at what their own energy security is like, how to be self-sufficient. Nuclear is, you know, I think is the biggest scale one available. But expand a little bit more on SMRs. I mean, how close are we, do you think, to sort of widespread?
Demonstration reactors are moving forward. There's, you know, concrete and steel in the ground. I've got a startup in Albuquerque that's making great headway. So I just think this is a exciting time in the nuclear space, and not even just fission, but the amount of investment we've seen in fusion and trying to turn that from a science experiment into an engineering exercise is encouraging as well.
One of the great areas of bipartisan consensus, I think, is that support for nuclear. And hydrogen seems to ebb and flow a little bit. I know the labs are probably hard at work on trying to bring down the costs of the electrolyzers and such. What are your thoughts on hydrogen?
You know, it's an area that needs policy support to get to the next level, and we've had a very uneven policy environment, and that's been a hard place to survive for a lot of the hydrogen startups.
That's great. New Mexico's got some great universities. You know, we talked a lot here about workforce development, you know, sort of the workforce of the future. What's going on in New Mexico, I guess, in terms of developing that workforce, and, you know, how do you see that?
I think there's a broad recognition in New Mexico that workforce is absolutely key, and especially at a time when a lot of the white collar jobs that college educated, you know, lawyers who do business contracts, there's a lot of jobs that are being impacted by AI, but there's a whole lot of stuff we need to build. And those jobs are great jobs. They're straight out of high school with, you know, sometimes six-figure incomes that we need to produce the next generation of electricians, of skilled tradespeople, and that space is really hot. We've got unions trying to add capacity as quickly as they can. The IBWs, the plumbers and pipe fitters of the world. We've got career technical institutions that are really leaning into those jobs, and then we've got emerging high-tech economies that are not necessarily going to be like quantum, that are not going to be so much threatened by artificial intelligence as augmented and speeded up by artificial intelligence. So there's a lot of people working on the workforce issue right now in my state, and the ground is shifting fast, so we need to figure out how we respond to that.
Well, at least there are jobs that can't be replaced by AI. So that's in this job market. That's a helpful thing to have. We've got a few minutes left. I know you're a conservationist and a hunter. I want to circle back to sort of the permitting reform and how you really go fast and protect things. So, we talking about a shot clock? What happens actually on the ground if you're going fast? How do you deal with the problem which has really bedeviled all projects, which is multiple iterative, divided NEPA reviews, without scaring essentially the environmental movement that's all going to be pushed aside?
I think structures like community benefit agreements are really helpful for these large linear projects. When we were working on transmission in the early days, it was a very divisive process where the developer was on one side and oftentimes the local county government or some other government entity along the way was on the other side. And what we learned is like the benefits to these long linear projects should accrue to everyone along the project, not just the generator and wherever the electrons are consumed, or if it's a pipeline, you have the same sort of analogy. If you share the benefits along the route, suddenly you have counties clamoring over whether it's going to be built in my county or your county. Just as important is engaging with everyone early on to find out where are the absolute no-go places, the wildlife refuges, the resources that you absolutely need to avoid, and where are those places where you can build with the least consequence. Like if you're taking an existing right-of-way and doubling up on that right-of-way, that's much better than going across virgin land. I think being able to have compensatory projects, one of the things that we did with one of our lines was they purchased very high value habitat in the riparian corridor of the Rio Grande, and are transferring that to right now a state agency to manage for wildlife. That's a huge net gain for that flyway and for the values that the conservation groups cared about. So it's big and it's complicated, but if you do it in the right order, you engage people early, you truly listen and care and try to bring value to the table, there is a secret sauce for building these projects and getting them done.
Smart planning up front. We've spent a lot of time here talking about at this conference talking about data centers. We need them. We need to compete with the Chinese. People are scared of them. They're worried about electricity prices, but getting them sited now with this wave of moratoria seems to be the real issue. And so maybe are there some lessons learned, I think, from the permitting process that the data center people ought to pay attention to as they try and
Yeah, I would hope that the data center developers, the people actually building these things, would learn from the mistakes that transmission developers made 20 years ago and incorporate some of these. Like, you've got to listen out of the gate. There have been a lot of mistakes made in this early iterative process with data centers. And I think there's a real risk that if we don't do this better, it's going to be very hard. So, make sure you define the quality of the jobs that you're going to be producing. Make sure you respect local resources. Like if you're going to have consumption of water as part of your cooling, you need to minimize that to the limits of the technology today and communicate it well. Like, what is the trade-off? And you should not expect to be able to push any of the costs for electricity and infrastructure upgrades on retail customers. I would argue, if you want to get your data center built, go someplace and explain to people how you're going to reduce their electricity costs, and they might have a much more open attitude towards where that is sited.
Sounds like a great toolkit. Thank you so much for your time today. You've been very generous. You give the senator a hand for his comments today.
Thank you, David. Thanks, everyone.
To chair the panel on tariffs and trade, the evolution of industrial policy in the energy sector, please welcome Senior Managing Director, Trade and Practice at McLarty Inbound, McLarty Associates, Kate Kalutkowicz.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today. Uh, Everyone always wants to talk about trade and tariffs, and to get to do it with energy leaders is even better. So you are in for a good discussion, I think a very timely one. We talk a lot about trade and tariffs because, of course, they're ever present in every single comment that comes from our president's mouth, although perhaps second is his interest in energy dominance. So these things really do go together. Um, but one thing I'm struck by, of course, is that President Trump, in his continuation, in his diatribes, sometimes talks about tariffs and policies in a way that don't exactly engender stability. And I think probably the one continuing theme here is how critically important stability is, not only for frankly all business, but certainly for the types of businesses which require long-term planning, long-term capital, and customers over the term. And I think probably one thing you'll hear from our distinguished panel, not only is an interest, I think, in fulfilling some of the president's vision around energy dominance and in supporting the infrastructure here in the United States, but possibly also just a continuing need for stability that provides these types of firms and their customers to have a long-term vision for how this will all look. So let me tell you about our panel here. Bob Lee, President of North America for LG Energy Solutions, the most significant battery manufacturer operating in the United States with a major and growing North American manufacturing footprint. Before joining LG, Bob managed several startup companies, including as president of Paltalk.com, director of Lucent New Ventures, and as founder and CEO of Zing.com. Bob has over 10 years of experience in startup management and business development. He's based in Detroit and has a particular, I think, knowledge base not only about batteries, but about the auto industry, which I think is really interesting in the context of our discussion today, and we'll get to that. Baden Firth, Senior Vice President and Head of Mitsubishi Corporation in DC, representing one of Japan's most important global industrial players with interests across energy, materials, power, infrastructure, and critical minerals. Baden has worked at Mitsubishi's Tokyo office as well as their Melbourne office, where he has been responsible for external affairs engagement with Australian federal and state governments. Baden has over 20 years of experience in global and corporate strategy and government affairs. And finally, Edward Burrier is Director for Public Policy at TC Energy, a Canadian energy company that greatly supports North American energy security through its natural gas pipeline network and infrastructure investments. Prior to working at TC Energy, Edward worked at the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, where he held the roles of Chief Operating Officer, Vice President of the Office of External Affairs, and Executive Vice President. Edward has over 2 decades of experience in foreign investment, information and communications technology, and emerging markets. We're going to ask you to talk a little bit about your experience and how you've seen some of this evolution. I think you are perfectly positioned to tell us about that. But first of all, I wanted to just get everyone's perspective about the current situation we find ourselves in. President Trump talks a lot about the U.S. being the hottest market for inward investment, and the numbers he posts do seem to support that perspective. We do see lots and lots of foreign investors. I'm pleased all 3 of you represent some foreign interests here, so you can speak about that from a foreign perspective. But how does the environment and the uncertainty I spoke about at the beginning with the tariffs, the IEEPA tariffs, then the 122 tariffs, then the 301 and the 232, how does that all impact your thinking as you approach the United States as a place for your investment dollars? Baden, I'll start with you.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I don't know that I'm completely qualified to talk in detail about that, but given my Australian background, but I can tell you my 3 years here in DC has been a pretty wild ride. And our company, as you mentioned, invests in critical minerals, invests in gas, energy, infrastructure. The bottom line is really quite simple, and it's the same, honestly, in Australia. You have to look beyond the noise. We're investing in projects that are with time, investment horizons of decades, and whereas a lot of the noise, the policy movements that you see, are typically a lot less in impact in terms of those time horizons. So, we think about, we like to take a deep breath whenever we hear certain movements and sit back and look at things into the longer term. Now, the tariffs, lucky for us, we're prominently, our business here in the United States is almost entirely an export business. So we like to think of ourselves as obviously a foreign investor, although our major shareholder is Berkshire Hathaway, so that's also up for question. But we like to think of ourselves as local players, and we're supporting the U.S. Trade deficit in as far as exporting. That's agriculture, that's energy, and several other areas. And so we weren't directly impacted by the tariff movements. But that said, it's obvious that that's had some impact on the cost of doing, and of doing business and building infrastructure. So we have to take that into account. It also impacts obviously our customers as well, and so the indirect impacts of those trade movements, trade policy changes, we just have to take them in our stride. I don't think that we've seen the end of this period, and I think that there's a lot of reason for taking these actions on the side of the U.S. government. That it's clear that something had to be done, and there's a lot of different ways to do it. But ultimately, we've ended up in a place where I think slowly but surely the dust settles, and as I said, as we step back and just take a deep breath and wait for that dust to settle, it's not going to be so bad.
That's a good perspective. And maybe before you go, Bob, I think it's fair to also address the fact that the Trump administration, while the tariff landscape can appear bumpy and a bit unpredictable, has also been taking steps to facilitate investment, whether it's through regulatory reform, obviously some of the tax code, which was finalized earlier in the presidency. These are all steps intended to make the U.S. attractive, to deal with red tape, to create, as they say, white glove service for investors willing to commit. So as part of that picture, perhaps layering that in, I think to Baden's point that maybe it settles at the end. Again, how do you see the U.S.?
Yeah, I want to introduce LG Energy Solution a little bit. We're the largest lithium-ion battery manufacturing company globally outside of China. We have 8 plants in North America, 7 in the U.S., and 1 in Canada. Each of these plants are about $5 billion in investment. So we've made with our partners about $40 billion of investment over the last 5 years. I think we're probably one of the most largest foreign direct investors over that period. I think what's important to note is, we started production in U.S. about 15 years ago, but we announced our projects during the first Trump administration, right? So a lot of the original announcements were with General Motors, Ultium joint venture, where we had 3 battery plants. We continued to make that investment during the Biden administration, and we continued to make that investment through the Trump administration. So I would say that we are committed to building in the U.S., and we're totally on board in terms of manufacturing batteries in the U.S. for the U.S. economy. So full stop there. I would say just on the tariff side, it does impact us significantly, and there are probably a couple of things I would talk about. So one is in the auto industry, a lot of our products go into EVs, and as you all know, in the auto industry, the supply chain is very complex. There are a lot of products that go back and forth through Canada and Mexico. And I was in the auto industry prior to joining LG, so I'm familiar with how the economics work. I think right now, USMCA is really critical for the auto industry to stay competitive. So while there hasn't been any explicit changes, I think there's a little bit of anxiety around it, and that's something that we need to try to monitor and react to. And the other thing I would say is, like we said, we believe in manufacturing in the U.S. and we've invested here, but we also need a situation where you can manufacture in the U.S. competitively, right? So just as an example, if you're building automobiles in the U.S. and all of the components that are coming in are heavily tariffed, then it's very difficult to build vehicles competitively, even though that's the intent of the policy. So in our case, there are still certain materials and raw materials that are not available here in the US. We're working very hard to build that value chain, but while we're building that value chain, in order for us to be competitive, some of the tariffs increase cost for us. So I think basically we would just request that that be done with a scalpel, right? So that we nurture the industries that we're trying to grow since we invested here and we're committed to building here. But sometimes, the way it's been applied, I think could be a little bit finer.
Perfect. I'm going to come back to you on that, actually. Edward, I referenced your experience. You've been watching these sorts of investments both from inside and outside the government. What can you tell us about your perspective of the evolving nature and how a company like yours looks at it?
Yeah. Well, first of all, congratulations to the Atlantic Council on a fabulous 2 days and another great global energy forum. As you mentioned, TC Energy, we're natural gas pipelines across Canada, the United States, and Mexico, and all told move about 30% of the natural gas across the continent, connect to LNG facilities in all three countries, including LNG Canada, which Mitsubishi's a part owner of. And, I think a theme over the past day or so here at the conference has been how the United States has evolved and become the #1 exporter of oil and gas. And that's really helped the market stabilize and make it through the past couple of months. But if you step back, it's important to kind of complete the sentence there that the reason the United States is able to do that is because of the connectedness between the three countries. The amount of energy coming from Canada into the United States, we used to talk about the amount of gas coming from Russia into Europe through Nord Stream. The equivalent's coming every day from Canada into the United States as far as natural gas is concerned. And then obviously the oil as well. There's more energy moving across that border than any in the world. Mexico, it's about to have a LNG facility on its west coast start shipping. That's a straight shot to Asia, which is so desperately needs it. That's actually gas coming from the United States. That's Texas and New Mexico gas that's going to ship through. So this interconnectedness has really, which is tariff-free, has allowed the United States, it's enabled so many things, but it's included this ability for the United States to export. And then just on tariffs, and as Baden was kind of mentioning, as the dust settles, it is interesting when you look at a lot of our assets are right down the center of the country. And there's some data out there. If you look at the freight data, it used to be we'd have a lot coming in from the ports on both coasts and then going into the country. But actually, if you look right now, there's so much going on in the center of the country that there's just indicating of so much economic movement. A lot of that's data center developments, but it is manufacturing and other things. And of course, that really benefits us because we're going to need natural gas to move all of that, power that manufacturing along. So that's part of what we're seeing and very encouraged by.
Yeah, it's a great point. And as a former U.S. trade negotiator that served in the U.S. Western Hemisphere negotiating team, I've watched the evolution and obviously a lot of rhetorical unpleasantness sometimes between the North American leaders. But the reality is, as you point out, we've had duty-free treatment. Canada and Mexico have enjoyed the best access to the United States, and that's obviously not done as a favor. It's done because we need energy from Canada. We need certain things from Mexico, food and vegetables. But the energy is the through line, in my opinion. It is probably what will keep us where we need to be on USMCA. We were talking in the green room about the president's comments earlier today that he's not interested in renewing USMCA. He says this often. But, as you were mentioning, cutting through the noise, sometimes you cut through the noise and you look at the reality, which is, again, that the USMCA relationship remains very critical to the US economy in the heartland, that manufacturing, but also across the coast for our data and tech centers. We need electricity. How do you, as players in the energy market, think about the energy mix and what the president sometimes says about renewables against the backdrop of rising energy costs, particularly for residential consumers? Bob, I know you represent some of the renewable sector, but no, just the batteries.
No, for us, we're source independent. So, we support a lot of projects that are gas power generators. I mean, nuclear is coming online. So energy storage systems can be used for renewables, but for other power sources as well to modulate between actual supply and demand. So I think that's really the value proposition, that we're able to support the demand necessary with, in a sense, less capital investment by using the batteries to bridge that gap. So, for us, we're very encouraged by all of the investment happening, and so I would say we're agnostic in terms of what type of power is coming online. One last thing I would say is, if you look at amount of power generation between U.S. and China, 25 years ago, we used to generate 3 times as much power as China, right? Right now, China is generating 2 times more than us. That means within that 25-year period, they increased their output 6x. We increased our output by like 15%. So I think the story is really around upgrading our power capability, upgrading our grid, and I think what type of source you use is kind of the secondary issue. We just need to upgrade our power for energy security.
What, maybe to that point, if you were in charge, because it's clear we need to update our grid, we need to update our power supply for all the reasons we mentioned, notably to support the president's vision for reshoring all of these critical sectors, for increasing our data centers and AI technology capabilities. Some tariffs, of course, go against those goals. I think, thinking about how to apply a scalpel rather than a sledgehammer is important. I would say we are seeing signals within the Trump administration to increase exceptions for goods we don't produce or that are critical to manufacturing. I assume you are all in discussions as investors in the United States with the Commerce Department and the Trump administration around the needs for increasing these investments and the supply. How do you gauge the receptiveness? I mean, do you see this change as some of us do in the metals, derivatives, and all the rest of it, or do you still see major obstacles to overcome?
Well, maybe I could pick up on your earlier question first about the USMCA comments, and I think that one thing we tend to, in the modern news cycle, get consumed by is this idea that we hang on to every word, and the reality is that that's a negotiation, and so we can't, whether it's Iran, whether it's USMCA, to assume that we can see and know what's actually happening there in those important negotiations and discussions is really a fool's errand. And I believe that things will get resolved as they always do. Now, the key here is, you touched on affordable energy. I'm a big fan of the Capitals. I've only been in Washington for 3 years, but I love hockey, and I've been to I've got season tickets at the Capital One Arena, and there's a point in the game every time people stand on their feet and yell out, "Unleash the fury," right? And I think that to me resonates in this case, where it's the government's job to clear the path, but it's really the private sector that can build the road, and that's what, if you can just let the private sector, unleash that immense power, and there's no country on earth that has more ability and more power to let the private sector go and do what's needed and provide that affordable energy for Americans And by extension, in fact, when you think about energy, obviously as a national security question, which it obviously is, let's say it's national in purpose, but it's actually international but in execution. You have to think of it as part of an international ecosystem, right? And the United States is in a perfect position to take advantage of both aspects of that. And so my I guess one and only message here is to clear the path and let business roar.
Speaking of Braden's comment on clearing the path, one thing my CEO likes to mention is that for the first time for us, the leadership in all three countries as a matter of public policy are seeking investment in energy infrastructure. That's the first time we've had that in a very long time. And there's going to be, again, we were talking about Strait of Hormuz at the conference, a wave of investment coming to the Western Hemisphere. From Alberta to Argentina, there are energy resources to be invested in and utilized. And that really creates competition amongst these countries for where that capital is going to go, and it's going to go where it's most welcomed. Actually, there were some Canadian colleagues here yesterday, and they were kind of surprised that U.S. policymakers were saying it's slow in the U.S. I said, oh my gosh, it's horrible in the U.S. They think things are fast in the U.S. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to have a competition amongst all three countries for this capital. And so, but they realize that they've got to clear the path. Oftentimes, political will's the hardest part. It's not the technology or anything else. It's actually the political will. And so I think we'll see folks coming together.
So I'm going to make this panel interesting because I'm going to completely disagree with my panelists. I think United States economy, no doubt, entrepreneurialism has been our strength, right? And we've built Google, we've built Apple, we've built a lot of high-tech companies, software companies, and the venture model works. No question about it. We lead the world in this. But I think what is not working for us is long-term capital-intensive industries that are fundamental. So I'm talking about batteries, I'm talking about solar cells, I'm talking about displays, I'm talking about semiconductors. These require 10, 20-year payback periods. And it's provable that in the US, we haven't led in these industries, right? These are being led by China, Korea, and Japan. And I think the reason they are doing this is because they have 5-year plans, 10-year plans, which is a comprehensive cooperative plan between business and government in order to figure out how they're going to win in certain industries. We as a country has been so strong and so powerful. We never needed this, right? We've been very successful in the post-war years. But again, as we get into these capital-intensive industries, things like AI, I believe we need to plan and work together and be very smart, because if we're just allowing random actors to do their thing, I can't see how we're going to win in that space compared to some of these guys who are really planning this in a much more cohesive way.
Bob, one thing just to riff on what you said, Kate and I worked on Capitol Hill a long time ago when things that are happening today as far as the U.S. government involvement in private industry would have been unthinkable. Her old boss would have never gone for it. My old boss would have never gone for it. But Kate mentioned I worked at the Development Finance Corporation, which finances things in the developing world. And it used to be criticized by the right and the left. Now, all those things about government involvement are out the window. No, everyone's for, the U.S. government's doing critical mineral projects. They are doing guaranteed price, long-term financing, equity stakes, floor prices, all on the same company. And so, at least, so I think people are getting past it, and there's not really partisan pushback to that. I foresee kind of a recognition that in certain industries that the government needs to do it, because they realize that China's playing this game. Anytime there's like a lithium mine in Idaho that the Chinese just flooded the market, and the mine got canceled several years ago. So, anyways, that's I think the good news is that some things are changing.
I think that's right. I mean, but it's also, we're still a democracy. I mean, it's very clear there are fewer free market Republicans than existed when we were in the Senate, even since the first Trump administration. But again, as we've seen, even over the past couple administrations, things change very quickly. And we can all have agreement, perhaps, that the United States needs to more comprehensively identify and invest in sectors of critical interest. I mean, critical minerals are clearly really what we're looking at fundamentally. It's why we don't have a rare earths industry, not because we can't make it, but because it didn't make sense from a market-based perspective. So you have to create these plans. But it's not that far to imagine that a different president, a different party might take more equity stakes. And are you all comfortable with that?
No, I mean, I'm not comfortable with companies taking equity stakes. I think, you know, the examples that I would talk about is Japan or Korea, not always China. These are democracies that plan their economy. So I think it's possible to do within a democracy. And it's really, sometimes the government may involve investing or providing grants or taking equity positions. Sometimes it might be providing research support. Sometimes it might be regulation. So it's a multifaceted, I think, you know, policy to try to support an industry. And by the way, I'm a free market globalist. I mean, I would I would only want the government to do this for few handful of topics, right? I mean, things that we really want our kids to be, right, leading in the world. I'm not talking about, you know, government being involved in every little thing. I'm just talking about a few really critical things that we know is going to be important 30, 40, 50 years down the road. And that's what we should try to win.
Yeah, if I could just pick up on
Please,
that,
Nick.
I think that we're living in such a unique time in the history of energy that we expect things to move really quickly, but obviously in this game they just simply don't. And yet we've got this demand that came out of nowhere in AI, and the AI story is really an energy story, and industry is trying to catch up and take advantage of that boom. At the same time, we're only 10 years into to your point of the US being an energy exporter, net exporter, which is a wonderful convergence of quite completely unrelated developments, and so it's important that the government gets this right. And while I say clear the path, I think I'm talking specifically on energy. They have the ability to do what is necessary to make sure that the AI development is controlled and the security of the country is first and foremost, and its people. But ultimately, there's a huge opportunity here to make sure that you combine those two historic developments of AI and energy abundance to take full advantage and ensure that it's actually the US and its allies that are winning this race.
One interesting observation, maybe to your point and your point, Baden. We often talked about the US and the Western market-based economies trying to change Chinese behavior through the WTO. But it really was the China 2025 plan, I think, which has fundamentally shifted the way that the rest of us have looked at exactly the issues you're pointing out. How do we take back not take back, but how do we ensure our own access and ability in critical sectors? You mentioned Japan and Korea, which is, of course, very interesting because as part of the trade frameworks that the Trump administration has struck, are commitments to invest in certain critical sectors. And of course, as you mentioned, but it's obvious, the Koreans and Japanese have led in some of the very sectors that have been identified by the Trump administration as critical to our national interest, not only energy, nuclear, but shipbuilding, semiconductors. How do you see that partnership going? I mean, is this an opportunity for us to work with allies to ensure that we are able to compete against China in the future?
I hope so. I mean, I think the intent is there, clearly. I mean, I'm a U.S. citizen, but I know that, our company works within, what we would consider as the right human rights regime and within a democratic regime, very supportive of the United States. So I think it's the type of companies or countries you want to partner with. I do think as we evolve in these critical industries, we do have to work with some of our close partners, and I think Korea is one of them. And I think from Korea's point of view, I mean, they look to U.S. as the most important partner. So I mean, whether it's capital investment or technology transfer, I think I know that Korea is very, very committed to making sure that it partners well with U.S. Growth requests.
Yeah, I think one other observation about the relationship with Japan and Korea and the investments that they're making is I've heard from some U.S. officials about how the Japanese have been very encouraged about linking themselves closer to the U.S. market. They recognize that they can only grow so fast within their own market, and that by having a greater exposure to the U.S. market, that actually is going to help them grow faster, scale bigger, larger, and the technology can advance that quicker. So that's really encouraging.
So with our few minutes left, again, we are still a democracy. We do still have changes. We will have a new president in a couple of years. We talked backstage about sometimes how things have gone wrong and have changed, and how does that impact business. We talked about the restrictions on export of LNG. Obviously, the change in approach on renewables, electric cars, I mean, which was obviously also an experiment in working on tariffs and industrial policy together. What advice would you give policymakers or the next president? What should they keep from this administration? And of course, we're not quite 2 years in yet, but what policies should they retain, and what should they do more of, or perhaps change completely?
If I could point to Australia as an example of perhaps what not to do. We've enjoyed a long history of investing in Australia, and it's been a wonderful story, but increasingly it's becoming more and more difficult to get new projects to stack up for various reasons. But essentially that the economy is so dependent on the income that comes out of that they keep going after it as times become harder. And I think you have, in order to have a vibrant energy ecosystem, both domestic and export, the US is in a perfect position to take advantage of that, because it's such a young industry now that we have the opportunity to get it right. And I think for the most part, honestly, it is. If you see the speed at which developments are happening, the vibrance, it's truly incredible, and I commend the country on that. As an Australian, it's refreshing, frankly. But the pause, the LNG terminal pause we saw a couple of years back, that came as quite a surprise, out of nowhere. And if I could encourage one thing, it would be perhaps not to do that again. Or anything similar. But jokes aside, I think that's an example of where things can go in the wrong direction for political reasons, without the consideration of affordable energy for the US, vibrancy in the economy, and of course support for the trade deficit. All of those things are positive.
I think we need more energy across the board for everything. There was a panelist this morning who made the observation that every innovation known to man has required more energy. And we are innovating so fast. It took, I think, 27 years for the personal computer to reach 1 billion people. It took AI 2 years to reach 1 billion people. So it's really, really moving fast. And one thing that the Trump administration has really been doing well is the quickest way to get more energy is to maximize your assets that are already in the ground. And they've been updating some of the rules that you have that were written decades ago about when you do upgrades to your existing facilities, so that they recognize that they are routine rather than going through a full process. So I think that's really encouraging. That's being done on a bipartisan basis at some of the regulators. And so that's something that we can all do to get the most out of our system.
I really like that word bipartisan. I think, if we have an industrial policy where it is bipartisan so that there is stability and consistency from administration to administration, I think it would do a tremendous good for business productivity, more investment, and more robust growth. So I think, you know, there. I think the goals for most people are, you know, probably aligned, right? We want manufacturing in the U.S. We want good jobs in the U.S. We want self-reliance. So I think those are things that we're all targeting. And then I think we have to find areas where there's enough middle ground that it is bipartisan, because it makes, I think, the business community very nervous right now, the fact that we've gone back and forth over the last couple of administrations. So I would ask for, yeah, bipartisan solutions where we really have kind of trust on the policies that are being established.
Here, here. Um, I want to thank all of you for this really, really optimistic, I thought. I'm struck by the optimism more than anything else that you're committed to the United States. I think that speaks really highly to the vision going forward. And I think if I had to conclude with some sort of cohesive answer, it would be that we need to set a vision. Obviously, policymakers need to set a vision and stick to it, but really trust the private sector and unleash the fury. Is that what you said? Unleash the fury, because clearly, clearly though, I think again the commitment to innovating and delivering is there. Sometimes the policymakers need to get out of the way. I do agree on that, but it does seem we're on a pathway there. We just need some stability. Thank you.
Thank you.
To chair our next panel, Innovation Leadership, the mission to master the next major energy breakthrough, please welcome Chief Global Policy Officer at HIF Global and non-resident Senior Fellow of the Global Energy Center Atlantic Council, Lee Beck.
Well, welcome everyone. It's so good to see you on this Wednesday afternoon. I'm just very honored to be here and chair this panel on innovation. And as I was preparing for this panel, I was really thinking about, wow, energy innovation is really at crossroads, right? Because on the one hand, we're having unprecedented energy demand growth, which hopefully is an accelerant for energy innovation. But then we also are looking at AI, which can help us accelerate, but can also be a risk factor. We're going to talk about today record-breaking IPOs in the energy innovation space, but project developers are facing real headwinds. And then finally, as we talked about at dinner last night, we're seeing lots of competition internationally. So I'm very excited to welcome everyone here and my panel to this important conversation. Can I just see a show of hands from our audience? Who has used AI today? Okay, not everyone. And who's optimistic about U.S. energy innovation? Okay, well, the panel is all in. All right, let's get started. It's wonderful. I have here David Livingston, Chief Strategy Officer at Galvanize, Kurt Kelty, Vice President for Batteries at General Motors, the Honorable Connor Prohaska, who's the Director at ARPA-E at DOE, and last but not least, Eric Rubenstein, who's a Managing Partner at New Climate Ventures. So let's dive right in. I want to start with you, Connor and David. We had really exciting IPOs recently, X-Energy, Fervo, Nuclear, Geothermal. Both of your organizations were involved. Can you tell me a little bit more about how you were involved? How did you choose the companies? What are you most excited about? Connor?
Please.
Sure, happy to. Thank you very much for the Atlanta Council having me. This is always exciting to talk about energy innovation, which I think has always been something that the United States has been powerful at. I just don't know if we've always had the reason to flex the muscle, and now we do. And I'm very happy to say it hasn't atrophied too much, and that we've got a lot of great opportunities ahead of us. But in particular, with those two, X Energy, a fission company, fission fuel company, and then with Fervo, a geothermal company, we were very happy as ARPA-E. We don't run a portfolio like a VC. We don't invest. And once we put a little money in, we hope that they are successful as possible, but getting a couple of 3 unicorns. We actually had 3 unicorns this month between those 3 past performers, which is indicative, in my opinion, to our extremely talented program directors and our extremely talented tech to market advisors who are responsible for safeguarding the U.S. taxpayers' investment in these opportunities. And one of the things that we look at ARPA-E, which is goes without saying in the private sector, but at ARPA-E, unlike many government agencies, we ask the question, if it works, will it matter? Is this going to get to the consumer? Is this going to improve the way that this field transformationally operates, not just on the increments and not incrementally and not just on the edges, but really moves the industry and the field forward and has a path to commercialization to fundamentally help the U.S. consumer, help the world in the technology world, because these things naturally find themselves everywhere in the world, and really helping to improve human lives, which is one of the things we all are excited about. So it comes down to a number of different metrics in a model that's worked for 17 years at ARPA-E, and we've got many stories like this, but I'll hand it over for the investment side of it, of people that do get equity in it. So
I mean, it's a great. The director's comments are spot on. It's a great example. Both these IPOs are not just one-time events. They are actually the culmination of a very long journey that starts in the thoughtful use of taxpayer dollars in national labs and in places like ARPA-E. Government programs, and ultimately ends up with a liquidity event as it enters into public markets. Quickly, let me just sort of say where we come from. Galvanize is a multi-asset class but single thematic investor. What does that mean? Every part of our business, every part of our asset management platform is focused on energy transition, energy and industrial transitions, and finding bottlenecks where solutions providers, technologies, assets, pieces of infrastructure can help us to debottleneck needs that we need to scale up secure, affordable, sovereign, abundant energy. We are, one of those strategies that we have, growth equity and venture capital. We've got real estate, public equities, credit and capital solutions, as well as a seed and pre-seed strategy. In our growth equity and venture capital strategy, we're proud to be the only firm that was invested in both on the cap table of both X Energy and Fervo. Very different technologies. One is small modular nuclear reactor developer, and the other, obviously bringing the lessons, technologies, techniques of the shale revolution to clean, abundant, always-on geothermal energy. But some similarities between them, to your question, Lee, I think that resulted in the successful and frankly historic IPOs that we saw for both of them. One, the largest nuclear IPO in history, the other, the first enhanced geothermal IPO in history. Both of these companies had incredible teams, were laser focused on, again, delivering something to the market that was solving a real need, not just something the US should do or that consumers should buy, but a real need. We're addressing a bottleneck in the system. I will note, optimized for, frankly, the demand profile we see from data centers and the drivers of load growth today. And critically, worked in partnership with key industrial strategic players that would anchor the demand and frankly the scale that's needed behind both these technologies. In the case of X Energy, that's Dow Chemical and Amazon, among others. And in the case of Fervo, that was Google, Southern California Edison, a utility down in Southern California covering parts of LA, and others. And so for us, we are delighted to be able to work and sort of dance in some ways and build on the platform that that public institutions have provided to try and take these technologies to scale, bring them to public markets, and turn faster the flywheel of capital innovation that'll deliver what we need.
I would just add one thing, that we, in both, we're talking roughly $5 million at max for both of those companies early on in their early days. And sometimes it's one obstacle and it's not the whole kit and caboodle that we're trying to solve. And for both, for the type of fuel that X Energy wanted to use and some specific downhole technologies that Fervo wanted to use, we were able to identify that's the choke point, that's the issue. And we feel like that's our role because without the holistic play, it's tough to convince venture capital or industry partners to join in with these teams.
Yeah, and thank you both for explaining to us how kind of this value chain works in terms of innovation. I think what you just said is really important. Often to move technologies further down the development road, there's really laser focused government intervention in the positive sense that is de-bottlenecking, de-risking one specific aspect. So I think that's a very insightful detail that you shared here. But I want to go to you, Eric. On the prep call, you told me that over the past couple of years, the ecosystem in the US has completely changed when it comes to advanced energy tech, investing in the number and diversity of companies that are available. Can you tell us more about that side of US innovation?
Yeah, absolutely. So at New Climate Ventures, NCV, we invest in the new industrial revolution. And 5 years ago, Fervo actually was too far along for us to invest. We're early stage investors. So we're kind of in the middle of when ARPA-E would participate and alongside them invest in companies as well. And just before when Galvanize typically would come in. But if you look 5 years ago, there were far fewer companies that were investable, even at the early stages in the United States. A lot of what we were looking at was in Europe and in Canada. And as the arc of time has evolved these companies, we are finding far more opportunities. So we're in almost 40 companies now. And of that, about probably 80% now are US based. And that's become more and more US based through our investment cycle. So we are very excited about the US technologies and where the US is going as a leader in developing these technologies, where we're finding more in the US now than we did previous years. And the U.S. will be a leader in energy technologies as a result of that.
Great. And I want to come back to what distinguishes the US, say, from Europe and Canada and the reason why this portfolio is moving this way. But before I do that, Kurt, I want to go to you. I heard you joined us here at the Global Energy Forum only today because of a really important announcement yesterday. Really exciting. Can you tell us all about it?
Sure. Yeah, we yesterday in San Francisco we announced that we're going to be producing sodium ion cells for the energy storage market. So this is we're working closely with Peak Energy. We've made an investment in them, and sodium ion is the way we view it is it's leapfrogging the LFP technology, which is the incumbent technology used really throughout the ESS industry. The advantage that the sodium ion cells have is, the cells that we've developed with Peak is that they'll operate at high temperature without degrading. And what that gives you is an ability to build a system that's passive. Having an active system where you've got pumps and you got pumps and you got connections, those end up failing when you have a 20-year product. And so what we can do with Peak Energy is develop a system that eliminates all the cooling system, and you end up with a product that, even though the sodium ion is more expensive than LFP, and even though the energy density is lower than LFP, if you look at the total system, it ends up being lower total cost. And that's the really exciting part, is that we can have a system that's lower total cost. You can have a chemistry that can rely on a supply chain based in the U.S. because sodium is plentiful around the world. It's basically table salt. So we've got the supply chain that's here. And the other thing is there are other advantages, that it runs silently because there's no active cooling system in it. The round trip efficiency is better, so a lot of advantages. So we're really excited to announce that yesterday. And it's just a kind of an extension. We've been in the energy storage market for the last year. We entered it last year, taking our second life batteries from our vehicles, working with Redwood Materials and putting those into data center backups. So we've got about a 50 megawatt hour system in Sparks, Nevada, for a Crusoe data center. And then we're going to be backing up our own factories later on this year with some other installations using our second use batteries. So a lot of things we're doing in the ESS market that pretty exciting.
Great. And I heard data centers, which is in everyone's mind right now on the energy side. The other thing that we've talked a lot about at the GEF here is obviously the global energy crisis we find ourselves in. So maybe Eric, I'll start with you. What do you expect the impact from the crisis to be on innovation? And also, I think on the other hand, how does the U.S. market distinguish itself with regards to our energy demand growth from the rest of the world?
Well, we could talk for an hour just about that. But looking at the energy crisis we have now, in, I guess globally, originating with the Strait of Hormuz, like if you predate before then, there was already a trend toward countries and companies wanting to onshore technologies. And maybe this kind of spawned from COVID and the repercussions there of supply chains that were disrupted. But if you look at supply chain resilience, energy security, these are things that a lot of companies and a lot of countries have on their minds. This is just accelerated by the high prices that we're seeing today in natural gas and oil, and will continue to be. But what we're seeing now is more interest in technologies that can be locally deployed, that do separate from local or international supply chains to the extent that they can, and that can produce unlimited power in some instances, locally. So it's a lot of interest in taking local waste products that can produce energy or can produce plastics and other things to be happening right there locally to separate from these supply chains.
Yeah, and Connor, maybe to you, what is ARPA-E doing to localize supply chains, but also potentially, how are you thinking about this very unique moment, energy demand growth on one hand, energy crisis on the other?
Yeah, so when we think about what ARPA-E's always trying to tackle, but particularly now, and this is my second time at ARPA-E. I was chief of staff in the first Trump administration, among some other positions. But one of the things that's unique about the time and place we're in is it's very clear we understand the demand that is coming at us and what is coming down the tracks. And we know there's certain technologies that can significantly move the needle to help us generate what we need. Now, let me say one thing is it's not just generation. We've got power here in the United States. I go back to the Winter Storm Fern. People did not lose power in Winter Storm Fern because of lack of energy coming down the pipe. About 1 million households lost it because of trees down, primarily in Nashville. But it was a colder, longer, and more intense storm than the one that hit Texas a few years ago. And we didn't see the types of energy issues, a large part because of what President Trump and Chris Wright, Secretary Wright, have done with 202Cs and things like that to make sure that we're keeping electrons on the grid instead of detracting. So one is, what can significantly move the needle? We think it's fission, fusion, large-scale geothermal in particular, utilizing AI, because it's not just going to potentially hurt the grid, it can help the grid, from load balancing to making sure we've got new types of materials for transmission. And then also at ARPA-E, we're talking generation, we're talking DC Grids, which is our grids company grids program on how to strengthen our existing grid capabilities. And then also on the efficiency side, for example, at ARPA-E, we've got the program Cooler Chips, which is looking to take what is now roughly 30% of power into data centers goes towards cooling. We want to bring that, and because we're ARPA-E, we set the audacious goal of lowering that to less than 5% of the energy used at data centers for cooling. which fundamentally changes the demand. So it's not just one silver bullet, it's all the innovations that exist and all the different ideas. And I'm blessed to be in the catbird seat and listen to all those interesting ideas that are going around in the United States energy innovation ecosystem and technology ecosystem, because it's all interconnected. And I'm very, very excited about what we're hearing and what we're seeing.
Yeah, and I want to challenge you a little bit, or have a little challenge question for you, because what keeps me up at night, the FT last week titled, I think there was a poll globally, the US leads the world in AI data center backlash. And if we're tying a lot of innovation to that build out, do we need backup options? How are we making sure we're still going to innovate, still going to bring the technologies to market, even if the energy demand growth doesn't materialize? Eric, you were ready to jump in. Connor?
Yeah, I mean, I just to echo everything you said, like, yes, our grid, like we've returned to power demand growth in the last couple of years. It's not just data centers that are causing that, right? And that's, I think, the main point. Data centers are the 5th largest growth segment in the demand sector for power right now, or in the, in the forecast for the next number of years. So when you think about it that way, while these are all picks and shovels for data centers that are being talked about, they are also the picks and shovels just for our entire grid infrastructure. So where data centers become very meaningful is where they are the speed to power. They need the power now because for them, every day, every hour that goes by on a 1 gigawatt data center, they're making $1 million an hour. So for every hour that goes by, it's money that isn't made. So they want the power on yesterday so they can make $1 million an hour yesterday. And if you can get that on fast, then you can strengthen our grid by bringing the power on behind the meter while you're waiting on the connectivity queues in order to finally connect to the grid. And ultimately, if we do have advances and breakthroughs in chip technology and softwares that can 10x and 100x the compute power without needing to increase power, if you can have cooling technologies, like we have companies that can make AI data center cooling fluid from carbon dioxide even. And when you have things like that, you're using a plant that's emitting right next door to feed into the data center to cool it and reduce that energy need, and it's not water-based, then all of a sudden you can change the entire supply chains and have it localized, but also connect to the grid once that power is not needed by the data center 5, 6, 7 years out.
And I'd say the power demand, the energy demand, is a parallel indicator to economic growth. You show me a country that has stagnant power demand, and I'll probably show you, almost guarantee you, I'll show you economic stagnation as well. And to the point there, those picks and shovels aren't just AI. This isn't just power for AI. It's power for the country and power for the world. And at the end of the day, the ones that are picks and shovels going into the ground to create a data center, at the end of that data center, there's a user doing it for some diverse industry that's not just AI, and they're going to grow their industry because of the tools that AI are creating.
Great, thank you for this. I'm going to turn with my challenge questions to Kurt and David and to Power for the World. David, we talked about yesterday at the Atlantic Council in Romania dinner on innovation as well, about the need to be clear-eyed about competition from abroad. 94% of nuclear reactors that have started construction over the past 10 years were either Chinese or Russian design. 47% of clean energy exports from China are going to emerging markets. Do you think the US is competitive in setting up its clean tech innovators to export globally?
I think there's a very differential story across different supply chains and different energy technologies. Again, I'll say at Galvanize, we're not just backing a nuclear development, company and technology innovator like X-Energy. We also recognize that U.S. needs to invest much more in the fuel cycle and the full nuclear supply chain. So we're invested in a really great, interesting company called DISA Technologies, located in Wyoming, that has the only NRC license to recover uranium and other critical minerals and rare earths from mining tailings across the western United States, including on Navajo Nation land, where you can improve the environment, do environmental remediation, and actually recover critical inputs like uranium into our nuclear fuel cycle. We're also looking at investments in the nuclear enrichment space because we realize that one of the key bottlenecks isn't just the fuel, it's actually the enrichment capability to provide HALEU and LEU for our nuclear fleet. We're seeing actually, there's a common trope that we're completely dependent on China for batteries, renewables, solar, et cetera. You're actually starting to see if you disassemble those supply chains, you see actually really great stories in the U.S. as well as U.S. and allied countries across many parts of those supply chains. The continued efforts across administrations are delivering much higher U.S. and allied content when it comes to modules and now cells, some parts of ingots and wafers and solar, as well as in batteries. And so I think there are a lot of impressive efforts underway in terms of investment in the supply chains. The other thing, though, that I would mention too is something we can't lose sight of is this isn't just about a technology we need to invent when we talk about breakthroughs as a headline. It's also the boring work of, frankly, deployment decisions that too many countries and too many societies have deferred for too long. And a lot of that is in the sort of the boring but critical middle: grids, transmission, transformers, demand response, grid flexibility, inverters, right? The sort of the boring, prosaic, but incredibly critical middle that also, by the way, is sometimes some of the most national security sensitive, as opposed to raw commodities just like polysilicon or ingots and wafers, we really need to focus on as well. The operating system, let's say, of the 21st century grid, the 21st century energy system that we need if we're going to meet our AI goals, if we're going to meet our reshoring and manufacturing goals, if we're going to meet our electrification goals. And so some of the breakthroughs, frankly, and some of where the capital, we need more capital to flow, is on that controls layer, that operating system of the 21st century energy economy that all these different specific technologies are going to get, built upon and deployed upon.
Yeah, when you're talking boring middle, I was just thinking about the FT again, writing about BYD investing $2 billion in ultra fast charging for EVs in Europe. So, in any case, Kurt, let's go to you. GM, really, really exciting work on battery and domestic capacity. And so, what's your thought on how can the U.S. and what is GM doing to help the U.S. be competitive in what's really a global battery race?
Yeah, the idea that boring and batteries are in the same sentence like kills me. Batteries are they've come a long way in terms of excitement. I used to go to cocktail parties and I was the one nobody wanted to talk to. I was the battery guy. But now I'm really popular. There's a lot in in batteries. We've invested tremendously at GM. We've invested over the last 4 or 5 years about $900 million in our R&D capabilities. We've got now basic R&D, we've got prototype lines, and then at the end of this year, we're going to have a pilot line that can do a 0.5 gigawatt hour of production there. And last year we announced this LMR technology, lithium manganese rich technology, which is going to leapfrog LFP in vehicles. And then we just announced yesterday the sodium ion, and the same thing where what we're doing is we're trying to out innovate the competition here. If we just go down the same path as what China has done with LFP, we're not going to be competitive. There's a supply base there that's very strong. We need to develop something where the supply base is more domestic focused, and where we can really compete in performance with energy density and in cost. The BYD announcement's interesting. So they came out with this about 3 months ago or so, where they said they can charge ultra fast charge down to 6 minutes, 7 minutes in that neighborhood, and they get really great energy density and it's cheap. Well, it turns out those are multiple cells. If you end up talking with them, it's not one cell, it's multiple cells. And because in batteries are a bunch of trade-offs. You can get fast charge, or you can get really high energy density, or you can get low cost. You can't get all three. And so we can also do a fast charge. If we wanted to do a 6-minute fast charge like BYD has demonstrated, we can also do that. It's a matter of designing of the cell that way, and you're going to have a lower range vehicle or a higher cost vehicle. So that there was nothing revolutionary in that, but that is the direction that the market is going. There is demand for faster charge, more convenient charging, and that's one of the things that'll really help the EV industry is if we go down that path. So I like the direction they're going, and if we saw a need for it, if we saw a demand for it, we would also come to market with that.
Yeah, and I didn't want to say that it's boring. I think it's quite exciting because when I lived in Europe, it was pretty tough to charge your EV because the infrastructure across borders is quite difficult. But um, I think what you're talking about is really exciting. So, can you tell me more about what if you had a magic wand and could have any support from the government, from capital markets to really, or even from consumers to accelerate this build out? What would it be? What would you like to see? What would be helpful?
Boy, at the for the government level or the country level, the biggest thing that would be helpful, I think, is electricity supply is absolutely critical. In driving that cost down, it's a big driver. Cost of capital is also a real big driver. I would say though the biggest thing that we need right now as an industry, the battery industry is really struggling right now because the demand has dropped for EVs. And, we had this massive demand that appeared we had massive demand about 2 years ago. So everyone was ramping up. We all built factories all over the place, including GM. And a lot of those are empty right now, which is really unfortunate. But what we need more than anything else is demand. If we had demand for batteries, that would drive the industry in it to make it really competitive. And whether you do it with EV, I mean, the challenge is that demand, EVs are the biggest market. We're forecasting a terawatt hour of demand just 2 years ago. To put that in perspective, the ESS market, which I was just really highlighting as a great growth market for batteries, that in its best case in 2030 will be at about 100 gigawatt hours. So 1/10 the size of what we're expecting the EV market to be. So it's really important to figure out how we build the demand for EVs, and that will really help save the battery industry here, which is the battery industry really is a national security issue as well as an economic security. We need a domestic battery industry right now. So demand and what we're doing at GM to try and help that is we got to drive down costs. We recognize it's not just that the $7,500 incentive disappeared last year. That's part of it. But the biggest thing is we need to build more economical, better performing cars. We've got 12 EVs on the road right now, and we are showing the leadership in EVs. We're number 2 market share, growing year after year. So we're really doing very well in the EV market, but we've got to do better. We've got to continue to drive down our costs and continue to make compelling vehicles.
Did you want to add anything?
I guess just that I'll just say there's a triple win there, right? The more EVs we get on the road, the more as I think this administration is also kind of coming to recognize, the more we drive energy affordability, we lower oil prices, we have more crude available to export to allies and to global markets. We drive more demand for batteries, which it should be mentioned is also part of the same electro-tech stack that services drones, robotics, automation in our national security, and defense sector as well. So there's really a triple win there, and it's right now is a very timely moment, I think, globally, that throws that fact in sharp relief.
Yeah, but where you have seen a lot of growth, though, is in industrial batteries and batteries in homes for backup and reliability. So there has been that growth sector that's been happening for batteries. And you mentioned low oil prices, which we happen to have relatively low oil prices today versus a few weeks ago even. But as we look forward here, oil prices should remain high for a decent amount of time because of the low inventories that are out there right now and the drawdown that's continuing from the Strait. So there could be, I would expect that we're going to have EV sales increasing in the near term as a response to high gasoline prices. So maybe you'll get a boost here at least in the near term, and we'll see how sustainable that is.
Yeah, I would just add that, there's two pieces to that, and you hit one at the end, which is, it's not just the going away of an incentive. Prices need to be as palatable as possible for the American consumer to make the choice that they want to make. And then the second piece is all of that infrastructure still drives a need for infrastructure and a need for electrification in a lot of things that we're doing. Those still need to be generated somewhere, still need to be transmitted, and still need to be accepted and used in the efficiency. And we do agree that the industrial scale batteries is an industry, and industrial scale and also home batteries. There's a market there that people are looking at, and particularly industry when we talk about even AI centers, looking at those as potential wins for them. And so it's an interesting circular use of this.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately, as usual, time is flying by on these panels. But we've really taken a good look at where U.S. innovation and energy is now. But I would love to spend the rest of the panel thinking into the future. So, on your desks is the next major breakthrough. So what is it? Tell us all about it.
Yeah, well, we hope it is. We want to keep pressing forward with a number of different things, whether it's what we do at ARPA-E, I like to say, is the unknown, the unexplored, and the unbelievable. And these are things that we look at what the scientific community, what our colleagues at big DOE are looking at, what our colleagues at other agencies and research agencies, both big at private companies like GM and also investors in the private sector. And we look and say, okay, well, what are we missing here? What's not being looked at right now? What type of fission fuel is not being looked at right now? I always love to use the example of fusion, because about 12 years ago, ARPA-E looked at the fusion landscape, and it was really two big buckets of sovereign projects. It was tokamaks and it was inertia. And we said, well, what if there was another way of doing this, such as Z-Pinch technology? And we founded the Alpha program. And out of that program and the subsequent 3 programs that came out of that, a whole private fusion industry has emerged here in the United States, which is something that was in a lot of ways unbelievable, but also it was unexplored and unknown. And when we did that, we not only created private companies, but we created an ecosystem with they could survive and exist and get to where they are. We spent over the past 12 years and invested over the past 12 years at ARPA $134 million. That's resulted in a number of companies. There's actually a Fusion Industry Association now, which again, 10 years ago, people would not have thought would be possible. And it's led to $1.5 billion of private follow-on funding, a very good kind of stamp of approval from the private sector that we were making good calls. So me personally, I look at that and I'm a simple Texan. I just add $1 more million to that and say, let's go big. So we're going to commit $135 million from ARPA-E, which is still not huge money, but that's part of the awesome part of ARPA-E. We're not throwing billions out. We're throwing strategic, well-placed investments in certain areas. And we're going to commit to $135 billion to the fusion industry in the next 18 months. So we did 134 over 12 years and got to the point I just talked about. We believe that we can fundamentally change the speed in an exponential way of fusion power being real and changing the world, which is really, again, what motivates us at the Department of Energy, what motivates Secretary Wright, is we're doing all this work because, yes, we find it interesting, but there's an altruistic point to it, and it's service to our fellow person and fellow man. And so we're excited about that at ARPA-E, and we're looking forward to see what the outcomes are going to be in just a few years.
Yeah, what's your estimate, first fusion power on the grid?
Yeah, that's a tough one because there's certain companies who have said what they believe. If it's 2030, I don't know. I think we're going to see a very similar glide path, not a glide path, but increase in action as we've seen, particularly in SMRs, right? For a year ago, when President Trump put out the 4 nuclear EOs, and part of that said we are going to have criticality on 3 by July 4th, 2026. I was part of the process going back and forth at the White House. And our team at DOE said, absolutely not, that we just can't do that. There's no way. We're going to do it. We're not even going to just do it with 3. We're probably going to do it with 4, possibly 5. That was unthinkable just 18 months ago. And so I believe with the new fusion roadmap that the Office of Science just announced yesterday for big DOE, our commitment, I think it's going to be sooner than we think. And I believe that for quantum, by the way. I believe, again, that the tool of AI is going to help drive all of these things much faster than we even think now.
Okay, well, July 4th, what a birthday present for America. Eric.
We already have one. One went critical just last week.
Congratulations. I think it's a remarkable achievement. It's very necessary, but I know we're running out of time here, but so I want to quickly, David and Eric, if you could have one wish from the government to accelerate innovation with Connor here, what would it be?
I don't get to wish them for anything.
Okay, we'll do a lightning round for everyone. What's your wish to the capital markets and the private sector, and everyone else's wish for the government?
We'll make it an energy white elephant party.
But yeah, no, we're doing the job of investing in the companies that RP is supporting. So I think from both of us, like that's how we're helping. But what we need help with, I think, is making sure that there's enough funding for the first of a kind projects that are happening, and making sure that those can be bankable in the future. A lot of the corporations need to see these technologies at a scale that's meaningful in order to sign up and actually spend billions of dollars building plants. And finding that first money is like Fervo, as an example, again, out of Houston, has done a great job of being bankable. But not all companies are there yet, and that's where that arc of time is kind of catching up, where we're in the years to come here, just in the next few years, going to see more and more of these technologies being integrated into plants and scaling, but we need more and more money to do that, and I think that would be super helpful.
And I think we don't, in many areas, we don't even need more government funds. What we need is more private capital to just be deployed. We're in the business of trying to generate very, very great returns for folks' pensions, for college endowments, et cetera, right, that want exposure to this space and this narrative and this story, and these bottlenecks that are getting debottlenecked. But one of the things that would be helpful in that, frankly, as a general appeal, is to both sides of the political spectrum to dampen the pendulum swing and to have more policy continuity. A abundant, affordable, sovereign, secure, and sustainable energy system should appeal to just common sense, and every citizen, both of the United States but also globally, and to the degree that we can all do our part in dampening that pendulum swing and providing long-term vision. I think that's how we're going to get to where we want to go.
Yeah, and with $50 billion of clean energy projects canceled, innovative projects canceled up to now, I think that's a very good appeal, and I can second that.
And I will third that. The biggest thing for us is stable policy at the government level, where a specific one, production tax credits for battery manufacturing, was in the original IRA bill, and it's been extended to 2032. But if we don't extend that, if we don't extend that in the next year or so, we're already making decisions now about investment in that time frame, because it takes 3 years to build a battery factory, and the returns on it are over the next 10 years. So we are at that point that we've got to make a decision. Are we going to extend that? Because if we don't extend that, we're not going to be competitive here in the U.S. in battery manufacturing. So the production tax credits and tariffs, both of those, we can't have it just switching every time there's a new administration in place. You can't make long-term investments that way. So that would be my biggest wish. I know that's not your department, but that's.
Well, my simple wish is to continue to partner, because the government can't, should not, and shall not be the one that's going to get this all done on our own. We have to partner with private sector industry, with academia, with our colleagues across the spectrum, because the glory of the United States is our private sector, the initiative, the intuition, and the capitalist operation and experiment we have coming here in the United States, and we can't do it alone. And so continued partnership with ARPA-E and with the multiple other things that we're doing at the Department of Energy.
Amen.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for this really exciting conversation about innovation. To your point on infrastructure timelines, I hope we can meet again, maybe at the 65th birthday of the Atlantic Council and the 20th Global Energy Forum, and where we'll have lots of nuclear, geothermal, first fusion, hopefully not more than first fusion, and many more technologies, as well as lots of EV uptake. So thank you very much. Thank you to the audience for joining us. And the next panel will start right away.
Thank you.
Thanks.
To chair the final closing leadership conversation, Shaping the World Ahead, Energy, Strategy, and American Leadership, please welcome Vice President, Energy and Infrastructure and Morningstar Chair for Global Energy Security, Atlantic Council's Landon Durrance.
Well, it's great to be here in our capstone conversation, wrapping up the day on, we're wrapping up the Global Energy Forum after 2 days of powerful programming with a very special feature speaker to cover and reflect on some of the lessons and global issues that we tackled. I'm honored to be joined here with the U.S. Deputy Secretary of Energy, James Danley. Deputy Secretary, welcome.
Thank you very much.
The thesis of the Global Energy Forum is that we have a very energy security approach to thinking about the world, and that energy shapes geopolitics and geopolitics shape energy. They go hand in hand, and they mutually affect each other. And obviously, we watched a transformation in how U.S. energy policy is being viewed. And I want to connect a through line and how energy dominance at home translates to American leadership abroad. I'm interested in your thoughts on that.
So that basic premise, of course, is completely true. I doubt anybody at this point would argue with it. Geostrategic leadership in this day and age has to involve energy leadership. They're absolutely joined at the hip. When you look at the agenda of the administration, the president has a vision of energy dominance. That has multiple dimensions to it. It means that we follow policies that ensure that we're not subject to, or our energy supply is not subject to the interruptions of competitor nations, that we have affordable, reliable, secure energy in abundance here in America, that the process of ensuring through both policy and moral suasion internationally is always to strengthen our ties with our allies, make sure that we have prosperity and peace as broadly as we can, and to ensure that we can share the abundance that America has with the world on commercially viable terms that make everybody more prosperous. And the objective of energy dominance has already been seen, or the benefit has already been seen. We are relatively insulated from some of the price effects of the recent scarcity. And that is in part because America is a huge energy producer, and we have a vast treasure of resources within our borders and in the entire Western Hemisphere. And so the objective is to ensure that we meet all of the demand domestically and for our partners abroad as much as we're able to. And so we're constantly engaging on that.
It strikes me as a really prudent point. Obviously, U.S. LNG exports growing vastly over the last decade.
Yeah, and I mean, they're doubling and they're going to double again. And one of the things that's nice is that my previous role in government, I was at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And when I first got there as the general counsel, I was doing pre-filing meetings for some of the LNG terminals that now, as deputy secretary, I'm reviewing their export permits for. So I've watched the entire life cycle of these facilities, which were a complete game changer, right? We went from being a net importer to now being a truly vast exporter of LNG, and it's only going to increase over time. And these are geostrategic assets that change the landscape. of energy across the world. And I always tell people, look, you have a lot of choices where you can get your LNG. America's a great counterparty. You know, if nothing else, the great thing about America is we have the rule of law. And if you have a commercial dispute, you can go to a court in Delaware, and if you have the right of the argument, you will win, right? That is very reassuring.
So this is a pretty educated community, but let's assume some viewers online are maybe not as aware of the scale. I think when we talk about geopolitics, we talk about energy. I think the energy conversation is often misunderstood for two reasons. One's a temporal element. You talked about doubling U.S. LNG by 2030. The other is scale. What does 300 billion cubic meters of gas mean to the world, the global community?
What does it mean? It means everything from lowering prices in developed countries that are facing price shock because of scarcity. We saw this with the Europeans when they had to skate through a very bad winter in Germany by telling people that they couldn't heat their hallways of their apartment buildings, right? I mean, that is the sort of thing that America stepped up and provided LNG. So there's those price effects that it can help. It also can stand up industries in developing countries because that primary energy source is something America has in abundance, and we can sell at really, really reasonable prices, sending cargoes across the world and completely reshaping the economies of countries that are developing. It is a game changer for everyone. Now, if you're asking me how many houses can it heat, I don't know that number off the top of my head. The answer is somewhere between a lot and a lot. But this is a fundamental primary input, and it's not merely for. I've noticed that people often think about gas as being for generators, and I think that's in part because the conversation about energy has been shifting more and more to electric gen, right? And in fact, of course, LNG is an industrial feedstock, a source for primary heat. It has all manner of applications, and it's fundamental to any developing or any economy that wants to have further economic development.
Well, I had a similar conversation with Ben Black and Mike Sable from Venture Global yesterday, and we're talking a lot about infrastructure. And I find that these energy forums increasingly transform into energy and infrastructure forums because you don't just talk about the commodity, you talk about the hardware and what we need to build out, right? And that's a power and gas play. It's molecules and electrons. But I want to bring that to the European conversation since we already kind of covered that a little bit. Which is, we've seen Europe build fast. After Russia's invasion in 2022 of Ukraine, what Germany did.
Oh, it was remarkable. I don't remember the exact length of time, but they foreshortened the review period for LNG import to, I think it was weeks or something like that, wasn't it? I mean, really, really rapid. So without being too critical, the Europeans had followed some pretty bad energy policy for a while. Between the I would say overly optimistic net zero goals that they set for themselves, the purposeful destruction of a lot of baseload gen, especially nuclear in Germany, and on top of that, having exposure to the extent that they did to Russian action, reality has dawned more and more, and you saw that with the recognition that LNG was required for Germany in particular. Now, that's not true across the board in Europe, right? Several years ago, we had the treat of seeing the Poles order AP1000s, and they had a very different, clear-eyed view of what they wanted their energy policy to be. And so you can't malign the entirety of Europe for this, but they had followed bad policies, and I think reality is dawning at this point that they really do need to have secure energy sources.
Well, for whatever reason, if you think about where Europe's headed now, they're about to fully wean themselves from Russian supply. And so, they have a need case, and the U.S. is a huge part of filling that need case.
Yes.
If you are thinking about European energy policy, where do you build energy security from here? What is the policy landscape that should exist, not has existed? And what's the role the United States has in that framework?
I mean, the number one, I'm going to repeat what I said before, peace and prosperity, mutually beneficial commercial arrangements between countries. The main thing that we can do is share American abundance on commercially reasonable terms to everybody in Europe that will take it. In fact, I mean, to show you how much the conversation has shifted, I was in Europe, gosh, I don't remember when this was, 4 or 5 years ago when I was a commissioner. And we were talking about the exposure of the ratepayers to gas prices. And I said, look, we are ready to supply you in abundance. You just have to sign an offtake agreement. And the response back then was, well, we're not going to be burning gas in 5 or 6 years, so we can't really sign a 15-year offtake, right? That is not true. That was never going to happen. It's required. You can't just wean yourself off of a fundamental commodity like that quickly. And now there is real commercial potential there, and part of what we do for kind of diplomatic efforts at the DOE is connect people and try to foster as many of those conversations as possible. So the number one thing we can do is encourage America or American companies to do as much as they can in Europe. And we have continuous diplomatic engagements to try to encourage good energy policy, right? And going over to another country and offering your help, thoughts, and assistance should be done gently and deliberately, and with a real attempt to assist. But more and more, there is open-mindedness.
I'm glad you raised nuclear in the conversation too, because in the AP 1000s, I had the pleasure of obviously working with the U.S. Department of Energy and PTEC, our partnership that we do in the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy Cooperation. We had that event in Athens. I was recently with a community in Dubrovnik for the 3 Cs, and what I see is these conversations there look like they really revolve around LNG, natural gas, and nuclear. A really big nuclear push.
That is right where it seems to have resolved. Yeah.
And does Europe need a generational investment then in nuclear?
I think probably everybody does. Yeah. I mean, in structuring the way that the Department of Energy and Secretary Wright sees the development of power generation, we obviously need gas gen broadly. And we're in the middle of going through a process of making as many uprates to pre-existing generators as we can across the board, right? We're reconductoring the transmission system where we get the most yield per dollar spent, and we're doing everything we can to advance nuclear. So there's a place, of course, and there always will be for gigawatt scale AP1000 style reactors. But one of the other things we're doing is trying to advance the development of as many SMRs and different types of designs as we can. And we, in fact, had our first SMR go critical last week from this pilot program. So in the course of about 10 months, right, this is remarkable. We went from paper drawings and concept all the way to fabrication and the first criticality. All of this was as a result of President Trump's executive orders on nuclear saying you're going to move ahead and get this done quickly. And the great benefit of this is that we're going to have a multiplicity of different designs when all is said and done. Different nameplate capacities, different fuels, fuel cycles, different operating characteristics, and we're going to let the market determine which ones win and which lose. They're going to find their niches properly, and all of that is going to be nuclear technology that we can send overseas, and hopefully, just like with our LNG that we export the nuclear technology and strengthen our partnerships.
So these are the kind of conversations that I like to invest in when we have the Global Energy Forum. I'll be honest, this week and this conversation have really been quite suffocated by the current crisis. And so I want to shift our attention a little bit to the Middle East. I know that you served 2 tours in Iraq, and I think that you have a familiarity with the region in general and have done some travel out there in this administration. And so I'm curious your thoughts just on the status of the current crisis, what it means for American energy security. You talked about us being maybe a little bit on the tail of some of the effects globally, which is a product of American ingenuity and energy abundance. How is the temperature within the administration about our surety on addressing this problem and this challenge?
So we've taken as many actions as we can to blunt the effects of the price shock. The coordinated release from the various SPRs was conducted early on. It's still ongoing. We're trying to resolve the problem as quickly as we can, and we're in continuous contact with all of our friends and allies in the region. The other thing too is that the disruption is necessarily going to be temporary, because the old joke is that the cure to high prices is high prices, right? The economy adjusts to meet the demand that's not being satisfied. But it's interesting that you asked the question about the Middle East after having just spoken about how the discussion revolves now around not just energy but energy and infrastructure. One of the obvious solutions to having these single points of failure is to invest in alternate infrastructure so that you can be assured that no single thing happens. It doesn't have to be a geopolitical struggle. It could be, a an earthquake or something, right? You want to have diversified means by which to get energy where it needs to go. And I think that is certainly something that's being recognized, and there's infrastructure efforts in the region underway right now. And so I think ultimately that is going to be part of the longer term solution is everybody across the world realizes that they need to have as much of a robust set of inputs as they can. And to the extent to which they can supply their own needs, they should. And to the extent that they can have good counterparties like America, they should. And that will create a much greater stability going forward.
So I talked about scale and the temporal element time earlier, and I think that when we're discussing the current crisis and we're looking at these infrastructure projects, we actually had a pretty robust community of Middle East leaders here in the last 2 days, including Sheikh Nawaf, the CEO of Kuwait Petroleum Company, and we talked about specific infrastructure projects. Not all partners are in equal positions, right? You're watching the Saudis look at more east-west pipeline infrastructure. You're looking at UAE expanding their exports through Fujairah. Kuwait, Qatar, in a much more difficult position, just given their geography.
The geography is less favorable there. Yeah.
Do you see any specific projects or specific opportunities for the United States to collaborate on those infrastructure components? I mean, do you see is it Iraq? Is it Syria? Is it more?
I would love to do everything we can to help Iraq and Syria as much as we can. I know I'm seizing just on that one subject, those countries, but
I'm not afraid to come back.
They're both in a very difficult position, as I'm sure everybody is aware. The idea that Iraq, which has that abundance of oil and gas, could be in a position where they recently signed to get a floating LNG import terminal because they need to get natural gas from outside of their own country to power their gas generators. That's crazy, right? But those are the circumstances. And what's needed in both Iraq and Syria is stability and infrastructure built. And in both cases, we have had continuous diplomatic engagements on the subject, and we want to be as helpful in both cases as we can. So.
And another part of the conversation that we had with these leaders is it's not just enough to build additional infrastructure. It also has to have resilience against the threats that are out there in the world. I think there's a risk, and I want to dig in on this, that some words are perceived as co-opted. And so this idea of resilient infrastructure, being a FERC commissioner, chairman, what does infrastructure resilience mean to you?
There are multiple ways to answer this question. When you think about it for the transmission system, it means that if you have a single point failure, you are able to manage it when it occurs, right? Now, of course, if you have a widespread problem, that requires actually fixing things. And sure, there will be increased congestion for a period of time if people pay a little bit more, but the idea is to have redundancy in the transmission system. And that's built in both because we have this kind of legacy reticulated transmission network, right? That even though it looks kind of messy on a map, it's actually really good for resilience purposes, is that you have a bunch of independent abutting transmission owners with their own service territories, and they've all built their own systems, and they connect to each other. There's also another thing, though, which is you have the need to ensure that you have multiple different types of gen that are able to operate under different conditions. And so, with the exception perhaps of nuclear, we can look at Winter Storm Fern and the response that we had to that on the federal level. When you look at the generation mix over time as that storm played out, first in the southeast, then in the northeast, and then in Florida, you see nuclear is just this flat line. It's continuously always there. And then you have increase and decrease in the other generation sources. The place that was the worst was New England, because even though they have enough generation to meet load, they don't have enough fuel or fuel storage to always ensure the gen can run. And so the resilience isn't, even for electricity, isn't merely the transmission system, the bulk electric system. It's also all of the inputs for all the generators to run, because generators provide not just the real power, but the ancillary services to keep the transmission system running. And if you have a failure of being able to provide things like VARs or spinning reserves because you don't have fuel oil, that's a real problem. And so you have to look at the entire system across the board integrated and make sure that you don't have single points of failure like that. And New England needs more storage for fuel.
Well, you brought us back to America, and so I'm going to keep us in the Western Hemisphere.
Okay.
Maybe not tackling the U.S. problem domestically, but there's clearly a reorientation of how this administration is thinking about the Western Hemisphere.
Oh yes.
Coming into this Global Energy Forum, we thought America 250.
Hmm.
We're thinking about affordability, AI. Is this a good thing? Is it a bad thing? The challenges. I'll pick your brain on that in a little bit. But what did we have? January 3rd, Venezuela, Maduro's out. We already talked about Iran. So the geopolitics of energy are really heavy. But in addition to Venezuela, you also had the economic pressure on Cuba.
Mhm.
You've had engagement on elections in places like Colombia.
Yep.
This administration, I think about Secretary Rubio and Deputy Secretary Landau, your counterpart at state, both Latin American hands. So there's a clear, deliberate focus on this. Tell me a little bit
was
about
put
what's
into
going on.
It was put into the national security strategy, right? The importance of the Western Hemisphere, right? And there's definitely a recognition that the Western Hemisphere is our backyard, and we have long enduring relationships with the countries of the Western Hemisphere. And another thing too is that just from a sheer quantity standpoint, the amount of energy resources and critical minerals that exist in the Western Hemisphere, it's just bountiful. And so whether you're talking about oil in Venezuela or critical minerals in Bolivia, it's a lot of that is right here, and we can solve a lot of the problems of needing redundancy by trying to develop as much mutual commerce with the Western Hemisphere as we can.
And that's translating into some real energy diplomacy as well, because I'm watching
Yeah.
the Department of Energy travel to places like Caracas. And what are those conversations about? Is the Department of Energy directly involved in helping bring more production online? Is it about the introductions and economic statecraft to bringing U.S. companies to markets like that?
So the main driver of development has been Treasury issuing the general licenses that allow for American companies to enter into commercial arrangements with Venezuela. The Department of Energy conducts diplomacy across the board, as you mentioned, and we certainly do it for the whole of Western Hem, including Venezuela now. It is mostly to render assistance. So we have tried to help them with studies of their electric system, which is in tatters, and we've talked to them as broadly as possible about best practices for production. We had a period there where they were potentially facing a real reduction in production with shut-ins, and we try to help manage that. But this is mostly the offering of assistance in order to get the Venezuelan economy to take off and really make use of the abundance they have.
And then that assistance model in a different capacity is being translated to markets like Argentina, Chile, when it comes to critical minerals?
I mean, certainly, so there are critical mineral efforts going on all over the place. This is in part a recognition of the fact that if you have competitor nations who are willing to conduct dumping schemes, you're not going to be able to develop domestic capacity that is viable economically. And the answer to the question is yes. We're certainly there are different challenges. Chile's electric system is doing just fine, right? But the opportunity is to obtain critical minerals from the Western Hemisphere has yet to be fully taken advantage of, and this is a win-win for everybody, right? These are extraction industries that these countries should want to engage in vigorously, and we are the ones who want to purchase the offtake and make use of it.
Well, and of course, there isn't a conference where the U.S.-China conversation doesn't come up with critical minerals and supply chains and thinking about the scale of Chinese processing of critical minerals. Obviously, this leads to a pretty comprehensive approach from the department. What's the department's role in that dialogue?
So I'll take a step back and just say that for critical minerals writ large, this is an area where we're probably a little bit more enthusiastic about direct intervention than in other things, right? We're free market economic believers, right, at the DOE. Secretary Wright does not want to push out good commercial opportunities. He doesn't want to warp prices. But when you have something that is subject to foreign nation state actors interference, that is a place where you have a market failure that probably a reasonable person could try to intervene and assist early on, at least to set up the capacity. And so we have a list. It's not just the Department of Energy; it's across government. A list of critical minerals we have particular requirements for, and that have been subject to interference in the past. And we are continuously trying to find opportunities overseas and also domestically for midstream, so that we can be assured that we can both obtain the raw material and have domestic capabilities to ensure that it's available. And so that is a very broad program, and it takes time to come up with these, to actually find the arrangements and get them in place. But we've made real progress over the last year and a half.
That's incredible, and I think the bilateral nature of that is particularly important. We had a chance to talk in the back, and AI comes up pretty frequently as we discuss the energy outlook. I think broadly electricity demand growth around the world comes up quite a bit.
Yeah.
And that conversation we had about you thinking through the FERC mindset and thinking about it being a regulator and putting these rules in place for generational change. And I was pointing out, in my view, the conversation about energy security, as we know right now, still broadly sits around oil and gas.
Yeah.
But increasingly, these sub-regional power markets are being projected into global dialogue because of
Yes.
BTUs and GPUs. And how existential is our competitiveness to beat China at AI? And are we competing effectively against China?
Yeah, so we are the dominant force in AI. We're the country that comes up with all the great ideas within the field. Our biggest problem is simply getting more power produced. That really is the main issue. And as I ran through earlier, the DOE has a bunch of different things it's doing: the reconductoring and uprates and building more gen, financing generation projects. And we're doing all of it such that the ratepayers, the residential ratepayers, don't feel the effect. So ordinary hardworking American families don't have to suffer any consequences for their rates. The president signed the Ratepayer Protection Pledge with the hyperscalers, where they committed that when they bring large new load, they would bring more new gen than they're going to consume. And we're trying to untangle a lot of the regulatory burdens. So one of the problems here is that because electricity, and this is everywhere in the world, because it is delivered by usually monopoly utilities over wires, there is a very, very, very tight regulatory construct that's overlaid. And we don't just have to deal with the pre-existing topology of the transmission system, which is just a feature you fall in on. It's there. It grew organically over time. We also have to fix the supply chains to get generators built. We have to come up with new sources of gen. And then you have something else, which is the market constructs that need to have proper price signals to actually incentivize in those places that have markets the delivery of that new generation. And we've had problems with this. Some of our markets have done a very, 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 very bad job of procuring capacity. PJM, the market in which we sit right now, has not had a recent good track record of getting generation. They fell short of their capacity requirements in the last auction. This is a problem that has to be fixed. So market reform, and then lastly, there's a regulatory paradigm. Of course, we have obviously the federal government, but then every state has its own public utility commission, and it can be difficult to come up with a rate scheme that is consistent with that public utility law that also allows for the kind of preferential rates that might be wanted by or needed in order to build things quickly, right? We've had periods of vast electrification in America's past, right? If you go to the 60s, it was a very rapid increase. But even during times where we were building new, aluminum smelters or something like that, it took you 7 years or something to build the facility, and that basically gave 7 years to the utility to serve you as a customer, right? Now we work on timelines of 18 months in scales of not hundreds of megawatts, but gigawatts. And so the key is to change the regulatory paradigm so that you can allow for faster interconnection on the terms agreed to by all the parties, that is between the customer and the transmission owner, and get the gen available to serve that load. And along those lines, very early on, Secretary Wright directed FERC, right, there's a provision that he can direct rulemakings to ensure that those interconnections can be figured out on whatever terms people want, not prescriptive under the old regime, Order 888, everybody loves it if they know it, That's the open access requirement. Not the prescriptive requirements for interconnection, but whatever people want to do is going to be fine. And FERC is in the middle of conducting the rulemaking.
I have a feeling that Secretary Wright might have had some good counsel on how to advise FERC on making a couple rules here.
We have very talented people in the Office of General Counsel. Yes,
you've identified a national need, and we had a national need doesn't always just emanate a solution from DOE. And we had 6 members of Congress here this time, 4 senators. Armstrong, Coons, and Heinrich included, and obviously permitting reform is a part of that conversation too. And you left me with the impression you might be a little bit optimistic about this getting across the finish line.
I'm as optimistic as I've ever been. We have seen various permitting bills ricocheting around Capitol Hill over the last, I don't know how many years at this point, 5 or 6. And part of this is the result of the realization that has broadly dawned on everybody that we need to be able to build things, and we've reached a point where that's quite challenging. And it really doesn't matter what it is you want to build. Everybody's projects, if they either cross federal land and have NEPA review attached, or if there are potential substantive challenges under the organic statute of the permitting authority, you are exposed to back-end litigation risk that makes the front-end risk premium very, very difficult as a company to try to figure out. And so without permitting reform, in which a permit, once it's final and unappealable, has solidity and you can actually take it and get it financed, it's going to be hard for everybody moving forward. And so I'm more optimistic than I've ever been.
Well, let's wrap this up with one final question, because I know you're also really optimistic about America's energy future.
Yes.
And so it's almost America's 250-year anniversary. When we look back at the tricentennial and the legacy of decisions being made today, what do you want the legacy of this administration to be under your leadership, under Secretary Wright's leadership, under President Trump's leadership on energy?
What I would like to see is a very strong embracing of the idea of affordable, reliable, secure energy, and an understanding broadly that energy underpins everything. Right. One of the former FERC chairmen used to say that, what FERC regulates is only about 6% of the economy, but it's the first 6%. Right. This is fundamental to the prosperity, success, and happiness of everybody, not just in America, across the world. Right. Secretary Wright frequently points out the fact that energy equals prosperity, and that during our time in office, we can have kickstarted and gotten real momentum behind everything from our really advanced AI that we're developing, but then also the nuclear renaissance, which with this last criticality test, we are on the way to delivering. And if we can do that and build out the system, the prospect for American energy looks really good, because we're already blessed in abundance with so much as it is.
Well, Deputy Secretary Danly, let me just thank you for helping us close out this Global Energy Forum on a really optimistic note. I share your passion for the country and for our future.
Yeah,
and
things are looking good.
I think the fact is, people here agree with you. This is the Atlantic Council's biggest annual event, 1,900 people this year, and we know that energy is foundational to prosperity and security. So thank you for bringing that message, and we hope to see you next year.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes programming here on the leadership stage. Please join us next door on the energy stage for closing ceremonies.